Waterboy Boucher, streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
I just feel like there's a festive air today. I don't know. Is it the weather? Is the weather? Is that what it is, Marcus? It feels like, I feel like, Lamont was out here regaling tales. Dave's in here dropping tales. I don't know. Feels festive today, buddy. Happy Thursday.
There's something in the air this morning.
Yeah.
Starting to smell like a 2-game winning streak for the San Francisco Giants.
That's what it is. It's a 2-game win streak has made everybody festive. And that warm air, I think I'm going, like, you going short sleeves in the city today, right?
So I was walking around the city yesterday, taking a stroll through North Beach in the afternoon, right before the game started, and it was absolutely beautiful.
Unbelievable. How about this good old, the comeback of San Francisco, baby? How was North Beach?
Oh, it was fantastic. Went out to Original Joe's. Got to use my gift card that I won in the raffle yesterday.
God. Wait, is that the fastest turnaround of a raffle prize ever?
Well, I mean, you're going to give me an Original Joe's gift card. I'm going to go to OJ's and use it.
Did you use it for lunch, dinner, what? Like cocktails?
Drinks, yeah.
The whole deal? Do you have any balance left on it?
Kind of like an afternoon cocktail / appetizer. Got some calamari, hung out.
The level of living this guy.
Watched the Giants game and watched the Knicks game last night.
This guy is living his best life, man. That is fabulous. Is there balance left on the card, or did you tax it out?
No, there's a few bucks left. Maybe you can get like 1 or 2 more beers. But
well, already you're out there just absolutely dominating, winning raffles and strolling through North Beach on a sunny afternoon.
Yeah.
And the Giants are delivering the goods on the TV, despite a slightly sketchy ninth inning with Camilo Duvall.
It's those non-save situations.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
It's the craziest thing. Has anybody ever done a deep dive study on closers in non-save situations?
I mean, it's just got to be an adrenaline dump. It's not the situation they're looking for. It's not the hardest 3 outs in baseball to get if it's not a save situation. Like, this happens with everybody, not just Camilo Duvall, but for whatever the reason is, there's not that kind of tick in their brain that this is do or die. And next thing you know, it's a two-run ball game.
What kind of makes me think of is sometimes when you're watching an NFL game and your offense is doing nothing, your team's doing nothing, and then all of a sudden at the end of the first half, they decide to go to no huddle to try to get it down the field to beat you're like, where was this the last quarter and a half?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Maybe you should have tried this out earlier.
Yeah, and then they go down, they score a touchdown. You guys sucked for, what is it, like 28 of the first 30 minutes, and then you guys snapped it together. It's kind of like a closer in a closed situation versus a non-closed situation. But, hey, they got the win. We'll call it in shortly. But, yeah, man, as we've said, we've just determined, play the Rockies. That's the goal. Play the Rockies. 162. We know Farhan Zaidi and Greg Johnson can beat the Rockies. That's what we know.
We don't know a lot about this team this year, but we know that they're better than the Colorado Rockies.
We got that, baby. We got that.
We got the ground floor set.
Go ahead and just freaking file that in your what do they say? Stuff that in your sack, mister.
Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah. Maybe people were doing that when you were walking around San Francisco, too. Putting things in pipes and smoking it.
You're not wrong about that.
Yeah, and by the way, we had a great interview with Bob Melvin yesterday, which the early crowd will hear shortly, because that's what we do. We gift things to you for free in your car, or should I say on your YouTube or on your Twitch. There we are. But you know what I meant to ask him about yesterday, and we were peppering him with some great questions and your meatball question and everything. But I was going to ask him about the return. I said, hey, man, you're my hum baby. Where's the squeeze bunt? I actually had that in my mind because I was like, when they got hired, I said, go back and check the tapes. I'm like, Roger Craig, man, I used to throw down the squeeze bunt. Bring back the squeeze, baby. And then I forgot to ask Melvin about it yesterday. And then they did it last night.
And then there's your guy, Nick Ahmed, dropping down the safety squeeze.
How great was that?
And Yaz flying down the line with a beautiful headfirst slide.
Talk about, like, people say baseball's people who don't like baseball. It's boring. That was exciting, right? It was an exciting play.
Oh, absolutely. Me and Copes were sitting there like, was that a squeeze? Did we just see a safety squeeze?
Incredible.
And then you're wondering, is it a suicide squeeze? Is it a safety squeeze? No, nice little safety squeeze.
So he did not. Yeah. I was at I had a little meeting going on. We're trying to institute the first ever Tamalpais High Hall of Fame, buddy. And your boy is the grand poobah here. I'm leading the charge.
You're just Mr. Hall of Fame. Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, 49er Hall of Fame.
Funny, I was actually biting some of the stuff about how to keep it tight and the videos and all that stuff. But anyway, we were in the Pizza Hacker down there in the Junction, and I saw it on the TV, and I was like, look at that, the squeeze. They're like, shut up, man. I'm like, no, the squeeze. But I couldn't tell if it was. So Yaz didn't go until the ball was bunted?
No, exactly. Nick Ahmed squared around, got the ball down, bunted it perfectly down the first baseline. And the pitch from Colorado actually made a pretty nice play.
He made a hell of an effort to get that thing.
But Mikey Yaz with the slide right around him, ball was down, Yaz took off.
You know what I say, brother? More squeezes.
Bring back the squeeze.
I'm calling for more squeezes. I want the strobe light and the spotlight when there's a squeeze play, dude. That was so exciting.
I was going to say, I think that would probably give it away to the corners if you put a spotlight on Nick Ahmed right before he turns for the squeeze. That's a dead giveaway.
It's funny because we're trying to, bunting is a big part of Little League, and some kids are good at it, and some kids, like the art of when to square. And I tell them, I want them to square early. Some kids take it a little extreme.
Yeah.
Pitcher hasn't even gotten on the rubber, and they're squaring in the box. I'm like, maybe just a little later, just a little later.
And then you have that one third baseman who's just absolutely careless and is just standing 2 feet in front of the guy.
In our league, you cannot slash bunt. So once somebody squares, there's no penalty for running into just stand in the batter's box next to the guy.
You can't slash bunt.
Well, you can't, what do they call it? Some people call it the butcher boy. When you square and then pull the bat back and take a full swing.
Yeah.
I mean, slash bunt, I don't know. Do you consider the slash bunt?
Well, no, that's how I always refer to a slash bunt. Fake the bunt, and then you're slashing for a base hit.
Well, or taking a full swing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or just a quick little inside swing.
That's been outlawed for orthodontist reasons.
Oh.
You know what I mean? Because if a kid comes charging in, then you pull back and take a full swing.
That's baseball,
we could be going to the orthodontist. So anyway, I'm like, guys, you see that third baseman who's standing in the box with you? You might want to square just a tick later.
Oh, yeah, especially if the kid knows you can't swing the bat once you square.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
I'm standing 2 feet right in front of him.
No, you see it.
Yeah.
The kid, third baseman, just run on down. If you're the third baseman, it feels unnatural. I'm standing 4 feet from the hitter right now.
I mean, at that point, I'm acting like I'm guarding a 3-point shot. I'm putting a hand in the face trying to block the kid.
Exactly, man. So anyway, I love the squeeze. Delighted to see it. And of course, swinging the bats. And Jordan Hicks kind of just grinded his way through. It wasn't, as his quote afterwards was, it wasn't my favorite outing. Hey, man, 5 innings, got that W. Melvin let him stay out there for 5, even though he got into a little bit of a traffic jam in the 5th inning. So he gets that win. And, Jelly, Taylor Rogers cough up a little bit. It's Colorado. Ryan Walker and Tyler Rogers do a good job putting up zeros. Mm-hmm. And the Giants put up 8 runs, brother.
13,
score 8.
13 hits yesterday.
Yeah.
And yes, it is Coors Field. Yes, it is the Colorado Rockies. But that's what we talked about going to the series. The bats need a wake-up call. Coors Field is the perfect kind of solution to wake them up.
And I'll say this. When I was driving with my kid, I had to drive him down to a practice because we only have 2 cars and we have 3 drivers. Do the math. Sometimes the kid doesn't get the car.
Yeah, someone gets left out. And
So,
I'm guessing it's the kid.
I was driving him down to practice, and we were listening to the lineups from FP Santangelo. And when he announced Blake Sable, I was like, I kind of grunted in the car. And the 16-year-old D Murph's like, why'd you do that? I said, I don't know. He goes, no, Sable's the guy. That's what he said. He goes, Sable's the dude. He goes, Sable's one of the best. He's like pumping up Sable. I was like, Guy had 3 knocks yesterday. So the kid got one over on the old man.
I think I saw a stat that he's already got more hits than Tom Murphy.
Bro.
Already.
Bro.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah. I'll have to double check that and fact check it. But
Yeah. Well, hey, let's go with it. Let's go with it until further notice.
Not a good time for Tom Murphy.
And we buried the lead. Elliot Ramos is up right after Bob Melvin. Bob Melvin tipped his hand with us.
Vamos Ramos.
And he didn't smoke that ball, but he hit it hard enough into the outfield to get an RBI. You want to talk about comparisons? How many RBIs does Soler have this year?
Oh.
Ramos is closing in, brother.
not many.
Ramos is closing in, man.
I was going to say, he's probably closing in on the same stats as Austin Slater, too.
Oof, yeah. Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Okay, let's start. We'll do the Ramos versus Slater and Soler comparison coming up. But we got to call it in because Pat Burrell, on his way to get a steak in Denver last night, called Rob Manfred. Manfred said, you must have the wrong number. You've called me 2 days in a row. And he said, that's right, you empty suit. We're putting it together. Put it in the books. San Francisco Giants 8, Colorado Rockies 6.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball. Screw you. Screw you.
Let's go, San Francisco. Let's go, Giants.
I love you.
Thank you very much. Enjoyed it.
I love hearing that Yaz at the end there.
And
Yes.
real quick, Murph,
Yeah.
I did the research. Blake Sable now has 6 hits on the season. Tom Murphy only has 4.
Bro.
Yeah.
Bro.
It was Blake Sable all along.
Bro. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm just saying.
And hey, get out the B-52s from 1978, the pop punk sounds. Michael Conforto, number 6. So funny, man. All right, guys. So does he lead the team with 6, by the way? Is that team leading 6?
Mikey Conforto.
I didn't even check before the show
6.
started.
I believe it
I
is.
should have checked.
He was tied with
He's the guy who
Tyrell.
called out 30, right?
Yeah, and Jorge Soler has 5 home runs, too, on the season, despite his struggles. But, Michael Conforto, number 1, number 6
All right, guys, so that puts us in a good mood. Some other fun stuff happened last night. The NBA, Rick Carlisle with some outlandish claims that I have to mention on this show. And, we don't talk a lot of hockey. We talk of Macklin Celebrini. We talk of Patty Marleau to the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. But Panthers-Bruins got my attention last night, too.
Dude.
So we'll get into that.
As an MMA fan, I was locked in on
There you
Panthers-Bruins last
go,
night.
buddy.
Lots of fights.
The appeal of human combat. All coming up, and we'll get the guest list from Young Tony on the other side on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Runs are cool, man.
St. Helena. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, St. Helena's sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Giants are now on a 2-game winning streak, but they've actually won the last 5 games that Kyle Harrison has started. So Dirty Harry himself stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tom Tolbert and Kerry Crowley to talk about the Giants' success with him on the bump and how he plans to help turn around the Giants season. To hear that podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Michael Conforto, first pitch swinging here in the second, launches one high and deep, right field. It is gone. Ramos swings, it's a little flare over first. It's falling. It'll drop in, a base hit. Rounding third, though, Chapman. He's going to score. One pitch. There's a swing and a shot. It's way back. It's off the wall. This is going to score Ramos, and Jung-Hoo Lee is standing at second. As Wade swings, lines it into center field, a base hit. Ahmed comes across, Lee right behind him, and it's a 6-run second inning for the Giants. He swings and lines it out to the gap in left center field. The run is scored. Sable hustling into second. 8-6 the final. The Giants make it back-to-back wins here in Denver to open up the series.
Joe Rizzo is the answer. Put Joe Rizzo on the call, and the Giants will win 2 in a row. They have not won 3 in a row all year. That's the challenge today. 12-10. Keaton win against Cal Quantrill. Shout out the old Stanford guy. Maybe you used to see him at Sunken Diamond. Cal Quantrill, I believe.
Possibly back in the day.
Shout out Platzi. That's a flare up to Platzi. By the way, the great John Platz. He's just one of the great listeners of all time. He does Stanford radio, obviously, but he's one of our great listeners. He was at L.A. last night. He texted me. He was at Dodger Stadium. Hour 55. Hour 55. He said there was something like the shortest game at Dodger Stadium in decades or something. Yeah. Once again, too fast?
I think that's too fast, man. I need a minimum of 2 hours for a baseball game.
Like Bob Gibson used to go out and carve in like an hour 35 back in the day. So I don't know. Of course, back then you weren't paying $20 for a beer.
Yeah.
But anyway, the Dodgers got another W down there. All the Western teams won yesterday.
Anyways, blank the Dodgers.
Yeah, so the Giants keep pace at 18-21 now. Or pardon me, 17-21. They're trying to get.
Ooh.
I jumped ahead.
You're getting
My
ahead
bad.
of yourself,
My
Murph.
bad. They're 17-21. The Rockies are 8-28.
Ooh.
Once again, the Rockies are 8-28. Poor Buddy Black. It's funny. I told you I was driving in the car listening to Rizzo or FP go through the lineup card, and when they got to the Rockies lineup, I said, "Oof." Each name, I was like, "Oof." Who? Old man Charlie Blackmon still out there with his "Use Your Love" rejoin. Now, would you know that? Let's say good morning to young Tony Farias.
Tony.
Good morning, Tony. Do you agree there's a festiveness in the air today?
Oh,
I don't know what it is.
100%.
Yeah. Is it
Baby
Thursday?
Friday.
Is it the weather? It's the Baby Friday. Is
All the
Lamont's
above.
out here screaming stories?
Giants get a second win in a row,
Giants
going for
won
the
a second
sweep.
in a row. Now, would you know the song "Use Your Love" by The Outfield?
Yes.
Yeah, there you
Yeah.
go. We've now hit the generational sweet spot.
Now, do you know it because of Charlie Blackmon? That's the real question.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, honestly, okay.
Yeah.
Do you guys consider that one of the have you ever been in like at a bar and that comes on and everybody's screaming
It's a great karaoke song.
Yeah, there it is. So yeah, I mean the Rockies been pulling that thing off for I want to say 10 years or something. I mean, it's been going on a long time.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of put him in the conversation as having one of the best walk-up songs because of the fan interaction.
Especially because if you can get a Rockies fan to even exist or show up, then you've accomplished something. Much less getting them screaming, "I don't want to lose your..." No, I just want to use... By the way, that whole... Yeah. How about the whole concept of this song? My gal's out of town. Let's go.
Wow.
Josie's on a vacation far away, so let's go, baby.
Come on, Charlie.
And he's also been laying out the terms of the groundwork. This ain't going to be a long-term thing, baby. My gal's out of town. Let's go. I got a few hours. Let's go. So
In and out for Charlie.
it's working, Mo. You got 7-year-old kids screaming those lyrics out there. So anyway, shout out Charlie. So Charlie Blackmon and Ryan McMahon. Other than that, bro, what do you want? Ezekiel Tovar?
No, I don't.
I loved him in Fiddler on the Roof. Yes. So,
If he was a rich man.
yes, there you go. I know you. I
Yeah,
see you there, buddy.
Elias Diaz, a good catcher. He won
yes.
the MVP for the All-Star game last year.
That's a great pull. Great pull, buddy. And he took Doval deep in the ninth inning last night.
I remember complaining about him being in an All-Star game and saying that, no, there should not be a representative for every baseball team in the All-Star game. And then he goes out there and wins the MVP.
And I remember I defend it.
Yeah, you
to
did.
this day, I
Yeah.
defend it. And I come from a scarred youth, man. The same way my parents were products of the Depression. So we had a lot of canned vegetables and canned fruits, and my mom scrimped and saved everywhere. So everything was very frugal around the Murphy household because they were scarred by the Depression. That's the way I was scarred being a Giants fan, coming online around 1975, 6, 7, and then going all the way up to my high school years of 1985. Giants were terrible, terrible, and you only had one thing to look forward to, and that was one Giant would make the All-Star game and be like, there he is, Gary Lavelle. There he is, Ed Whitson. There he is, Jack Clark. It was so exciting. So I defend the one player per team rule.
Well, that's cool when your one player from the Giants was in the All-Star game wearing a Giants jersey.
Now
we're at the point where we have these All-Star jerseys, so I don't even know who these guys are. Like, you give me a random A out there in that camouflage jersey they wore up in Seattle, and he just looks like any other Seattle Manor.
See, you are so 100% on it. You've ruined my festive vibe. I was in a great mood, and you are right. That is I hate it.
The All-Star uniform. So, yeah, if you're not even going to represent your team,
yes, okay.
why do I need a player from each and every team?
I'll buy that argument. If they're not going to wear their uni, then get them out of there.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I'm looking at this line right now. I don't see an All-Star in it, Murph.
Yeah, you are 100% right.
Yeah.
Oh, no Rocky All-Star?
No, I don't need an All-Star.
Do they have a middle reliever who's putting up good numbers?
Someone's got to get into the game because of this kind of participation trophy generation.
They got to have some sixth inning guy.
Yeah.
Well, that participation trophy generation preceded the participation trophy generation because back in the 70s, we weren't getting participation trophies, and we still got one player per team. But, yeah, I agree with you. If you're not wearing the jersey, get them out.
Yeah, then what do you represent?
Yeah. So, all right, young Tony, so you're feeling good about the Giants, and I don't know. Is it just the Rockies? Is it a mirage?
I mean, you'll take all the wins you can get. You can only play the teams on your schedule.
So this kid, was he doing a press conference?
Dave had an interesting nugget on the postgame wrap. I wanted to mention this. Giants are 2-20 when allowing 4 or more runs. Oof. They're 15-2 when allowing 3 runs or less.
Hey, that was the Brian Sabian rule, man. Shout out Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. Sabian used to say the rule of 4. If we can get to 4 runs, we're going to win more games than we're not. Because they are Giants. Sabian built the Giants to be a 3 runs or less team, meaning pitching, and in conclusion, pitching, and hopefully some defense too. And it looks like that's this version of the team here.
Yeah, that's exactly what those stats say about this team.
Yeah.
They only win ball games when they score more than 3 and they hold other teams less than 3. Last night in Colorado, things did get a little shaky with that bullpen. Final score 8-6, but hey, they got out with a win.
I'm still staggering over your stat that Blake Sable has more hits than Tom Murphy.
Dude, how about that? And
It's
way less at-bats also.
And Elliot Ramos has as many RBIs as Austin Slater.
Yeah, we can add Blake Sable to that
each.
conversation each. He's
Sable
got one also.
Sable's
got an RBI.
How about Sable and Ramos combined have more RBIs than Slater?
Yeah.
Oh, boy. All right. So, anyway, did you guys watch the basketball?
I did. I kept an eye on the Knicks and the Pacers last night over at OJ's.
So, old Rick Carlisle has now had it. One game, he kept his tongue, and now he's had it. He called out the small market line on the New York Nets.
Poor Indiana.
So this is the stat that blew my doors off. They said in game 1, the Pacers identified 29 calls that went the wrong way. 29!
Yeah.
It's a lot of calls.
I'll give them the kickball violation.
That's one.
I'll give them that.
We're down to 28. Sure. And then he said, but we're not going to send them to the league. We're on to game 2. Okay, they tried to, quote unquote, take the high road, right? Game 2, now he's not taking the high road no more. He's called out the small market thing. And, bro, according to Brian Windhorst this morning on ESPN, they've identified 49 calls in game 2. 49, brother. Even me, the CYO lunatic, who's stomping up and down the sidelines going, come on, you got to call that. I don't think I can find 49 calls in a game. They're sending them to the league in a combined game 1, game 2 type saying 78 times they got jobbed by the refs.
78.
And you know what? I guess if you're going all in, you might as well go all in, baby. It's not 1 call, not 2 calls. 78 calls, brother.
I mean, are they sending like a highlight film, like a compilation of everything?
They do a super. What do you guys call it? Do you kids call it a super cut?
Oh, a super cut? How long is it? Like 3 hours?
I guess. And the best part is that by rule, the Knicks have to be CC'd it. So as Windhorst said, the Knicks are waking up this morning to that in their inbox.
Oh, Tibbs is going to have that in his email. Go straight to spam. I'm not looking at that BS.
Spam filter?
Yeah.
With a cumulus filter would be aggressive about that.
Yeah.
As long as the people running the filter know what they're doing. You know what I mean? So,
yeah.
what, too soon? Too soon?
Yeah.
So anyway, I got to say, that's some balls on the Pacers to identify 49 calls in one game.
Total calls.
So they're going like double dribbles, walks, travels, illegal screens. I don't know. How can you even find 49? If you assigned me the job of finding 49, I don't know. I guess maybe
whose job is this, by the way?
Well, they got a guy.
Yeah.
They got a guy.
They got a guy just up there with binoculars, like calling out every single little foul.
You know, honestly, to be honest, you probably could just do it if you looked for travels. If you look for traveling, you might take care of like 30 of those right there.
What are they doing? Like calling out like carries and stuff?
Yeah, if they call carries, it could get 49 on carries and travels alone.
Oh, if they called it for carries, we're talking like thousands of calls being reviewed. Everybody carries and travels in the NBA.
Did I show you guys that Twitter guy, the FBI, the Federal Basketball Investigation snitch guy last year?
No.
There was a guy who ran an account. It should have gotten more popular than it did. He only got up to like 30,000 followers. But it was just a dude in his house who was pissed at the disregard for traveling and double dribbling and carrying. And he would put together like videos and then he would narrate them. And he was funny too. He had a funny vibe to him. And he would be like, here we go again, man. And boom, boom. And it was incredible. You would watch some of the best players in the NBA just blatantly carrying and blatantly traveling. And he's like, what are we doing here?
Oh, yeah. You'd see like Giannis like take off with a Euro step from the 3-point line, take 4 steps to the basket and throw it in.
What are we doing here, you know? I don't know.
That's the modern NBA.
It's like holding Nick Bosa and not calling it, right?
Ew.
All right. Let's get the guest list out on a Thursday, May 9, 2024. 5/9/24. Day baseball today. 12-10. Keaton win. Cal Quantrill Giants trying to go over their first 3-game win streak of the season. I call it for a sweep, Tony. I need it.
I believe.
All right.
All right, coming up at 6:50 this morning, we got a Bob Melvin replay for those of you that missed it. He was on at 9:30 yesterday.
And he was great. And, some of it obviously is time-stamped, but you'll hear him call for the possible Ramos promotion. Mm-hmm. And then it happened.
Yep. And then we got Susan Slusser coming up at 7:30 this morning. Nice. Big hit at 7:50. We're going to get a cooler content in at 8:15. Maddie Maiocco is going to stop by the show at 8:50, talk a little 49ers football. And then Andrew Baggerly at 9:30 this morning.
All right. The NBA named an MVP. Did they get it right or wrong per Shaq? Next on the Sports Leader.
Something about that uniform. I don't know.
is KNBR, and this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
You know, small market teams deserve an equal shot.
Ooh, Rick Carlisle and calling out Adam Silver and the New York Knicks. It's so funny. I said to Marcus right before the show started, I said, so if the fix was in for the Knicks, where's the fix been for the last 30 years?
Yeah.
Right?
It's been a while, Murph.
Yes.
It's been a while since we've had accusations about the frozen envelope. And it's been a while since the Knicks have been in the NBA Finals.
Well, so last year they won the first round, right? They got to this.
Yeah.
They got to this stage last year, but
Bing bong.
it's been a while since the fix has worked because the Knicks haven't won a championship since 1973.
I always love that. It's like, oh, the NBA's fixing it for the big markets like the New York Knicks or the LA Lakers. Correct me if I'm wrong. Those teams have never faced off in an NBA Finals.
Or correct me if you're wrong. The San Antonio Spurs won how many championships?
Yeah.
And then not to be confused with Tokyo, Paris, or London. And then last year's champ, the tiny Denver Nuggets. Yeah. Right? That's not a small market. That's a small market.
The fix must be in for the
I get
Nuggets. And that must be why Joker won another MVP.
There you go.
The fix is in, Murph.
Well, he did because it turns out the competition was an OKC guy. How about that? So
another small market.
Congrats to Nikola Jokic, everybody's favorite horse wagon guy.
He's my favorite jockey.
Yeah, just with his legs draped over the side of that wagon. So he wins the third MVP, which I guess is not a shock per se. I think what's surprising to everybody is how he smoked the field. And this is the hold he has just on NBA observers, writers, broadcasters, analysts, that this guy is the best in the business. 79 first-place votes. And Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, second place, 15 first-place votes. So that's a boat race, buddy. 79 to 15. Luka actually got 4 first-place votes, all in the West, all 3 Western guys, all still in the playoffs right now. However, we talk about this, the timing of the MVP award can be good if it's like Steph Curry in 2015 on their way to the title when everything's coming up roses and he's there with his whole family in the crowd and he wins MVP and timing can also be really bad. Do you remember 2007 when Dirk Nowitzki won it after getting swept by the We Believe Warriors? and now Jokic winning it is bad looks, as the kids would say.
Yeah.
Because he's down 0-2 and about to maybe get his ace swept by the T-Wolves.
Because he's got Anthony Edwards dragging him all over the court, up and down, up and Mile High. So, yeah, you're right. The timing, it's weird. And I've always thought it was weird that they kind of released this during the second round of the NBA playoffs.
I agree. I don't know. I mean, either do it right after the season's over. Now, mind, it's a regular season award.
Correct.
So baseball does it well after the season's over. That's an old school way of thinking. They wanted to keep baseball on your mind in the off season. That was the thinking of it. The NFL does it the Saturday before the Super Bowl, and that can get awkward too.
Yeah,
you know,
especially if you win an award and then lose the Super Bowl, or if you lose the NFC Championship or AFC Championship the week before.
Like, didn't Aaron Rodgers win it after the Niners drummed his A out of the playoffs?
I think you might be correct.
Yeah. So you go. So that one, is there a perfect time to award it? Maybe right after the regular season might be the best, or maybe like baseball does it just well down the road when you've forgotten that you got swept by the T-Wolves or something. But anyway, I do love Jokic. I love Jokic's game. I'm a big man. I lean towards big men. I was looking at the list of guys who've won 3, and I got the warm fuzzies when I saw Moses Malone winning 3, buddy. That is a incredible name that needs more love, dude. So Malone, Larry Bird won 3, Magic won 3. I mean, that's an incredible list that he joins. He has yet to catch. Here's the guys who've won more than 3. Bill Russell won 4. LeBron James. We'll say that carefully around Marcus. He won 4.
Don't get me started. Keep going. Who else is on that list?
Michael Jordan won 5.
Yeah, exactly.
And he could have won more.
Yeah, he could.
And then there he is, the captain, who we completely diss in our greatest of all time. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar won 6.
That's it.
Yeah.
And now the Joker is the first center to win 3 in 4 seasons since Kareem. And to be completely honest with you, he probably could have won 4 in a row if it wasn't for Joel Embiid stepping in that one season. And that was a year where a lot of people thought the Joker had better stats, but it was kind of that NBA MVP fatigue where it feels like you can't just keep giving the guy the same award year after year. So they switched it up, gave it to a Joel Embiid. But also an interesting note, Joel Embiid was disqualified from even the conversation this year because of the new playing time rules.
Isn't that great? Mm-hmm. I mean, I supported him. I know there's been some controversy, but I do. You got, dude, it's like looking at Pat Marlowe out there. last night, Monday night on the stage. He's not playing 60 games. He's out there playing 82. So put your skates on, put your sneakers on. I understand he was injured, but that affects your ability to win the MVP. So here's the catch. Shaquille O'Neal and Jokic do a hit last night on Inside the NBA on TNT. So Shaq, always entertaining. If you can hear him in his muttering voice here, flat out tells Jokic he shouldn't have won MVP. You got to love the honesty.
Joker, as the president of the Big Man Alliance, you are the president of the Big Man Alliance. You know I love you, the best player in the league. I want to congratulate you, but I want you to hear from me first. I thought the SGA should have been the MVP. That's no disrespect to you, but congratulations. And what do you guys have to do to get back on track versus Minnesota?
Thank you, Shaq. We don't judge people here, so that's fine. It's your opinion. I'm joking.
Hey, all good. I love you. I love your brothers. One thing we always going to do is keep it real with each other. Congratulations. I love you.
No, for real, I think there is a lot of players that deserve it. It's probably details and kind of small things. But yes, we have a tough stretch. We lost 2 games at home against Minnesota. Tomorrow we're going to Minnesota to try to get back series to Denver.
His quote ultimately winds up being the biggest cliche of all time. Yeah, we lost 2 games. We're going to Minnesota to try to win. I'm like, okay, nice. Thank you very much. But obviously the main part of that is Shaq telling him SGA should have won. I love you. How about I love your brothers? I love that too. Make sure you get that in there.
Yeah, you don't want to smoke with the Jokic brothers.
Although that one guy absorbed the punch just fine.
I was going to say he ate it, so who really knows how tough the Jokic brothers? I'm joking. Don't send him after me.
Maybe the Jokic brother punch doesn't pack the wallop we thought it did.
Maybe not, but I also love that Shaq kind of set that whole thing up saying, yeah, you're the best player in the league, but you're not the MVP.
Well,
like kind of contradicting himself.
There you go. That's the age-old argument. What is the MVP? And this will never be answered. This goes for any sport. Football, basketball, baseball, hockey, whatever. What is the most valuable player?
Right? Is it the best player or the most valuable to their team?
It's defaulted to pretty much best player on the best team. I think that's what it's become through the years. Yeah. And whether or not, and I think that is different than being most valuable.
Well, would that be SGA then? Because he was the best player on the best team.
They were the 1 seed.
They're the 1 seed.
Yeah. So truly the most valuable is if you remove this player from their team, which team suffers the most? Yeah. That's, I think, like if you go by dictionary definition, right? The value of a player. The value is, it's almost like war, right? So if you take Jokic off the Nuggets, how are they? Yeah.
They're not the Nuggets.
If you take SGA off the Thunder, how are they, right?
Not very good. Yeah. Well, I mean, they still got talent around them, but it's a good question. Anthony Edwards off of Minnesota.
They're still a good team.
Yeah.
Right? But no, it's Embiid off the Sixers.
Yeah.
Actually, the Sixers won some games without Embiid, didn't they?
Yeah.
I don't know. So that's where so you sit down. If you had a ballot in front of you, you're in sports media. How do you do this? I had to do this 1 year. I qualified for the Baseball Writers Voting Awards. I only covered baseball for 2 years. And 1 year I was too late to the party. And second year I got a full Cy Young vote. And dude, I'm telling you, there's a little bit of pressure. You want to do it right. If you take it seriously, you want to do it right.
You should be doing if you have a vote. Yeah.
You want to take it seriously. And these guys do. I think the media gets a bad rap. The media said what?
What?
Do you have
the media said what?
I haven't heard that in too long, buddy. But, I do think that the large majority of writers take it seriously.
Yeah.
Like the Baggerleys of the world, the Pavloviches of the world, those guys sit down and they grind it.
Yeah, but not Dan Le Batard, who got in trouble a couple years ago for trying to sell his MVP vote, I believe it was. And he got into some trouble, and now he got his MVP voting privileges revoked.
Maybe rightfully so.
Yeah.
They're trying to sell it. I got to vote I had the distinct honor of voting for Pedro Martinez for Cy Young.
Oh.
So, and I voted. But see, this is a case where I was covering the A's. So I put Tim Hudson. I think I put Tim Hudson second or third, and I knew that he wasn't going to get as much love around the nation. So but I was like, it's my job as an A's beat writer to sort of like represent like an overlooked guy on the West Coast.
Oh, yeah. True. Yeah, because there are those votes that are kind of thrown out, and you're like, I wonder how that guy got a vote. Well, Murph, also, I looked it up real quick. Yeah, Dan Le Batard gave his Baseball Hall of Fame vote to Deadspin.
Okay.
And Deadspin ended up
Wait a minute, what year was
deciding
this?
his vote. This is back in 2014, And then, of course, the BBWAA stripped Dan Le Batard of his Hall of Fame vote.
Isn't Deadspin like totally uncool now?
Well, I don't think Deadspin's even around anymore. But yeah, this is a story from 10 years ago now.
Yeah, they're around, aren't they?
I think they just went under, to be honest with you.
Did they really?
I think they're finally done.
In 2000, Pedro won it with 28 first-place votes. And let's see, and Tim Hudson finished second. So there you go. My guy. I did it. I got him to second place.
That's all you, Murph.
But anyway, the point is that I probably would have voted for Jokic just because I'm obsessed with his absolute, complete, and total game. I will confess, though, I didn't watch enough SGA. Have you watched a lot of Thunder hoops this year?
A little bit. I wouldn't say a whole bunch of it, to be completely honest with you. Yeah. But they're a fun team with Chet Holmgren, with the guys with the talent that they have on their squad. Shout out Santa Clara, Jalen Williams.
What a Boucher wants, what a Boucher needs.
Yeah, they're out here barking after post-game wins.
Yeah. So anyway.
But you're right. You look at the Joker, and he's just quietly, again, nearly averaging a triple-double. The guy averaged 26 points, 12 rebounds, and 9 assists this year. Yeah, it's just year in and year out.
Yeah. It's incredible, man. So anyway, that was the story yesterday. Nikola Jokic wins the NBA MVP for the third time in 4 seasons, and he smokes the field, which I think, despite Shaq saying to his face SGA should have won it, and Jokic just kind of having to awkwardly deflect that. I know it's kind of hard to hear Jokic, what he said, but what he said was, it's okay, we don't judge people for their opinions. And then he said, I'm just joking, which wasn't really that funny, so it was a little awkward.
I always love when someone has to explain that they're joking.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Hey, it happens to me a lot.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? My jokes fall so flat.
That's why we're out here asking for laugh tracks.
Exactly, dude. Exactly. It's my security blanket in life. So anyway, congratulations. The 9th player in NBA history to win 3. Once again, Kareem 6, Jordan 5, Bill Russell with 4, LeBron with 4, and then Wilt Chamberlain, Moses Malone, Larry Bird, and Magic Johnson with 3 each. You know, we talk about the GOATs, and people put Steph like in the list. He doesn't have 3. Just putting it out there, you know. Does he need a third to get there?
Is that what's left on his checklist now?
Get a third, be
Steph
like Jokic?
Curry doesn't have 3 MVPs.
And so with Jokic winning 3, Moses Malone never gets mentioned in the top 10 or 15 of all time.
And this just adds another argument to, who was it, George Karl, who said that the Joker is the best player he's ever seen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How about that? Carl, that's a hot take.
That's a hell of a take.
That's a hot take. All right, guys, a couple of things. One, a day baseball today in Denver. Pregame starts at 11:10 this morning. Does that mean Copes and Popper are back for day 2? Is that what that means?
John Lund is back.
Oh, Johnny Lund is back?
Allegedly. I mean, I know he is. But
are we sure about that?
We got to make sure.
Is that what the schedule says?
How about Copes sharing that screenshot of the Papa reaction to Copes saying, we're doing the show together. Pause. Marcus can't do it?
Oh,
how about that?
Sorry, Pop.
We are proudly sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. Bob Melvin joined us from Denver yesterday. A lot of good information, a lot of good baseball conversation next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I love you. I love your brothers.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, so Bob Melvin was kind enough to hop on with us. We kind of joked that he was scheduled to come on with us Monday in Philly, and he kind of artfully said, guys, can we punt to Denver? We were like, ooh, savvy move. Because in Philly, they were getting bludgeoned. And in Denver, he thought, maybe better chance to come on after a win.
Yeah, that's a good bet, Bob.
Savvy. That's why he's won a lot of games in the big leagues, and he's won now 2 in a row in Denver. This conversation was yesterday before the game, so you will hear a slightly dated reference to the fact that Soler might go on the IL. He winds up going on the IL, and that Ramos might get called up, and in fact, Ramos does get called up. So other than that, it's all pretty fresh information, and it is good to hear from the skipper of the Giants as they come home tomorrow for a big, long homestand. Cincinnati, then the Dodgers, then the Rockies come in next weekend. So Bob Melvin on the UMA guest line live from Denver, where he joined us after a win, and now, as we replay it, after 2 wins. So good morning, Bob. How are you?
Yeah, you're right. A little better after a win. That's always the case. So things haven't been going too well recently. So anytime you can get a good win, you kind of tweak the mind and get positive again and try to move forward.
It's a crazy day-to-day business, right? And so let's talk about the win last night in the Star, and that was Kyle Harrison. And now that's...
Oh, man, still good, right?
5 straight games that he started that you guys have won. And I know, there's a lot of factors that go into that, but is that starting to become a thing now for you, that this young 22-year-old is establishing himself as win day?
Well, it feels good when he takes them out, and put it that way. And we feel like we have several guys that can be that guy, but certainly he, here recently in the last month or so, he has been that guy.
So the question we're all asking on our couches, he's looking great. He's cruising, stress-free innings, 86 pitches, and you guys said, that's enough, you're good. Can you take us inside the dugout? And knowing that your bullpen was battered and tired, was there a thought of extending him past 7?
No, not at Coors. It takes a lot out of you. I mean, for every inning you pitch there, 7 innings pretty much equates to 8. And we had, Camilo needed to pitch yesterday. He'd been off for a few days. And Walk had gotten the day off before, so we were comfortable with that, and didn't want to push him to have to go out in the 8th, throw some pitches, and if there were some guys on base and have to bring somebody in. I thought 7 really, really good innings was more than we actually expected.
And Bob, as you mentioned, I thought the starting rotation has been one of the bright spots for you so far this season, and that's even with 3 of your starting pitchers and $70 million still on the injured list right now. So just real quick, is there any injury update on Blake Snell? I know he threw the bullpen update. What's going on with him, and is there a chance we see Mason Black maybe make another start in his spot moving forward?
Yeah, so Blake threw 2 ups yesterday, kind of simulated situation, threw to some hitters. We'll see how he's feeling today and what we think the next step is. But there's no way Blake's going to make that next turn. He's going to have to throw a little bit more in a game situation, at least one game situation, rehab before he comes back. So, yeah, Mason Black absolutely is penciled in for that one. And really, 4 innings, he was fantastic against the Phillies, and the 5th kind of blew up a little bit. But you saw last night's game against Toronto, too. The Phillies are blowing everybody up right now.
They really are. And that takes us inside the dugout again on when you guys, and I know you addressed it after the game, but just for sort of a more relaxed, extended version of the decision between you and Brian Price to send him out there for the 5th inning. I know you told us the bullpen was battered, but was there a thought like this kid hasn't gone past 71 in the minors, maybe we shouldn't do it again? Was that a wrestle? Were you wrestling with that one?
A little bit. But look, he looked really good at that point, was really economical. And, at the time we just felt like we needed some pitches, and he pitched really well up to that point. So, just like, Webby's deal the other day, third time around the lineup, Harper hits 3-run homer, and it happened pretty quickly in the fifth as well. So I thought he was prepared to go out.
Bob Melvin is the voice you hear on the Uma Guest Line this morning. And Bob, I kind of want to ask you a big picture question when it comes to offensive approach. I was looking at some numbers yesterday on Baseball Savant about pitches thrown middle down the plate, which your team is seeing more than any other team in baseball, but you guys also have the lowest swing rate at these pitches. Has this been an issue you guys have addressed? Is there a need to be more aggressive at the plate?
For sure, it's been addressed, and I think last night we were a little bit better. We do have some guys in our lineup that in the past have walked, and it's not happening right now. So, what kind of adjustments do you need to be made? And, teams know that we have guys that walk, so they're pounding the zone early on us, and we just have not made that adjustment yet. But it's come up several times from the hitting coaches, and it's something we certainly need to look at harder going forward.
Did you even know, Bob, there was a meatball stat on Baseball Savant? Did you know that?
No. I don't delve into too many of those. I kind of stay in my lane and do my thing here and try to keep all the kind of the noise from all these. You can go down rabbit holes that could keep you there all day. I try to stay away from those.
You guys have a staff of analysts to dive into that stuff there. Bob Melvin's the voice you hear. Giants get a nice win yesterday behind the kid, 22-year-old kid out of De La Salle. Kyle Harrison doing their thing. Now, you mentioned the hitting approach, and it's been discussed in approach. Can you speak to us about, because Pat Burrell's in his first year there, and we all love Pat, local kid, World Series champ. But, I'm sure he's frustrated that he joins the team and the offense takes a dip right now. Justin Veely's also there. Pedro Guerrero's also there. I mean, what can you tell the fans out there, just like how does a hitting coach truly materially affect somebody like a Jorge Soler or Matt Chapman who hasn't had a good start to their season? Is this something these guys are wearing?
They are, but I don't know that they could do more than they're doing, and I'm absolutely happy with our hitting coaches here, and so are the players. If you ask them, that some of these guys, the newer guys here, are saying this is the best group they've ever been around. So there's a ton of information. There's knowledge about each and every guy. There's deep dives all the time and trying to figure out what's the best version, what adjustments we need to make. I think, with Soler and Chapman, just gotten off to some slow starts. There's a lot of expectation for them. I think they're at times trying too hard because they want to succeed and be those guys. And it just kind of snowballed a little bit. So, but it's not for a lack of preparation, and it's not for a lack of work with our hitting coaches. Of course, they wear it a little bit, but I think they're doing a great job with these guys.
You mentioned Jorge Soler. That's someone that we have not seen in the lineup over the past couple of days. What's the latest injury update on his shoulder?
Yeah, he still wasn't feeling great yesterday. So today's kind of a decision day. When we get in today, we got to make a decision on whether or not we think he can play really soon or put him on the IL. But, it's gone on a little bit longer than maybe we're comfortable with. Certainly you don't want to have that spot on the bench, not a usable piece for a significant amount of time. So I think today's kind of decision day where that goes.
Okay, so we'll tune into the Bo-Mel pregame show with John Miller, maybe get the answer to that. Bob Melvin, kind enough to join us here on the Murph and Marcus show as the Giants get a nice win yesterday. So many different things to touch on here. It's great to have you on. We appreciate it. Matt Chapman, we just mentioned, and you obviously have a great history with him. Somebody wrote in or called in, I forget, but they were like, hey, who's the leader on this team? Who's the leader? And I thought, well, Matt Chapman is sort of a natural leader, right? Is it hard for him to assume that leadership role when he is not performing the way he wants? Can you speak to, is he setting a tone in the clubhouse, or is it affected by his slow start?
No, he speaks up. Leadership is not one guy. It's multiple guys, and we do have multiple leaders here. Obviously, Logan Webb's the leader here. Wilmer Flores is a very quiet leader here. Tyro Strada is a kind of a quiet leader here too. And Matt Chapman can be a little bit more vocal in his leadership. And so it's a good mix of guys here. It's not that. And really and truly, myself, I'm the leader. The coaching staff's leading. I tell these guys, just to play the game the right way, do your thing, impact and say things that you need to say, but don't put too much pressure on yourself as far as the leadership goes. That's really more about us and the coaching staff.
And right now you guys are also missing your leader behind home plate, Patrick Bailey. First of all, Bob, I don't know if you've ever seen anything like this in baseball where you lose both of your big league catchers on back-to-back nights. And secondly, what's the update on Patrick Bailey and his potential return to the lineup?
So he's feeling better every day. I think yesterday his concussion symptoms were really minor. So we'll see as far as Saturday goes. I think he's going to do some baseball activity for the first time today. And, obviously he's going to have to pass some tests and so forth going forward. But each and every day is getting better for him. So we're encouraged that this is not going to be, a significant time off.
As an old catcher, and I don't the study of concussions is totally different now than it was in 1988. So what's your view?
Yeah, it wasn't a study then.
No, it wasn't.
He took a couple aspirin.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, guys, what do you think about all this in terms of, how, I don't know, scary it is in terms of recurring concussions, and they say this, increases stuff, and yet you yourself were in that crouch and kind of, I don't know whether you guys played through it, is the lack of a better word. What's your evaluation of how catchers handle these things now head-wise?
Yeah, looking back, I probably did play through several of them. I remember having one where I had a headache for a real good, severe headache for a couple days. And then it subsided after that. But there's just so much more information now. And, it really even, how they make the masks and the Kevlar and all these things, the padding around them, all these things they're trying to do to combat these injuries. And it's the right thing to do in any sport. You look at football too. So you have to be very, very cognizant and in Patrick's case, he's had one before last year, so we got to be really cautious with that and continue to monitor. And I think baseball is doing the right things in that, once you get put on concussion protocol, you have to pass some pretty tough tests really to get back. So I think all sports are doing a good job with this now.
A few more minutes here on the UMA Guest Line with Bob Melvin this morning. And Bob, I want to ask you about Lamont Wade Jr., who I think has maybe been the biggest bright spot in this lineup so far this season. The on-base percentage of .485. He's hitting .351 right now. Had a big 2-out RBI knock yesterday against a left-handed pitcher. So I'm curious, when you're seeing this type of offensive production from Lamont Wade Jr., are you guys interested in getting him more at-bats against left-handed pitching, especially with his ability to draw the walk and get on base?
Right, especially, in game for sure. I mean, we do want to incorporate our old roster, and it's set up that way to where, Slater's going to play against lefties, and it's a little bit of a different look. But the way he's playing right now, it was a no-brainer to leave him in there last night. He's drawing walks. With lefties right now, he's seeing it a little bit deeper and a little bit longer and not trying to do too much, base it up the middle. That was a huge base hit to go from 2 to 4 last night. So, especially with Soler down and our bench looks a little bit different. We don't have as many moves. It makes a lot of sense to let Lamont get those at-bats.
You mentioned Slater. How fans are. They're result-oriented, and he's not performing. And Farhan Zaidi gave an interview to Susan Slusser in the Chronicle saying sample sizes are starting to get larger now. Elliot Ramos is leading Sacramento in all the power numbers. So, is there anything you could just say to the fan base out there just about, how you guys evaluate sample size and Austin Slater's career records versus what he's doing right now and the fact that there's a young guy in AAA knocking on the door? How do you evaluate that as a manager?
Well, look, in his sample size, I think it's only 36 at-bats or something like that. So it's not a ton. And he has drawn some walks. Granted, it's not like it has been in the past, but we still have a lot of faith in him. And with the Soler situation, there's a potential that a guy like, Ramos could get here regardless of that. So I think as far as with Slate, it's probably too early on the lack of at-bats. He was going through a shoulder thing leading up to spring, didn't get a lot of consistent bats at spring. And, at times it's gotten on base for us here. Times it's looked good. Times it hasn't. I think still we need a little bit more patience with that. I was getting the same questions about Yaz for a while, and then he picked it up. So I think it's probably a little too early with Slate.
Moving on from right field to center field, I want to get your breakdown on the sample size we've seen so far from Jung-Hoo Lee, because there was a lot of concerns this offseason about how his skills would translate from the KBO to MLB. So far, I thought he's had a lot of competitive at-bats. What's been your breakdown so far in this first 30 games or so from Jung-Hoo Lee? I
would agree with you, and also learned a lot about him in spring training. So, he lefty-righty thing doesn't really matter for him. He sees lefties, I think, just as good. And he's been really unlucky here as of late. He hit 3 balls in Boston that probably would have been home runs anywhere else into that Bermuda Triangle out there. And you've seen him make adjustments, too. There was a time he was hitting too many ground balls a second, and a day or two later, now he's trying to shoot the ball the other way. it's not easy to face opponents that you've never faced before. And he's starting to get more knowledge and more information on how to attack guys. But if you haven't seen them before, it's tough. And so this is going to go on for a while until we start seeing teams the second time. But whether it was spring training or whether it's now, I've really been impressed with how he's acclimated to the big league game here, which is a little different from the KBO. Lifestyle, a lot of things that off-field stuff that can really impact you as well. So so far so good with him. I think he's doing great.
Yeah, I think Giants fans would agree with you. And then finally, Bob, just like big picture, like listen, you've been around many, many times. You've been to many rodeos, so the idea of a quote-unquote closed-door meeting or quote-unquote butt-chewing or whatever you want to call it, whatever you said to them Sunday or Monday in Philadelphia, just, it doesn't matter. How do you choose when to say it? You said publicly we're playing terribly. Privately, you said whatever you said. Could you just take us behind that decision of when you, as a manager, and you've done this a million times, when it is time to say something and how it really works or not?
Right. So I have the ability to too many meetings, you just lose them, right? So you can't do that all the time. So when you have these type of meetings, that you want them to be impactful. I do have the ability to talk, especially the hitters, once every series at the beginning of a hitters meeting and kind of touch on what I think I saw last series, what we need to do better, so forth and so on. Other times you need to be a little bit more impactful in front of the whole group. And, you have to balance that with early in the season. We believe in our guys. We're not going to panic right now. It's a small sample size. And then there becomes a time where you feel like, something needs to be said. So that's kind of my philosophy on it.
Well, there it is. And, hey, you want to know since then. Very good. All right. Listen, we always enjoy the conversation. We sure do appreciate, like we always say, we always like talking Bay Area sports history with you. So if we weren't so baseball-centric, we could discuss the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame induction ceremony Monday night where we got
yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah, Brian Sabian and John Taylor and Patrick Marlowe and Jenny Thompson and Chris Wondolowski all went in. So I'm sure you'd have had a take on all of them, I'm sure, right, Bob?
Yeah, especially obviously Sabes and John Taylor, the 49er teams and, that catch to win the Super Bowl against Cincinnati. And, yeah, every time that the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame comes up this time of year, it certainly gets my attention. And all these people that were put in, this year were very, very worthy. And, it's kind of a really, really cool thing to be able to get into. Such a great Hall of Fame, really, for – an area that just has so impactful sports-wise. Really cool to see those people.
Yeah, and this last one, because you grew up on the peninsula before the Sharks, a guy like Patrick Marlowe goes in, skated more games than Gordie Howe. I mean, did the Sharks they were out of your radar because you didn't grow up with them?
You know what? I'm if we're talking hockey, I'm probably going to be behind a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't following hockey as a kid as much. So I'm probably the wrong person to talk about hockey, but certainly know the name and the impact that he's had in the Bay Area.
Well, I'm with you too, because they came when I was like 25, and so I've been a little behind it's the next generation's thing. So anyway, he's quite he's the greatest Shark of them all. So it's pretty cool. Bob, it's always enjoyable. Thanks for answering all the questions, and go enjoy the game today. Get a win. We'll see you when you come back home.
Yeah, thanks, Bob.
You got it. Thank you.
There he is, man, Bob Melvin, and we heard some remarks on the text line about the difference in interviews between this manager and the last manager. Different styles.
Really? You think so? I'm just curious if you know the distinction between a Bob Melvin interview and a Gabe Kapler interview.
I'm just curious if you know the distinction.
I can definitely tell the distinction.
How about when Danny Emmerman, who, God bless him, is now thriving at the San Jose Mercury News, had that Stockholm Syndrome and defended Gabe on that whole thing, too. He's like, no, it's all good, man. Danny, we love you, buddy. Hey, Melvin was great. So many different things to talk about. I mean, we can talk about Pat Bailey and the concussion thing. Supposed to be back on Saturday. That's good news, right?
Fingers crossed, yeah.
Right? They'd have to take the mighty bat of Blake Sable out of the lineup with 3 hits last night.
Say, when Blake Sable's tearing it up like he is, I don't know if Patrick Bailey's going to get his job back.
He talked about Matt Chapman being just one, doing his thing leadership-wise, along with, he mentioned Wilmer Flores, which is interesting. The guys seem to really like Wilmer Flores. Did you see that little mini mic thing the Giants did the other day of, like, who's the best dressed on the team?
And everybody said Wilmer.
Yeah. And he seems to have this sort of, like, they all get a kick out of it. They all like him. He's not hitting. But anyway.
But he's a great clubhouse guy. He's the reason why he's Logan Webb's grandma's favorite player.
That's right.
He's sharply dressed.
And then Slater versus Ramos. Obviously, they called Ramos up with Soler on the IL, and he's going to get some time. He's going to get some chances.
I love the fact that they called up Elliot Ramos, and it didn't matter that there was a right-handed pitcher on the mound yesterday. Put him straight into the lineup.
There you go.
RBI knock for
There
AB.
you go. And there's a righty on the mound today at 12:10. All right, we'll recap Bob Melvin. You guys can text in your thoughts at the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line 415-808-5627, or you can call in your thoughts at 808 KNBR. Susan Slusser joins us at 7:30 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
All they want to do is meet Wilmer. That's it. They'll come to games just to meet Wilmer.
Milpitas, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Milpitas' Sports Leader.
Great news. Not only is the weather awesome, but you can eat Amici's in the East Bay Hayward 880 corridor now. That's great news because Hayward has opened a takeout and delivery Amici's. Once again, this will reach Castro Valley, San Lorenzo, San Leandro, Union City, as well as Hayward. Again, this is a takeout and delivery spot. Check out the menu at amicis.com. Click on the Hayward banner at the top of the page to place your order. And here's the deal. As a special deal to celebrate the new location all this week, when you order via amicis.com, just enter the promo code HAY20, H-A-Y-20 at checkout, and they'll give you 20% off your entire takeout or delivery order. That's awesome. 20% off your entire takeout or delivery order. Amici's has been doing this for 30-plus years. Pizzas, pastas, salads, chicken wings. Hayward joins the party. All right, so when you want 20% off all your favorite Amici's menu items in the Hayward area this week, go to amicis.com, click on the Hayward banner, use the promo code HAY20. Amici's delivers.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Well, look, in his sample size, I think it's only like 36 at-bats or something like that, so it's not a ton. And he has drawn some walks. Granted, it's not like it has been in the past, but we still have a lot of faith in him. And with the Soler situation, there's a potential that a guy like, Ramos could get here regardless of that. So I think as far as with Slate, it's probably too early on the lack of at-bats. He was going through a shoulder thing leading up to spring, didn't get a lot of consistent bats at spring. And, at times it's gotten on base for us here. At times it's looked good. Times it hasn't. I think still we need a little bit more patience with that. I was getting the same questions about Yaz for a while, and then he picked it up. So I think it's probably a little too early with Slate.
We got something going on here on the text line. This Bob Melvin Gabe thing has you guys a little riled up. The Gabe Army's coming for you, and it's all set to the smooth sounds. As I said, just to young Tony here, I said, look at you going with little Phoenix. And he's like, it's not Phoenix, old man.
Not so fast, Murph. This right here is Wiz Khalifa, The Thrill.
Do I get credit for knowing the sample, not knowing the remake here, buddy?
100%, yeah.
Okay, I do get credit.
Right?
I just
and this is the second time today because earlier, young Tony came back with a Mac Miller instrumental, and someone said, nice Empire of the Sun rejoin.
Yeah.
And I went out and I said to Tony, he's like, no, what are you talking about? That was the Spins, Mac Miller. And I love that we always play these tracks. And Murph, you're right. You got the sample down. But this is one of my favorite Wiz Khalifa tracks, The Thrill.
And just like when Rapper's Delight came out, it was set to Le Chic by Freak, right? And so people are like, wait, what's going on here? Rapper's Delight being kind of the first signature rap pop song of them all, but it was set to a beat. So you got to know those. And then you got whether it's It Was a Good Day to the Isley Brothers and on and on and on and on. Ice Baby to Under Pressure, to which Vanilla Ice tried to deny that it was a sample. Back then when it was like, is it cool to sample? Is it not cool to sample?
Everybody samples the hell out of everything these days.
Yeah. Regulate to Warren. No, wait. Warren G does one to a Michael McDonald sample. Michael McDonald from the Doobie Brothers. Anyway, point is that the sample will grab your ear.
Yeah.
It's like that. I just thought, the late Michael Urban, who we mourned at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame dinner the other night. He was a big Phoenix fan. He used to use it as his rejoin to his he used to do the pregame, like pre-Marty Lurie. Wait, was Marty around back then? Anyway, Michael used to use Phoenix as his opening. Just wanted to remember that. Anyway, back to the Bob Melvin, Gabe Kapler thing, because there is something there. There is a little undercurrent of vibe. Because there's those of us who are like, listen, I was open about it. Gabe wasn't my style. No. It wasn't my style. I don't think he's a bad person. I want to thank Gabe for all the stuff he's done for the Giants Community Fund, and he continues to like our posts, if that matters. Does that matter?
Oh, of course it matters. In 2024, ask John Joe Curley. He likes everything.
But, here's a guy, 619. He says, let me riff real quick. To me, the Gabe comparison isn't even the same. Bob Melvin has been given an actual team with some top-end free agents and talent. Gabe had to play in Farhan's dumpster bin and use guys like Jason Vossler, Darren Ruff, Yermín Mercedes, Kai Tom.
Keep going.
Stu Fairchild, Mike Ford, etc. And you're happy with Bob Melvin being 4 games under? LOL.
Tell him to put some respect on the name of Kevin Padlow. Make sure he throws him in the conversation, too.
So, I mean, is there some degree of truth to this here that Gabe had to sort of deal with all that nonsense and Farhan has been beaten out of that by the angry fans and the angry KNBR hosts?
Look, a chef can only cook with the ingredients that they are given. But we also gave Gabe Kapler a lot of credit for winning 107 games and him becoming manager of the year. But then again, you can look at those ingredients. That included Buster Posey having a comeback season for a lifetime. Brandon Crawford being in the MVP conversation. Brandon Bell hitting 29 home runs that year. So again, it goes back to how much credit or blame do you want to give Gabe Kapler? And we saw the last couple seasons what he was able to do with the roster he was given. I think we were just riffing more in the last segment about the difference of doing interviews and having a baseball conversation with the skipper and actually being able to have dialogue about thoughts and opinions on baseball.
I'm blatant in my favoritism. I prefer Bo Mel. What about you, though? You might feel differently. How do you feel?
Oh, no, I 100% like the coaching style and just the straightforward answers of a Bob Melvin.
Okay.
And we've already seen it this year, whether it's with our interviews with Bob Melvin, the way that he's letting pitchers work deeper in game. Like, there's no way in hell last year with Gabe Kapler that Mason Black would have thrown more than 70 pitches in his MLB debut.
Right. Well,
now you could have the argument whether or not that was a good or a bad thing.
Right,
exactly. It didn't work out. So some people would say that's pressing the wrong
We're
buttons.
certainly seeing it in the lineups. The lineups are dramatically more consistent, right? Dramatically more consistent. And as you pointed out in the interview, with letting Wade hit against a lefty.
Correct. Last year, that would have been Lamont Wade being pinch hit for in the 5th inning.
Right.
Because that was the problem where Gabe Kapler was almost too eager to press all the buttons. He was like a kid in a candy shop. I think next thing you know, you're pinch hitting for your number 3 hitter in the 5th inning, and then the 9th inning comes around, and the guy you pinch hit for is now in a lefty versus lefty matchup because you press that button too early in the game.
Exactly. That used to always baffle me. Like, so you understand, you're making this move for now, but there's more baseball left to be played.
Yeah, you still got 4 more
This guy's
innings.
going to wind up being boxed in against the lefty side. It used to always baffle me, but man, it was not my style. Again, styles make fights, horses for courses, whatever cliche you want to use. I much prefer the Bob Melvin style. Now, I would prefer that Jorge Soler and Matt Chapman do not hit 150 points under their career OPS. That's the other part of the equation, too. So, and obviously Austin Slater going whatever he's gone. I have the stats in front of me here. Here, I have the stats for you. Austin Slater is currently.
You're telling me Austin Slater has stats this year?
He's 4 for 34.
Oh.
You know what I mean? He's hitting 118. So, I mean, there's guys out there that are just not getting it done right now. And they're
barely.
A lot of people checking in on the the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Old habits die hard, guys.
Always with that pump fake.
Is that they say, well, yeah, but maybe the new coaching staff isn't getting the best out of these guys. That's why Slater's not hitting. That's why Chapman's not hitting.
Yeah, but
That's
also
why Soler's
Justin
not hitting.
Feely was a hitting coach for Gabe Kapler last year.
Yeah, correct, man. So obviously, Farhan has sort of, I don't want to say bowed to the wishes of the fans, but kind of a little bit by signing Chapman, by signing Soler, by signing Jung-Hoo Lee, going for more of a stable situation in the rotation, signing Jordan Hicks to be a starter, trading for Robbie Ray. Who's just, by the way, that whole thing, just Robbie Ray lurking out there is very appealing, right?
Just quietly hiding out in the bullpen.
Yeah. We remain sort of big picture looking to try to get back to 500. And, today's a great opportunity. You're rolling in Denver. You're crushing the ball. That Rockies lineup is not much, brother. It's not much. And you got Keaton Wynn, who should be, hopefully the little splitty works in the thin air.
Yeah, because it wasn't working in Philadelphia his last outing.
They said he had like a sinus headache or something, or I don't know. Plus, it was that rainy day.
Yeah.
Plus, freaking, you look up and Bryce Harper's up and JT Realmuto's up and everybody's up.
And then you look up and Mitch White's on the mound.
Yeah, exactly, dude.
In the first inning.
By the way, the Phillies lost to the Blue Jays yesterday.
Hey,
I'm keeping an eye on the Phillies.
They finally lost the game.
Their first home loss since April 14th. They get right back on it. I know, exactly, too. So a couple other things that Bob Melvin had to talk about with us. The Jung-Hoo Lee situation. His numbers, you look at him, he's hitting 262. And the OPS is in the 600s. So you're like, nothing overly awesome. And yet, why is it that I just feel secure with him at the top of the lineup and I look forward to his at-bats?
Well, Murph, he leads the team this year in total base hits, has 38 on the season, is now on a 6-game hitting streak. We saw him get his first 3-hit game the other night in Colorado. Added another one last night, had a solid hit off the wall. You heard Bob Melvin in the interview talking about how he got a little bit unlucky out in Boston and would have had a couple home runs if he didn't hit it out to the Bermuda Triangle out in Boston.
Right.
It just feels like each and every time he's giving you competitive at-bats. I've mentioned it a few times. I just love watching him try to beat out a ground ball. Even when he puts it on the ground, he gives you a hard 90 each and every time. He's giving you max effort, and he does the same thing defensively also. Watching him get a first step and cover all that ground out in the outfield, I got to say, I've been impressed with the first month of the season in this guy's big league career.
Yeah, me too. I'm looking forward to just more and more and more. He's 25, dude. He's 25 years old. He's younger than some of these quote-unquote prospects they're bringing up,
He might
right?
be younger than young Tony. Tony's 25 years old.
Dude,
we got to look up the birth dates on that.
Does young Tone have the flavor of a Jung Hoo Lee?
Ooh, does he have the aura of a Jung Hoo Lee?
707 says Gabe was better in the kitchen with ingredients than he was in the dugout. Facts. Okay.
He did like to cook on Instagram.
707
right.
decides to get demographic up in this piece. He says, I would love to see that demographic of the people who are supporting Gabe. I could almost guess we could pick them out of a lineup. Okay, we're profiling now.
Uh-oh.
We're profiling now. I
Okay,
get it.
Boomer.
I get it. No, I kind of get it, what he's talking about. 925 says, for all the lame Gabe apologists, Farhan gave Bochy Michael Reed on opening day last year.
Yeah.
Somebody says here, 925 with an interesting one. He says, the difference is Gabe encouraged all those one day on the roster players. His ego thought he could cook with those players on the roster. Melvin is more practical.
Well, that's what I
about the
didn't like
roster.
last year, whether it was the constant yo-yo roster moves of bringing up your prospects, setting down your prospects, and I've been pretty vocal about what happened with Joey Bart and how, they got all these options to use. And then they get to this season and they ran out of options on Joey Bart because they kept on sending him up and down. But they did the same thing with pitchers, with bullpen arms, even with Kyle Harrison last year. And the way they handled him with the pitch count throughout AAA, the pitch count his first couple starts, then they tried to take the leash off and let him go. It just didn't seem like they handled everything well.
Last two great texts here. 623 says, Boucher hit it on the head. Kapler was too eager to press the analytic buttons of Farhan's back office boys. That's a great one. I like that from you two. And then 707 wins. He says, 262 is the new 305. I love that. It's like, if you just look at that text on its own, you're like, wait, what? But after we're talking Jung Hoo Lee hitting 260, I love that. 262 is the new 305. All right, guys.
I'll take it.
Let's get into it with Susan Slusser on the other side. She'll have great observations. And the shortstop situation. That's one thing we didn't ask Melvin about. Like, is Nick Ahmed, is he going 162?
Well, if he's thrown down safety squeezes, Marv Murphy might be.
Oh, man, the squeeze button is back, baby. Hum, baby. I love it. Susan Slusser next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
The math is not on our side.
All right, our good friend Steve Moskowitz on the line. Steve, good morning. You want to talk to us what to do if you can't pay your taxes or haven't filed for years?
This is such a common situation. It cuts across all walks of life. You're not a bad person. You're not an axe murderer. You just didn't file your taxes or didn't pay them. Life happens. But instead of sticking your head in the sand, instead of waiting for this army of new IRS agents to come and do something bad to you, I want to offer you a way out. I want to talk to you about what your situation is, what we want to do for you. And the bottom line is this. I see this over and over and over again. So many people, when we say, okay, here's the fix, that's it? It's so simple? I say, yeah, it doesn't have to be complicated. And they'll just ask me, are you sure that's it? That's really it. In so many cases, it's a simple fix. What do you have to lose? We have a free attorney-client privilege consultation. I want to talk to you, explain all your options, explain all your rights. And if you give me the go-ahead, then we want to go to the government and do it for you. The only thing you have to do is pick up the phone and say, hey, Steve.
Well, that's it. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney, and he should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, or you can go online to moskowitzllp.com.
Quite simply, Susan Slusser knows baseball. That's why she's the Chronicle's senior MLB beat reporter. And that's why she joins Murph and Marcus on KNBR. Now.
All right, sweet sounds of Susan Slusser's theme song. That's my Give Me My Theme Music, said Primetime. By the way,
Give me my theme music.
And Paul Weller's coming back to San Francisco at some point in the fall, I think. So anyway, we're going to make the connection with Susan. Big story Andy Baggerly just dropped on Jung-Hoo Lee. It's funny, we had just talked about him and how even though the numbers don't really show it, you like what he's doing, you like his vibe, you like his aura, you like his at-bats, you like his approach. That seems to be the theme of the entire thing. They called him in Philadelphia, and there's all these analytics that say it's not working out, and Pat Burrell said, we hope you're proud of what you're doing because we're thrilled with it. So,
I mean, you can talk about his plate discipline, the way that he tracks the ball in. It seems like the kid never strikes out. He's giving you competitive at-bats each and every time, and that's what Bob Melvin gave him some praise yesterday during our interview.
And we found out he's almost the exact same age as young Tony. How about that? All right,
like
connection
a month older,
made with Susan Slusser of the San Francisco Chronicle on this beautiful Thursday morning. It is a beautiful Thursday morning. Susan, how are you?
Morning, Susan.
I'm great. How are you guys?
We're good. We were just talking about Jung-Hoo Lee. What is that? What's that reaction?
I love Jung-Hoo Lee. Yeah. I mean, he's just delightful in every way. So yeah.
Is it just
Let's talk about him.
Is it his? What is it? Is it his aura, his defense, his bat to ball skills? Because we were just saying he's hitting 262 and the OPS is in the 600s, and yet we love him and we want him out there every day. Is it just? Does he have that spell on us? What's going on?
He's only going to get better, for one thing. He does have the bat to ball skills, and I think as he learns the league, that's all of those numbers are going to go up. I believe the defense is great, but yeah, the aura, I think that's a good word for it. Big personality, loves to be out there. He's got the look. I just think he's going to get better, and he's going to get more comfortable. His English is going to get better, and I think he could be a big star. I do.
Yeah, and still only 25 years old, so we'll see how Jung-Hoo Lee develops. But I wanted to ask you about the development of a 24-year-old who got called up to the roster yesterday. That's Elliot Ramos. He's been tearing it up in Sacramento so far this season. I know we've talked about him a lot this year, potentially as a replacement for someone like Austin Slater. But yesterday he gets added to the roster after Jorge Soler goes to the IL with the shoulder injury. Break down the whole situation of Elliot Ramos being in the lineup yesterday, Susan.
Well, I do think that Elliot, he has yet to show that he can be consistent at the big league level. And he needs to do that. I don't know how long he gets in this stint with the Giants. Obviously when Soler is ready, he will be back on the roster. But, we've all kind of been waiting for Elliot. This is his time to shine. He really needs to. And I think he's swinging the bat really well. Look, between him and Luis Matos, the Giants have two really promising young outfielders, and you really like for them to hit on one, if not both of them.
Yeah, and so if he is going to ever shine, it would bump out a guy, Austin Slater. That would be the guy, Stanford man. So my question is, we talked to Bob yesterday, Melvin, and he said he was not rushing Slater out. He said we have more patience with him. I got the same questions with Yaz, and the sample size is still too small. So given, Susan, your experience, when does the sample size not become too small?
Well, I talked to Farhan Zaidi at length the other day, and I specifically asked about Slater and his situation, and he said it's sort of the same thing. I think he was at 34 at bats at that point. He's like, yeah, that's too. But, they like to see like around 100 at bats. He's not even. He's barely a third of the way there. So, he gets a while. His track record is so good. He's really been one of the best hitters against left-handed pitchers. It's tough to come off the bench for a young player. He knows how to do that. And he's a very good defensive player. So he's got a very long rope. But, if Ramos comes up and he is tearing it up great, I don't think he's a guy that they want to have, playing twice a week and coming off the bench here and there. You want a guy like that playing more regularly.
And so we'll see what happens with Elliot Ramos and Austin Slater over this stretch with Jorge Soler on the IL. But just circling back to Jorge, do we know exactly when this shoulder injury occurred and how serious it is?
I really don't. It's been more than a week now, and it's a little bit puzzling to me because he's not really playing in the field. He does go out, during batting practice. Sometimes he's in the field, so maybe something happened there. But that's just not a normal for a DH. That is not something that you would usually see. Those tend to be more obliques and things like that.
Talking to Susan Slusser. Let's get back to what you said about the conversation with Farhan. You said you talked to him at length. How would you, Carrick, we read the story. It was great. We used it. The hugely disappointed quote was great. Give us more. Like, what was the tone, the tenor? What did you take away from it?
I would say patience, but limited patience, month in, you do start to take some stock. It's not early anymore. We're here in May, and I think that there are some things. The catching situation is certainly something that they've got to keep an eye on. Patrick Bailey having 2 concussions in fairly short order has got to be a major concern. Tom Murphy obviously is out for at least a month, probably more. To me, I think it's probably a good idea to go out and look and maybe try to get somebody from out of the organization. He didn't rule that out, but he said, we think Bailey's back pretty soon. So there are a lot of different situations, and I think the Slater thing is one of them where, they're going to be patient but prepared. And it certainly wouldn't surprise me if some things happen, within the next few weeks, just maybe not imminently.
Is the plan to try to have Patrick Bailey back in the lineup by this weekend?
You know what? You can't make plans with concussions, and you shouldn't. They just have to go with how he's feeling. But that's a red flag that he had a concussion in September and he has a concussion in early May. Late April, early May. They're starting to be a little more frequent, and you guys know the trajectory of those. Once you kind of have repeat concussions, you tend to get them fairly, more easily. And if it gets to the point where when he takes a hard foul ball off the mask, that's going to be an issue every time. I mean, it's just they might have to sit him for some sort of extended period at some point to really clear things up. And you hate to think about like a career trajectory if he winds up being somebody that has a sort of a concussion syndrome going on. So, I mean, that's obviously worst case scenario, and I'm not setting off those kind of alarm bells. But, look, they could use a good, experienced, defensive-minded backup catcher now with Murphy out for a significant stretch.
So Blake Sable, he's a bat, but not a catcher. And so
he's not a catcher.
I mean, they went with him, though, like all last year, right? I mean,
they did. I'm not sure that was the best idea for the defense or for the pitchers. He's okay in a pinch. You could probably get away with using him for a couple weeks behind there. But to me, as an outfielder or maybe a first baseman, I'd love to see him more at first base. I love him as a hitter. He's a great guy. He's very smart. He's very personable. I just don't. He's so tall. He's so lanky. He's just a little miscast as a catcher. But it's not doing the pitching staff any favors having him back there for a long time.
So there's a big picture before I let you go. The series in Philly. I mean, it's 4 games. It's not 162. But also Dodger Stadium earlier. We were saying, whatever Farhan has built here, it appears to be dramatically behind the Dodgers and the Phillies. I mean, I don't know if I'm breaking news there, but I'm just saying, were you a little alarmed at the gap, the eyeball test of 2 different teams in 2 different worlds?
Yeah, both on the road. I'm going to give them a little bit of an edge with, when you're playing at your home stadium. But, those are elite teams. There's no doubt about it. The Giants aren't quite in that class. They're also not playing with their, anticipated full roster. But even at a full roster, they're a step below those teams, which that's fine. Hey, look, those Giants teams, those great Giants teams during the championship years were often not the best team in the league. But they made it to the playoffs. That's when they were playing their best. And they had a little bit of help, a little bit of luck in some of those years, That's what you want. The best team, just ask the Dodgers. The best team does not always win, particularly in the modern playoff system.
And Susan, just to wrap it up, you mentioned a full roster. Of course, yesterday we spoke to Bob Melvin. He gave us an injury update on Blake Snell. Says that he plans to throw in a rehab game. Sounds like he might be pitching this Sunday out in San Jose. But what do you think the actual realistic timeline is to get Blake Snell back in the rotation?
Yeah, I would say, maybe he jumps in after that. So, you go 5 days out from that. So sometime late next week, I think that seems reasonable. Very glad that Farhan had kind of indicated that would probably be a reasonable plan. I think we all know that maybe that's what they should have done at the start of the season. But if he's good to go, and certainly, he's up to 50 pitches already, he's very close.
All right, Sluss, well, they're coming home. What do you think of this homestand? The Reds, who've lost 7 in a row, maybe you can get a chance. And then here come the Dodgers. Don't want to make too big a deal out of it, but we won't talk to you until after that Dodgers series. So, I don't know. Can you get one? I don't know. What do you want to? Is this not called a measuring test or a litmus test or what? Is it going to be a little spicy?
You know what? If I'm the Giants, I go in thinking, I want to sweep that series. Look, is Vegas going to agree with me on the odds of that happening? No. But I think that's the attitude they've got to have. But yeah, they certainly want to win that series. There's no reason you can't go into that thinking we're probably going to get swept in those games at home. No. They've got to step it up, and that's a good place to start. But you know what? Even just looking at Colorado, this series is big. The way they've been playing, they kind of had to go in there and play well. So that's a baby step, winning at Colorado. But the Dodgers, it's not a barometer yet, but a good series there, I think, restores a lot of positive feelings and maybe forestalls some moves, maybe the kind of things that we were talking about.
I think we figured out, so it'll be Hicks, Wynn, and Webb, I think, right? Is that right?
Yeah.
So
yeah, that sounds right. That's right now, that's probably about what you'd want.
Yeah, except for the lefty, the De La Salle kid. He's doing pretty darn good.
Yeah, he is. And Blake Snell's always been a Dodger killer, so I played him twice, and he's yet to face him.
All right, Susan. Great catching up. As always, love reading you, and we'll do it again next week.
Yeah, thanks, Susan.
Fantastic. Thanks, guys.
There she is, Susan Slusser of the Chronicle. How about that calling for the sweep of the Dodgers?
Yeah.
Sure, why not? That's what you show up for, but I'll just take winning an inning.
I was going to say, I thought it was a bold prediction when you called for a sweep against the Rockies.
Oh,
let alone a sweep against the Dodgers.
And we're not there yet.
Not yet, Murph.
Almost.
2 down, 1 to go.
And it's Keaton Wynn.
And it's win day.
Against Cal Quantrill, who's a Stanford guy, just like Susan Slusser is a Stanford gal. Mm-hmm. All right, your reaction on the other side for the big hit. Are you starting to feel this thing turn around? Did the Bob Melvin interview make you feel better than you used to feel under Gabe Kapler? That seems to be a hot button topic today. People are judging personnel. We're judging now. We're judging, Marcus.
Also, those stats that we threw out earlier this week about the last 20-something games of the season and the first 20-something games of this season and how they were eerily similar.
All right. You feeling better? Are they turning a corner, or is it just the Rockies? On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Sneaky good.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Bob Melvin stopped by the morning show yesterday with Murph and myself to break down what's been going on with Austin Slater, to talk about the call-up of Elliot Ramos, and when we could potentially see Blake Snell back in the rotation. To hear that entire podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
All right, let's talk about Marin Health up in the beautiful North Bay. World-class beauty and the world-class secret we're calling Marin Health. We want the secret to get out. It's not just the closest medical care, it's the best. with a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
This is the Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
I would say patience, but limited patience. Month in, you do start to take some stock. It's not early anymore. We're here in May. And I think that there are some things. The catching situation is certainly something that they've got to keep an eye on. Patrick Bailey having 2 concussions in fairly short order has got to be a major concern. Tom Murphy obviously is out for at least a month, probably more. To me, I think it's probably a good idea to go out and look and maybe try to get somebody from out of the organization. He didn't rule that out, but he said, we think Bailey's back pretty soon. So there are a lot of different situations, and I think the Slater thing is one of them where, they're going to be patient but prepared. And it certainly wouldn't surprise me if some things happen, within the next few weeks, just maybe not imminently.
There she is, Susan Slusser of the San Francisco Chronicle, with some measured and careful and thoughtful comments on the Giants as they sort of take stock of a 17-21 situation, trying to win their first 3-game streak of the year. Today at Colorado, it's the right team to play. The Rockies are 8-28, y'all, even though they kind of put a little scare into you last night in the 9th inning. Giants get that 8-6 win. We called it in earlier this morning. We flashed the strobe light for Michael Conforto's 6th home run. But there were a couple interesting things she said there. She said patient but prepared, and then she said patience but limited patience. And I was kind of laughing, and Slusser's great, but if you have patience, does limited patience exist? Isn't that sort of like
that's like an oxymoron, right?
Yeah. So, and I'm not saying, I understand what she's trying to say. Yeah. It's kind of funny, shout out I'm a product of the Cold War, young Tony. Shout out the Reagan-Gorbachev era of the late 80s.
A product of the Cold War.
I'm a product of the Cold War. I used to hide down under my bomb shelters.
Put that on his tombstone.
A product of the Cold War. So Gorbachev, when Gorbachev was coming at the West with all this open, hey, we're open now, we're open. Reagan went with the trust but verify. He goes, that's an old Russian phrase. He flipped it on Russia. Trust but verify. Which leads to my young Tony. Are you down with a Gorbachev, young man? You down with a Gorbachev?
Yeah, I've heard of him.
You are.
Yeah.
All right. We're finding some sweet spots today for Tony.
You guys got some common ground.
But I mean, yeah, I trust you. Now let me verify.
Let me verify.
Right? Yeah, I'm patient with you. To a point. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm patient. But be prepared because something's going to happen. So I would say that that would, by definition, mean that patience is wearing out.
Yeah.
For the Austin Slater right field situation.
And I'm not a product of the Cold War, Murph.
Yes.
I can't tell you that. But I'm a product of social media.
You're a product of what? TRL? MTV's Total Request Live?
I guess. I'm a product of the Chappelle Show, if I'm being honest with you.
Okay, all right.
That's where I got all my riffs from.
That's good.
But I will tell you, I trust the process. If you want to go with a Joel Embiid meme. And it feels like we're trusting the process of Bob Melvin, which is kind of our big hit this morning. Do you have belief now in the Giants after back-to-back wins in Colorado? And yes, save your text. We know that Colorado is on pace to be one of the worst teams.
Because that's one of the big hit questions is,
send it on in.
Are you buying it or is it just the Rockies?
You're
707 sent in a text that said, it's just the Rockies.
Yeah, it's just the Rockies. You're right, Murph. We should encourage people to send us a text.
Yeah, shoot me a text.
And let us know whether or not you're buying Bob Melvin after his interview the other day. And it's something I said even before we interviewed Bob Melvin. This feels like a better ball club than what their record has shown so far this season. And yes, they ran into 2 of the hottest teams in baseball in the Boston Red Sox and the Philadelphia Phillies. But you are what your record says you are. And right now they're a sub-500 team. But just seeing the bats kind of be woken up a little bit in Colorado. And again, it's Coors Field, it's Colorado, but this is the alarm clock they needed to wake these bats up. And so it's good when they go out and get 13 hits and 8 runs yesterday.
So you're saying it's not just the Rockies?
I'm saying it's not just the Rockies because I believe, again, that this team is better than what they have been producing. And shout out to Andrew Bagley, who we're going to have later on today, 9:30. Just did a great piece on Jung-Hoo Lee. And I know some people cringe when we start going into the advanced analytics and talking about what this guy's batting average should be or his expected batting average on balls in play. Jung-Hoo Lee has been better than the numbers show. And it's just a matter of time before those results start kind of coming to fruition. And that's how I feel about a lot of the rest of the parts of the lineup, too. Whether we're talking Lamont Wade Jr., Michael Conforto, guys who are putting good swings out there, they just need to start hitting consistently. That's been the big problem.
Do you think that your patience for Jung Hoo Lee is lengthy just because you like the song? Is that it? Just turn around a banger just like that. I mean, these guys, they're just sitting in the studio waiting for a player to come along and say, let's drop another banger on everybody
and I'm
right
shocked
now.
we have not heard that yet at Oracle Park.
What if there's copyright issues? Did you hear Hunter Pence and Dave Fleming saying yesterday there was little pockets of Jung Hoo Lee chants at Coors Field yesterday?
Dude, the Jung Hoo Lee army will travel. We mentioned they were out in Boston, out in Fenway. There's a whole little Jung Hoo Lee fan club.
And Dave Fleming said, and I didn't realize I've only been to 2 games this year, but he said he doesn't have walk-up music.
No, it's just the drums.
Yeah.
Jung Hoo Lee. Jung Hoo Lee.
How do you feel about that? You're going to have to go out there tomorrow night and verify that for sure.
Oh, I can verify it already. I've been to all 16 games this season, Murph, and I haven't heard a walk-up song once.
By the way, shout out just the incredibly heartwarming story of how Waterboy's streak might come to an end this weekend.
Yeah.
You know what,
I'm
buddy?
sorry to let the fans down.
This is incredible, but why might you miss a game this weekend?
Because, Murph, everybody knows I love baseball. But there's a few things I love more than baseball, and I love my mama.
Yeah.
And this weekend, it's Mother's Day, so I got to make the trip up to the 916, go see my mama up in Rockland.
I'm getting like tears in my eyes right now. That's that's the most heartwarming thing I've ever heard.
Yeah.
Mom, I'm breaking my home my home game attendance streak to go give you a hug.
It's literally a scene out of the movie The Waterboy, which young Tony has still not seen, by the way. But after Bobby Boucher shows up at halftime and the Mud Dogs win the Bourbon Bowl, they ask Bobby Boucher how he feels. And no, he doesn't give you the answer. Oh, I'm going to Disneyland. He gets on the mic and he just says, I love my mama.
Okay, we should play that then for
That's
Marcus.
me. Bobby Boucher
going
going to go see my mama this weekend. The streak has got to come to an end.
And you are clearly listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station. Very, very sweet. Very nice story there, buddy. What are you saying? Giveaways, young Tony? You're talking about giveaways?
We
What's
got this fanny pack that they're giving away this weekend for Mother's Day. The Giants are giving that away.
Well, you won't get that because you're going to be too busy giving your mom a hug.
I know, and I can't show up either on Saturday for this Hello Kitty bucket hat.
Look at that.
Check this out.
Check that out.
Can we get Murph in a bucket hat?
It's actually kind of
That's
fresh.
the real
well,
question.
You know I do. That's my look. I play golf in bucket hats.
Do you really?
Yes, I do.
Bucket
That's my
hat
look.
Murph.
Yeah, I'm bucket hat Murph.
Wow.
That's my deal. Are you surprised by that?
I am a little surprised because we've riffed about wearing bucket hats before.
I'm a huge bucket hat guy.
I also love that we're rocking the bucket hats on top of the headphones. It's a great look for the YouTube stream.
Everybody needs to get on the stream ASAP. This is incredible.
Yours is wearing. You're wearing yours. Oh, I see.
Oh yeah, I got to show off the Hello Kitty in the front, Murph. It's a Hello Kitty giveaway bucket hat this weekend, and I saw our guy Jung Hoo Lee modeling the Hello Kitty bucket hat.
How would we look if we took the headphones off? Even fresher or what? Here, I'm going to turn them down here a little bit. Hang on. I'm going to turn the headphones down a little bit.
Oh,
there we go. It's a better look with the headphones.
Okay.
It looks like it's floating on your head.
Resting on top of it.
What do you guys think?
It looks like I like it, Murph.
Dead sexy?
Bucket hat Murph.
Dead sexy.
Man, this is how we're going to get all the YouTube views.
You guys didn't know I was a bucket hat guy?
No, I did not.
Oh, yeah.
You don't strike me as a bucket
Really?
hat man. Yeah.
Oh, God, I thought I would be the ultimate bucket hat guy because, well, there's 2 different flavors of bucket hats. There's like your generation, like the fly guys wear bucket hats. Then there's my generation, the old-fashioned golf kind of just that traditionalist wears the bucket hat. For example, Sam Snead.
Ooh,
that's a guy.
I was going to say, now it's like with like hippies, and you see a lot of rappers wearing bucket hats.
So there's 2 different schools of bucket hat. Talk about like that Venn diagram of bucket hats. There's Venn diagram. So you got the traditional golf, like kind of just old man soul. That's me. Then you got hipsters and hippies. And their Venn diagram is the bucket hat. You can kind of color it in.
Well, that's essentially you, Murph, living up in that hippie commune.
That's true.
Up on Mount Tam.
Very true. It is unusual that I embrace Mill Valley so much, and it's so hippie-ish. Although now it's less hippie-ish. It's a lot more Tesla-ish and Rivian-ish.
Yes, that's it. Murph's still holding it down in the bucket hat for the hippies.
So you now have turned this. Yeah, you've done my situation.
Yeah. I thought this fits a little better.
You guys look like you're about to spin some records.
Feels like we're about to start breakdancing.
That's the thing is, so you guys, it's so funny that you guys feel like bucket hats are the province of hipsters. To me, it's like, and I'm going to talk to my golf people right now, like Sandy Tatum like one of the oldest, most traditional rest in peace golf figures in San Francisco history. You're a traditional golfer. You play on a Saturday morning. You obey the rules, and you wear your bucket hat.
Wow.
Yeah, that's your deal. So I kind of do it to kind of honor the old heads, like my grandpa and people like that. That you go out. So I have a collection of bucket. I have one from Mauna Kea. I have an Olympic Club one. I have one from Pine Valley.
Wow.
That I save for special occasions.
Shout out to the 1%ers.
Oh, 0.0001.
Yeah.
You ever do Immaculate Grid and get a 0.001%? That's your Pine Valley
that's Pine
bucket.
Valley.
I only save that one when I want to flex. I'm like, really? We're going to play today? You might see my Pine Valley bucket hat. But anyway, so yeah, it's great that we've crossed over. And so now you get, when's this giveaway?
Saturday, Murph.
You won't get it.
I know.
But you have one already.
But I got the bucket hat. I got the fanny pack. I'm suited and booted in my Giants giveaways.
408 says, bucket hat, Murph. What's next? An orange ball? Bro, you do not know your golf, brother. You do not know your golf. The great traditionalists
orange ball.
have always worn.
So bucket hats
bucket
are
hats.
approved. Shorts not approved.
559 says, you're turning into the Golden Girls right before our eyes.
Look at
Come
us,
on,
Murph.
man.
Who would have
Easy.
thought?
408 says, can I get Rory Sabatini in a bucket? That's a deep pull. There you go, buddy. 916 says there's bucket hats all over Caddyshack, guys. Come on.
True.
There are.
True.
There you go. 209 says, check out Sinatra. He wore bucket hats for sure. 707 for you, Tony. There's a pro disc golfer named Joey Anderson that wears a bucket hat. He's known as Joey Buckets. Did you know that?
Jimmy Butler is Jimmy Buckets. I was also thinking of Joel Damon wears the bucket hat on the golf course.
That's good knowledge right there. 707 says fishermen rock a good bucket hat.
Wow.
For sure. It's a good sun protection.
My guy, Schoolboy Q, wears a lot of bucket hats.
See, there you go.
And he also gets on the golf course.
All right, guys. Well, you guys, you learned something about me today.
You guys got to do the rest of the show just like this.
I'm
Don't
a
even
bucket
move.
hat
My
guy. Okay.
headphones keep falling off. I can barely hear Murph. I don't know what the hell's
What's on
going
the records? What are we spinning today?
We're spinning 18 holes at Harding Park is what we're spinning today.
Go give me some cardboard, Tony. I'll start doing some dance moves. Start breakdancing.
This is good. Do you think I could get away with giving this to Candace for Mother's Day and she'd like appreciate it?
Oh, that's a good gift. I might throw this in my backpack, give it to my mama.
Yeah, seriously.
Uh-huh.
All right.
I don't know. We both look good in Hello Kitty.
Don't tell her. Nobody's listening right now.
Don't let the cat out of the bag. Don't let the Hello Kitty out of the bag.
Oh, man. Yeah, so 408 says, don't shout out Gilligan for wearing a bucket hat. Now, here we go, young Tony, as I strive here.
Ooh.
Gilligan's Island?
Gilligan's Island, yeah, I know.
Dude, he's hot today.
He's got Gilligan knowledge.
Now, where are you on bucket hats, buddy?
I like it. It's a tough look. It's like beach look for me. It's
what are
a
you
rare
saying?
occasion.
You're saying this is a tough look?
It's a rare look. You got to do it at the right time. There's got to be the right occasion.
I'm taking tough as a compliment, Murph, like your kid uses it.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a tough look.
925 says, Murph looks like he's about to get beat up by the guy in class. I don't know what to tell you, brother. You just don't know style or sexiness when you see it.
Yeah, dude.
925, I can definitively say that I'm more stylish and sexy than you. 559 says, just a couple of bucket heads talking ball.
That's it, man.
Just a couple of bucket heads talking ball. There you go. Anyway, back out to
530 says, Murph, do you wear the bucket hat while you take a nap?
Good question. The answer is no. The answer is no.
Bucket hat.
I do wear the shoes though, for sure. All right, guys. A nice one. 916 says you get a free bowl of soup with that. That's the Caddyshack line, right? Nice hat. You get a free bowl of soup with that. 303 says you're wrong. Sam Snead wore pork pie hats. Yeah. That's
close
correct. Close enough. 209 says Tony. 209 says Tony on the Stugatz rocked a bucket hat. And 310 says, don't forget Carl the groundskeeper in Caddyshack. Yeah, we talked about that. Caddyshack is filled with all sorts of bucket hats. All right, somewhere in here we had the concept of a Giants-Rockies digression. I can't get through it because there's so many texts on the bucket hats now. My God,
this is the big hit. The bucket hat is the big hit.
Bucket hat is the big hat.
Bucket hat, big hit. It's a big hat, I'll tell you that.
559 says there was a guitarist named Buckethead. Shout out Paulie Mack. He used to talk about that. Guys, 559 says the coach from Waterboy wears a bucket hat.
Oh, that is
Isn't
true.
That Henry Winkler?
That is true.
916 says best bucket hat wearer ever is LL Cool J.
Yeah.
That's more of a Kangol, though, right?
Is it?
Well,
what's the difference?
I don't know. Maybe I'm getting into a part I'm not getting into here.
Yeah, get us some Adidas tracksuits.
It was like velour, though, wasn't it?
Velour?
Yeah, it was like velour, wasn't it?
Was that? I don't know.
Okay. 415 says, looks good on you, though. This is what Rodney says. Young Tony, are you down with a Caddyshack?
Oh, of course,
Okay,
dude.
God, I can't get this kid today.
By the way, Curly wants to know the Mount Rushmore of bucket hats.
Oh, boy.
Your bucket hat more.
Mount Bucket More.
man,
Well, I
that's
guess we'll put
tough.
LL Cool J on
Yeah,
there.
you got to throw him on there. I already give up Schoolboy Q. That's like the modern day bucket hat guy.
LL Cool J, Schoolboy Q. Can I put the late great Sandy Tatum on there? The great golfer Sandy
Sam Snead?
Tatum?
I'll take
Well,
it.
apparently, I guess pork pies are different than buckets, quite frankly. We're going to take Sandy Tatum, rest in peace.
I
one
think
of the
we
great
were,
San
I
Francisco
think we were
golf
riffing
figures.
one time about like Tyler Hero was dressed in street clothes with like a purple bucket hat, just
Okay.
like sitting on the baseline.
Well, there it is, buddy.
Yeah, I guess I don't know.
There it is.
We're
I
trying.
got many pictures of me in bucket hats on
We're
the golf
trying.
course.
And if you want a bucket hat, show up to Oracle Park this Saturday. They're giving away Hello Kitty bucket hats.
By the way, if you want to see these, we can go on YouTube and Twitch, and here we are.
By the way, I love that we've just basically turned into the shopping network now that we're on the stream. Anytime the Giants have a giveaway, are we going to have those Mickey Mouse ears next week for the Dodgers coming to town?
Let me get this. I got to fix this thing. Sure.
Let's hope so. By the way, shout out Maria Lopez, giving us all these giveaways, promo for the Giants.
The question
She's
is,
the real MVP.
do you fold the back of the bucket hat up?
Oh, you can't fold a bucket hat, can you?
I will do that. On the golf course, I will do that. I'll pull just for a little style.
Oh, do you fold the front of it?
Well, that's definitely
like a cowboy hat.
Yeah, that's definitely here. There we go.
Like a rhinestone cowboy.
No, I don't.
Oh, dude, I look ridiculous on this stream. This is embarrassing. What am I doing to myself?
I think you look good, brother.
This is worse than
This might be the best big hit of all time.
This is worse than allowing people to call me the water boy as a 31-year-old
831,
man.
by the way, the bucket hit.
747 says Marcus looks like he's going to the Kentucky Derby and looks like he's going to get beat up. What is this? What is this?
What,
whole
you
deal?
looking for a fight?
I mean, what do you
I'll
guys
be
want?
outside the Hotel Monaco.
I mean, what do you guys want?
Bring your Twitter fingers.
What do you guys want, man? I mean, the fact that you guys don't recognize 2 decades of sexiness on this freaking leader.
Murph,
then,
I think it's as
that's your
simple
own
as
problem.
they hate us because they ain't us.
That's just your problem,
What are you,
buddy.
jealous we got the Hello Kitty bucket hat
That's
before
what it
you
is.
did?
707 says saw LeBron in a bucket hat. That's something to think about.
Oh, I got to take this bucket hat off now.
And 619 says Bill Murray wears it every Pebble Beach Pro-Am.
Perfect.
Every Pebble Beach Pro-Am. So there you go.
Should this be like our calling card?
831 says we're going on Saturday. My mom is hyped to get her Hello Kitty bucket hat.
It's a fantastic bucket hat.
831 with an incredible call says, don't forget former 49er O coordinator Jimmy Ray in a bucket hat. That is a deep and accurate pull. It's incredible. 510 says, if you're going to go LL Cool J, you got to Run DMC. Were they bucket hat? Were they bucket hats?
Ooh, I believe they had bucket hats
so.
too.
707 says, recent backpacking trip, I took the bucket hat with a neck flap to protect against the sun. Now that, I think...
That's a bold move.
Yeah, there you
now,
go.
Matt Maiocco during 49ers training camp always gets love, but he's not wearing a bucket hat. He's kind of going with that
almost like the Southeast Asian sort of like Thai,
that
Vietnam.
rainforest hat.
Yeah, that hat.
Trying to protect his neck.
For that, for sure. 775 says, Colonel Blake on MASH loved a bucket hat. Now, that's true. MASH, Young Tone, down with the MASH.
Oh, no, you got him now.
Nah,
it's not. Oh, there it is. Put it on the board.
I finally got
What
it.
did young Tony learn?
Even though that was the most watched TV show in the history of U.S. television, the MASH finale.
The highest ratings ever, right?
Yeah, for a decade. It was a bad show, too. 209 says Carl Reiner in Ocean's 11 wears a bucket hat. 415 says Kangol is a brand. I do understand that. I didn't think it was a bucket hat. 559 says, no, Kangol makes a bucket hat. So there you go. There's the answer to that.
Ooh, shout out Klay Thompson wearing a bucket hat on his boat.
Yeah, we mentioned Gilligan from Gilligan's Island for sure. So anyway, guys, 623 ends it all by saying Bob Melvin would look better in a bucket hat than Gabe Kapler.
Ooh, that's a controversial statement.
Right. And the 415 says Stone Roses and the Manchester Dance Brit scene is all about bucket hats in the early 90s.
I think if Kapler was here, he'd be coaching the game on Sunday in the Hello Kitty bucket hat.
Very, very good. And then 650 just ends it all by saying, I really hope the Giants let Elliot Ramos play every day. He's earned it. So there you go.
Vamos, Ramos, vamos.
So many freaking texts on the bucket hats.
I think they like the bucket hat, Murph.
Oh, my God. Somebody's 510 says, don't go near Sean Payton with that bucket hat. What's that all about?
Well, I don't know.
Do you know anything about that?
I don't want to go near Sean Payton regardless.
All right. There you go, guys. All right, guys. Somehow, some way we got through that.
We're the bucket hat boys.
I don't know how it happened, but we did. Thank you. You want to do the rest of the show like this, right? That's what we're doing?
I feel like we have to.
Yeah, I'm doing it.
It's only downhill from here. This is incredible. This is like the greatest big hit of all time. I'll say it again. This is so sick.
We're hitting your demo, buddy. When we say 25 to 54, you're on the 25 end. So there you go. All right, guys, here's the deal. Cooler of content next. Now, what are you doing?
I'm doing some breakdancing.
Okay, all right. There you go. All right, there you go. On KNBR 104.5 and
Call me B-Boy
680,
Boucher.
the sports leader.
Oakland, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Oakland's sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Kyle Harrison stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tom Tolver and Kerry Crowley to break down his last 5 starts for the San Francisco Giants and how coincidentally they've won those last 5 games. To hear that full conversation with Kyle Harrison hopping on with the Afternoon Boys, check out that podcast and more. Available now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
All right, let's talk about Provident Credit Union. Maybe they'll give out a bucket hat. Who knows? They are giving out his pick-a-term certificates to let your money do more for you. Discover Provident Credit Union's Pick-a-Term Certificate Special. With Provident's Pick-a-Term Certificate, you can watch your money grow quickly. So secure a 4.75% annual percentage yield with a 3, 6, or 9-month term, or earn 4.50% with a 12-month term. This limited-time offer is a great option for high dividends on a term that works best for you. So earn up to 4.75% and achieve your short-term savings goals with ease. So whether you're saving for a vacation, a down payment, or just building your emergency fund, Provident has you covered. Don't miss out. Secure one of the most competitive rates available on the open market. Open an account today and start earning more. Visit them at providentcu.org or stop by a branch for more details. This rate is effective as of March 26, 2024. Minimum balance requirement of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. For additional information, please visit providentcu.org.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler. You're not sending me to the cooler of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the sports leader.
It is the first ever cooler of content done with bucket hats, Hello Kitty bucket hats. Talk about encouraging people to download the app. I try to tell people, like, they're like, hey, man, you know, my car doesn't have an AM radio. I'm like, yeah, I get it. It's 2024. You don't have to have an AM radio to listen to us. You just go to your KNBR app, you tap on it, and there we are, and there's Marcus in a bucket hat.
I mean, Murph, if you ever thought you were a YouTuber, today is the day. Here we are showing off Hello Kitty bucket hats live on YouTube, live on Twitch, live on the KNBR app. Come on down. It's a good time in the YouTube chat.
I'll be honest, not only is it attractive and sexy, but it's shielding me. Those bright lights are out of my eyes. It's serving its purpose. And I showed you, I just briefly sent you, and I could have sent you many, many more, just 3 randoms of my last 3 golf outings, and I'm wearing the bucket hat in each of them. So there you go, young Tony. There it is. The proof's in the pudding.
I love it. You guys still have the tag on it, too.
Yes.
You know, it's something new in this generation. They leave the tag on stuff just to make it look, you know, even more expensive than it is.
So I definitely am going to get young Tone on this one.
Yeah.
Mini Pearl? Anybody?
I got nothing on that.
I would think John Joe, Marcus, probably not.
We talking Pearl Jam? What are we talking about? Mini Pearl. What are we talking about?
Mini Pearl was a great country singer back in the day, and then she achieved fame on the TV show Hee Haw. She was kind of a country matron, and she would come out with a big old hat with a tag on it.
Ooh.
Kept her tag on it. That was like her thing. It's incredible. Like, it made her career. Like all you got to have is like a gimmick and you're a celebrity. You know what I mean?
Hopefully it works for us, Murph.
You wear the hat with a tag on it. Next thing you know, you're on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. That's
Damn.
it. All right. Speaking of the Hollywood Walk of Fame, or speaking of hats, I should say, our buddy Colin Cowherd, who is obviously a very successful broadcaster, has got a national show.
Our buddy, huh?
Well, you know, I mean, I guess.
Our colleague?
Our peer?
Yeah.
Is he wearing a Hello Kitty bucket hat today? Probably not.
I can tell you he's not wearing it backwards.
Can you believe he went back to this theme? This is what he did with Brock Purdy during the football season. He said Brock Purdy shouldn't be wearing a hat backwards.
Yeah.
And he got crushed for this take.
I also heard this morning he was ripping morning show hosts for wearing bucket hats on air.
Well, he doesn't know sexiness. So here he is doing it again. I guess J.J. Redick interviewed for, was it the Charlotte job?
No, he's apparently a candidate for LeBron James's L.A. Lakers.
Colin Cowherd doesn't think so. Here.
Don't love the backward hat for J.J. Redick.
You're going to open with that. Redick's got an interesting look. Collared shirt, backwards hat, tatted up arms.
I didn't hear a word LeBron said. I couldn't stop staring at the hat. J.J. Redick's going for NBA head coaching jobs. He looks like a guy that's going to move my couch. Didn't like it. I would tell JJ to his face, I'm like, dude, you're going to be an executive in this league. You're going to be a high-level executive or coach. Well, whatever. You guys can go ahead and push back on that stuff. I didn't like it. It's my opinion, my show. Our show. I don't like that look at all. You are going to be an NBA coach. He's one of the most cerebral guys in the world talking basketball. Literally, he's so layered beyond. He's Christopher Nolan in Hollywood. He is directing at a different level. J.J. Redick is talking basketball at a different level, and look at this guy.
Here it is. He's doing it again. So Cowherd has officially crossed over the Rubicon into the old man land. I get it. I've been there, Colin. If it's too backwards, you're too old.
Yeah.
That's the deal right now.
This is a bad take from Colin Cowherd.
Yeah. Do you want an executive? Do you want what if a boss comes in and says he's like reassigning you or suspending you or firing you, and the boss is wearing a backwards hat while he's doing it? Does that diminish? Does that like, you're like, bro, you can't do that. You're wearing a backwards hat. You know?
It is, I guess, in a professional kind of work environment, but J.J. Redick was out here hosting a podcast with LeBron James. So he can't wear a backwards hat on a podcast?
I guess he assumed he wore the backwards hat to the interview. I don't know. Old Tony Salvador used to have standards around here. And when young Tony Salvador didn't like young, creative Tony's open-toed shoes.
Oh, I wouldn't want to see those either.
You want to see Tony's hairy hobbit toes, dude?
Oh, dude, it's like Bigfoot
like
walking
something
through
out
the
of
office.
freaking LLJ. What's his name? Tolkien.
I don't know how a man that is that bald has that much hair on his body. It truly is amazing.
Well, this has been covered before now in a Curb Your Enthusiasm. Ed Asner, a great little scene where Larry, Ed Asner says, I need a guy to handle my money. Larry goes, I got the right guy for you. And Larry sends him to his money guy. Ed Asner happens to arrive in a business suit. The guy who's going to handle the money is wearing a denim shirt and jeans because it's, quote, casual Friday. And Asner just unloads on him.
I don't like it.
It's incredible. You going to be casual with my money?
A little too casual.
Yeah, it's an incredible scene, and that's what Cowherd's talking about.
So Cowherd now has the requirements. You can't be an NBA head coach if you wear a backwards hat, and you can't be a franchise quarterback, or was it an MVP candidate? Let's go back in time. A little flashback in the cooler of content to Colin Cowherd calling out Brock Purdy for wearing a backwards hat.
Brock Purdy. Hey, you guys want to hit some golf balls? You got a hat on backwards. He's not a franchise quarterback. I mean, come on. If that guy came to move your couch, you'd be like, are you a professional?
He recycled.
It really bothers me.
Oh, he recycled the couch take.
It's always about moving a couch, huh?
That's it.
How about you move your own damn couch?
How about Jerry Seinfeld asking Keith Hernandez asking Jerry Seinfeld to move a couch? Buddy, the next one's for the Raiders.
Yeah.
So Terry and Arnold is the
Detroit Lions' newest corner.
Okay.
I believe.
He could have been with the Raiders?
Could have been. He was on the board when the Raiders drafted.
This show's called The Next Round Show. Take a listen here.
I went on a visit there, and honestly, they told me, they said, you're one of those guys we have to trade up to get, but our paths may cross, and we don't think we'll be able to get you. My agent, Nicole, she did a very great job of just, she actually texted me that following morning and said, hey, it's a heavy O-line, receiver, quarterback, heavy offensive draft class, man. Y'all might have a chance. And then just from going back and talking to them, they knew that the Raiders, it was a possibility that they took me, and actually the Raiders coach, they called me after the draft. And they were like, we actually had a coin toss between you and Brock Bowers and landed on him. I was like, oh, wow. And then after the Raiders passed, they said, okay, we got to get up there before Jacksonville. So actually, Brad, he was like, they were trying to trade all the way up to 15, 16 to get me. So it's just one of those things where you go where you're wanted. And that right there, man, that fit, and as far as how the fans are, schemes that they run, and just even being around guys like James or Jameer, especially Brian, like, man, it was a dream come true for me.
So he said the Raiders called him and said it was a coin toss between him and Brock Bowers.
Allegedly.
Now, here's my big question. You guys sent this to the thread, and I was like, that's amazing. I had the riffs ready to go. Yeah, we're flipping a coin. Heads I win, tails you lose. Break out the coin. But now that I hear that, I think he misinterpreted the general phrase.
Yes.
Like it was a coin flip between, whether I should get the Kit Kat or the bag of chips.
Correct. It means you were deciding between two options, and you can go either way. I don't think there was a literal
flip a
coin flip.
They were like, we actually had a coin toss between you and Brock Bowers.
Oh, man.
So does he not? There's only two stories here. There's only two stories. One, he misunderstood the phrase, the coin toss. Two, the Raiders literally flipped a coin.
No, and the Raiders assistant GM, Champ Kelly, has already came out and said, no, there was not an actual coin toss.
We got to bone him up on the on idioms. I think they're called idioms.
This was a bit of confusion.
That's really funny.
For young Terry and Arnold.
Because it was confusion.
That's very funny.
Oh, man.
Hey, all right. Hey, I want to get this one in because it's newsy. The Panthers and the Bruins are skating, and they're fighting.
Yeah, I was going to say more fighting than skating last night.
And I guess last night in the third period, there was just a flat-out fight. And this is the playoffs, dude.
They were brawling.
Yes.
Like multiple fights. The entire team, they started jumping each other.
So, of course, this is the wrong message to send to kids. This is a terrible thing for sport. No, I'm setting up the bit here, right?
Okay, sorry.
So this is the wrong message to send to kids. This is a terrible thing for sports. This is exactly what playoff hockey is not about. This is exactly the wrong path for the Panthers and Bruins to go down right, Florida Panthers coach Paul Maurice?
It won't change a thing, but man, you're going to see that on the highlights again, not over and over and over again. And I think it's a good thing. You got two elite offensive players, and Chucky's a 100-point guy all day long. Pasternak's just this brilliant player, but it's playoffs, and they each have their team, right? They got their brothers in the room. It gets a little spicy out there, and they want to go. I think it was awesome. I think when it was over, they both looked like they were fine. Sorry, whoever's offended by that concept, I don't care. I thought it was awesome. And good on both of them. That's awesome.
How about that? The head coach.
That's blanking awesome.
Blanking awesome. He went on to say, if you went to the rink tonight and paid your money, you had some great entertainment. So there it is. Just a flat-out endorsement from the coach. Let's go.
And
Let's
I got to
throw it
say,
down.
Murph, sitting there last night at OJ's, watching the Giants game, watching the Knicks game, they had this game on the third TV, actually the big screen TV. And out of all those games that I just mentioned, I was glued to the fights in that third period.
There it is.
I mean, Florida was up 5-1. They scored a 6th goal, and just it looked like a bar brawl broke out. Like everybody was grabbing each other. Guys were putting each other in rear naked chokes. There's a couple of hip toss. I thought there was some ground and pound at one point.
This is the playoffs. They're going at it.
And I thought there was always like an unwritten rule in hockey that you don't fight in the playoffs.
I guess until you go to Florida Panthers coach Paul Maurice. Says it was blanket awesome.
That's awesome.
By the way, the hockey's given us some great sound because yesterday we had the spit and chicklets thing from Bissonnette. Pasta goes left, pasta goes right, and and F me.
Blank me.
And now we got guys throwing. He goes, they got their boys. It's getting spicy. Let's go. So looking forward to game 3. All right, guys. Well, that's it for the cooler of content. Hey, we have tickets to give away in the next segment. We got Matt Maiocco at 8:50 talking 49er football. I wouldn't go anywhere. We got bucket hats on the live stream. Hello Kitty bucket hats on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Hey, wear the Marlins hats.
What's up, everybody? Happy Bucket Hat Thursday. It's Marcus the Waterboy Boucher here to talk to you about Prize Picks because Prize Picks is the most fun I've had winning up to 100 times my money this basketball season. And playoff time is your time to join Prize Pick, the community of over 5 million members who have already downloaded the app. All you need to do is select 2 or more players, pick more or less on their projected stats, and submit your lineup. Turn $10 into $1,000 with just 4 correct picks. And I've been telling you guys all basketball postseason, I've been going Jalen Brunson and I've been going with my guy Anthony Edwards, the 2 hottest players in the NBA right now. Well, you can lock in Anthony Edwards to get more than 28.5 points tonight. Pair it up with another pick and you'll have a chance to double up your money. So join me on Prize Picks and download the app today and use the code word LEADER for a first deposit match of up to $100. That's promo code LEADER for a first deposit match of up to $100. Prize Picks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy.
Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the Sports Leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
All right, it is the day that we wore Hello Kitty bucket hats on the air, and I'm still going. Still going. The only problem is the headphone situation, but I think I'm managing it. You're managing it? You're good?
Murph, I might never take off the bucket hat.
Yeah.
This might be my new identity.
It does look, I got to say, it looks downright good on you, brother.
Thank you. Do I look like I'm going to go hit some golf balls with Brock Purdy, like Colin Cowherd was talking about?
Or move a couch? When you move a couch in a Hello Kitty bucket hat, so the Giants are giving this thing out on Saturday.
Yeah, come on. What's wrong with moving a couch, by the way? I moved my own couch when I moved.
Did you?
Yeah, I want to hit some golf balls.
Yeah, I'm not paying movers.
How big is the couch?
It's a 3-person couch.
So
black leather couch.
Were you going upstairs or down? I mean,
into the elevator. Me and my brother carried it.
Oh, you and your bro. Yeah,
exactly. I mean, it's hard to move it just one person, but I'm not hiring movers.
No. There is that point in life, and I will tell you guys, you will reach that point. There's a delineation line in life when you stop asking your friends to help you move and you have to hire movers. Happened to me when I was 36. So the last move I made before that, we had friends help. And then at the point, like, you can't do that anymore.
Yeah.
You can't do that anymore. So you're
tough.
still 30, you can do it.
But especially, like, when your buddies start to have kids now, and they're like, hey, leave little Sarah's soccer practice to come help me move.
Yeah.
They're like, nah, I got dad responsibilities.
No, exactly. 510 says, of course, shout out friends for the move. Pivot. You know that one there, Young Tone? You do. All right, guys. Hey, we told you guys we had tickets, and we weren't lying. 2 tickets to see the San Jose Earthquakes play Austin FC Saturday, May 25th at PayPal Park in San Jose. They're yours. If you call John Joe Curley right now at 415-896-KNBR, 415-896-KNBR, caller number 10 wins 2 tickets to see the San Jose Earthquakes take on Austin FC on Memorial Day weekend. Sounds pretty fun.
Hell yeah.
And good luck and congrats, and we'll do it again tomorrow.
And go Quakes.
At this time. Okay, we do have an open segment here where, we're not going to do the Giants right now. We'll do that a little bit later today when Andy Baggerly joins us at 9:30. If you missed it, we talked Giants all morning long with Susan Slusser, Bob Melvin. We talked about called in the win. We talked about, the bats waking up and all that stuff. And the NBA playoffs, we talked a little bit about Carlisle and the Knicks, or the Rick Carlisle finding 78 calls in the first 2 games, which is incredible.
That's a lot of calls.
Even by my CYO clipboard throwing standards, I can't find 78 calls in 2 games.
By the way, on that clipboard, do you have like a little tally mark of like all the missed calls that you see yourself?
It's gonna be like a Robinson Crusoe stranded on a desert island markings, because 78's a lot of markings,
It's gonna
brother.
be like Tom Hanks in Castaway.
Exactly.
Just putting the tallies down.
Exactly, dude. So we had that, but there's people still talking about the Warriors. And, whether or not it can happen. And our buddy Tim Legler. Now, Legs is that's a guy when he talks, he's just stone cold makes sense, right? You know what I mean? Like, I'm a Legler guy. Former Warrior, you know what I mean? I always enjoyed his days at the Warriors. Anytime he's hopped on our show, I always feel better for it. So, I'm like, oh, well, what does Legs have to say? Well, unfortunately, Warriors fans, Legs had to say this.
If I said LeBron James, Kevin Durant, and Steph Curry, the defining players of this generation, are not going to win any more championships. Do you believe that or not?
Believe it. Can't see it happening. Woo. Steph Curry's not leaving Golden State. He'll play his last game in a Warriors uniform, and I just don't know how they're going to rebuild that team to the extent you're going to have to with the level of competition with some of these young teams with young stars in the Western Conference. LeBron and KD, obviously there's a lot more uncertainty all the time about where they're going to be. I personally think LeBron stays in LA, and I just don't think, again, relative to the competition at the top of the West, they're going to be able to break through.
There it is. He says no. I mean, they do that game on ESPN. You have to have a take. Will Steph Curry win another title? He said no. And to be honest, guys, that's been every time we talk about Kevin Durant coming to the Warriors, every time we talk about a big move, I keep saying to you guys, well, is that going to win a championship? Is that going to win a championship? Now, we're seeing right now things can change, because right now it seems like it's Minnesota's and OKC's world, and we're just living in it.
It's the youth movement. Yeah.
100%. Hey, here come the Spurs with Wemby. The Rockets were breathing down their neck. The Kings remain feisty and trucked to the Warriors in the 1-game playoff. So, we're seeing things change. I would have told you the Denver Nuggets were on their way to another championship. They're down 0-2 right now.
Yeah, not so fast.
Right. So, anyway, and that's been my point all along. And I get it. I was listening to Papa with Bobby Marks yesterday driving home, and he was talking about getting Durant because he asked Bobby Marks, what do you do? And Marks is like, you got to go young. You can't run back these old guys. And Papa said, I agree with you, unless it's Kevin Durant. Bring back Kevin Durant. Am I right in saying that you're a believer that if Durant comes, they have a chance?
I think so, because you look at the West right now, and it's just loaded with teams that have these dynamic duos. Whether we're talking Jamal Murray and the Joker, Anthony Edwards, Karl Anthony Towns. We'll see if LeBron stays in L.A. with Anthony Davis, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and, of course, Chet Holmgren, De'Aaron Fox and Sabonis. Everybody has an all-star duo. The Warriors are missing that right now. With the step back that we've seen in Klay Thompson's career, and I've advocated that I still think that Klay could be a valuable piece for this offense, but he's not your second option anymore. So you have to bring in someone who can help elevate Steph Curry's game, who's going to space the floor so that Steph's not out here being doubled and triple teamed every time he touches the ball in these play-in games or at these playoff situations. Right. And I still think Kevin Durant, even though he's 35 years old, is still one of the elite players in the NBA. And so that's why I don't think it's a crazy take for legs to come out here and say, look, none of these guys are going to win another NBA Finals. Yeah, they're all on the back end in their 30s. We don't know how much longer each of these guys are going to be playing down the road. But he didn't answer the question if they would win a Finals if they were playing together.
Yeah.
And that circles back to what I think the Warriors could do, who they can add. Like, again, there's not too many options for one person to be added to this current roster that's going to make them a championship team. But if there's anybody who can do it and anybody who has proven to be successful in this system, I know it was 7 years ago, it's Kevin Durant.
Problem is, to get him, you have to trade some of those pieces that helps you get there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You have to trade Kuminga.
And that's the price of doing business. And again, we like Jonathan Kuminga. He's only 21 years old. We saw the steps that he took last year, but even him developing into that second option, I don't know if he's the correct fit for Steph Curry.
But he's still a piece you need. If you trade him away and you're going with Durant, man, the cupboard's starting to look a little bare.
True, but also when you've already kind of decided to ditch the two-timeline system by trading away Jordan Poole for Chris Paul last year, that tells me that they're invested in winning right now with Steph Curry. Like, that was the point of getting rid of Jordan Poole's contract to bring on the expiring contract for Chris Paul, is so that they could go out and make a big move this offseason and improve this roster around Steph, Dre, and ideally Klay Thompson.
But part of that two-timeline was Kuminga. Like, if you did, I don't know what the PER was. I haven't looked it up. I probably should. What they call WAR. I mean, WAR in baseball. Do you follow the PER in the NBA, the personal efficiency rate or whatever?
Not really.
Well, it's kind of like WAR.
Okay.
And it's like their all-around value. Kuminga was probably, I'll look it up right now, but Kuminga was probably number 2. It's not like you're trading away some stiff. You're trading away a guy who was a big part of the team.
True. Offensively, I think. I don't think defensively he's that efficient, to be honest.
Well, how efficient is Kevin Durant defensively?
Yeah, that's true.
So,
that's a good point, but Kevin Durant can go out there and give
listen,
you 30
I get it. It's fun and entertaining, and it'll give us something to talk about and all that, but I just can't see the path back to a championship. And it's no sin, man. They won 4.
Well, then,
Joe Montana only won 4.
Well, then here's the question.
You know what I mean?
Are you down to watch these guys ride into the sunset without a championship, or do you want to blow it all up? Do you want to move on from Klay? Do you want to trade Draymond Green?
I think at this point I've sort of accepted the fact that we're just going to kind of ride it out, kind of almost, quote-unquote, see what happens.
Yeah.
Just like kind of take a chance, take a bite at the apple, take a stab. Maybe Kuminga makes that step. Maybe Moody makes that step. Maybe Podziemski and TJD make that step, and maybe they're able to add some kind of free agents or some sort of mid-level exception. But it is a really difficult road for them to be entertaining. Look at Rash talking to Raymond, of course, and Raymond's got his argument to make for the Warriors. But he's like, dude, we won 46 games this year. He's like, and if you look at the close games down the stretch and you look at Draymond being gone for 20, it's like, it's not a crazy argument, and this is the pro-Warriors argument.
Yes.
It's not a crazy argument that they could win north of 50 next year.
They won more games this year than they did last season, and somehow fell from the 6th seed to the 10th seed.
It's such. I've been saying this for weeks, and it's going to continue. There's so many different things Mike Dunleavy Jr. has to figure out here. There's so many different things, whether it starts with Klay Thompson or whether it's going for the big piece. The other big part of that piece, and Papa and Marks were talking about this yesterday, is the Suns owner, Matt Ishbia, his ego, that he would have to. Bobby Marks was bringing up the point, he's such an egomaniac. That guy would be admitting that he made a mistake, and it's not the kind of thing he would be prone to do. He is kind of the desert Joe Lacob, right? He's the big, oh, no, we're going to make this work. And he said at his press conference, I guess Durant's not going anywhere, but of course, he's a businessman. He'd be open to a trade.
Of course.
What would it take to get Kevin Durant?
A lot of investments.
All the draft picks,
because the Phoenix Suns don't have a first-round draft pick for like the next 5 years. And so they would be desperate for maybe some of those assets. But again, it's the big question. Are the Warriors one piece away from competing for a championship? Or do you just let this play out and let the boys retire with the teams they came in with?
707 says, Kuminga's a lesser version of Anthony Edwards. Why would you trade him?
I don't see those comparisons, to be honest with
408 says, see ya, trade Wiggins. What's the Wiggins value, my friends?
That's the question, because you would have to pair him up with someone like Jonathan Kuminga just to get him off the roster.
925 says, Phoenix ain't giving the Warriors KD. There are cycles. The teams that are good now have sucked for 8 years. Warriors fans need to appreciate what has happened. Likely none of these up-and-coming teams will win 4 rings in the next 10 years.
I mean, think about it. A guy like Chris Paul, who was added to this Warriors roster, he might go his entire NBA career without even sniffing the finals, without even being measured for a ring size.
It's incredible. 510 says, I already know the Warriors are going to do something big because this current roster cannot win a damn thing, so changes will be made, and the Warriors will be a better team next year, I guarantee it. 707 says, I would take KD's 27 points a game. And 925 says, the window's closing, guys. It will really ride on what type of clay you get next season. What type of clay you get next season. Who knows?
What's if Clay's still in the Bay?
I can see Clay wearing this Hello Kitty bucket hat, by the way, on the boat.
On the boat. I can see him putting one on Rocco, too. The two of them paired up.
Anyway, guys, well, that's it. Thank you, Tim Legler, for kind of poking the bear a little bit. Again, this will be so fascinating to see what Mike Dunleavy Jr. and Joe Lacob cook up, whether it's something big like Kevin Durant or whether it's staying in-house and counting on that forgotten thing called player development. That forgotten thing called player development, which is what
out the window.
OKC and Minnesota have done, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mark Spears will talk about this with Tolbert and Copes at 3:50 this afternoon. All right, the 49ers are always on our minds. Like the great Willie Nelson once sang, you were always on my mind. Remember that one? Remember that?
No, I
don't use it as a rejoin, kid. Don't. You'll get called to the principal's office. But anyway, the 49ers are always on our minds, and we'll talk to Matt Maiocco next on the Sports Leader.
He wants me to help him move.
Help him move? Move what?
You know, furniture.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. faithful. Murph and Marcus keep rolling with NBC Sports Bay Area 49ers insider Matt Maiocco.
Sponsored by Golden State. Since 1954, when you succeed, they succeed. Visit them today at goldenstatelumber.com. And by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amici's delivers.
It's Murph, Marcus, and Maiocco on KNBR. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
It's Murph, Marcus, and Maiocco, and two of the three of them are wearing Hello Kitty bucket hats. I bet Matt Maiocco would. We going? Is this straight Phoenix right here? Is that where we're going? Yeah? No?
Tame Impala. The less I know, the better.
Impala. The less I know, the better. Yeah, the less I know would be a description of my radio career. I mean, the less I know. All right, Matt Maiocco.
It is funny. We were talking about the hat of a Matt Maiocco that we're going to see soon this summer at 49ers training
Maybe
camp.
even this weekend if he goes to rookie manning camp. I don't know. Matt Maiocco, NBC Sports Bay Area, KNBR's 49ers insider. Good morning, Matt.
Hey, morning, Matt.
Good morning. How are you guys doing?
We're wearing Hello Kitty bucket hats.
I hear. What day is what day is the giveaway?
Well, Saturday. Matt's in my season ticket group. Do you have Saturday's game?
I have Sunday.
Oh, so Matt, that's good news for you. You'll get the Mother's Day crossbody bag that I'm also wearing on the KNBR live stream right now.
Now, is that only mothers who get the bag?
I'll call some people, Matt. I'll make sure you
can
get the
when
bag.
people say you're a real mother. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
You're a bad mother father, Matt.
Oh, it was easy.
Well, yeah, that came a little too close for comfort there.
So you, just on hats, you're famous for sort of the broad-brimmed, something you'd see like in moments like a Southeast Asia style hat, right?
Yeah. I mean, everybody's got to be famous for something, and I guess that's it for me, huh?
That's it, man.
That is a training camp thing. See, I have different rules. Training camp, as opposed to regular season. Training camp, I'm generally, almost every day out there in shorts, and I got the big hat going. And then once the regular season hits, I think I pretty much do away with the shorts and the hat.
Nice. See, it's business time.
It's business time. Yeah.
They don't, as we say.
Cuts have been made. Now it's now we're getting down to it.
Well, I think that culturally, you date back to Rockland and Stockton, and that's where the shorts and the hats make more sense. Sometimes you get actually mildly cool mornings in Santa Clara, don't you?
Yeah, but no, that's true. Remember the old days. We used to either rent an apartment or move into a hotel basically for the duration of training camp, and there's always a big deal like when does the team break camp? And now it's like, the 49ers have broken camp, and it's like, no, it's the same today as it was yesterday. You're still going to Santa Clara. You're not going to Rockland, as you mentioned, or Stockton after that. So I miss those old days where it wasn't just Santa Clara and you're just driving down 680 every day of the week.
I'm with you 100%. It's really something's been lost for sure in that whole deal. All right, so I would say since we last talked to you, there's been no news, right?
No news. I did talk to Dre Greenlaw yesterday.
Oh, okay.
A podcast is up right now.
Oh, okay.
He even said this. We had a little setup and we're walking. He goes, I don't think I've spoken to the media since the Super Bowl. And in fact, it was like whatever it was, 2 days before the Super Bowl, maybe even 3 days before the Super Bowl, was the last time he had spoken. He was not available to talk after that game, after his Achilles. And so he and I had a good talk, and you can find that right now on 49ers Talk, the podcast. But, he's walking around with a limp. He hasn't started running, of course. He's doing like zero gravity, basically rehab. And, when I asked him about what his timetable is, he gave a very pragmatic answer that, he is not going to be back until he's ready to go. He doesn't want to rush back, set this outrageous time frame of I'm going to be ready opening week. He said none of that. He was just like, when I'm back, I want to be back, full on, ready to go, no setbacks. And he wants to be, the same player he was when he left the field, for the final time. So I think he understands, or at least the expectation around 49ers land is that, they are going to be playing, into January and, as they hope, also into February. And he wants to be there for those most important games, down the stretch of the regular season. And then, of course, any postseason games that they might have.
Man, go ahead.
Yeah, I know. I was just going to say, we'll keep an eye on Drake Greenlaw throughout training camp, see if he's ready for week 1 of the season. But as Murph mentioned, today is the start of rookie minicamp with rookies and undrafted free agents showing up to camp. I saw there was a little bit of news this past week with the rookies officially getting their numbers. So I'm sure a lot of people are going to be keeping their eye on number 14, Ricky Pearsall. But, Matt, who are you keeping an eye on today and going forward throughout rookie minicamp?
Yeah, well, definitely him. So today they report, and then tomorrow they get on the field. And only one of those practices will be open to the media. I might throw a little curveball here. Yeah, of course, Ricky Pearsall. He's somebody that just because of the number 1 or the first round draft pick. But I do believe that some of the guys who did not see action last year and basically who don't have an accrued season are able and eligible to practice as well. So I don't know for sure that he's going to be out there, but I want to see Cameron Latu, because when you look at where the 49ers are, with the needs that they were able to fill, and certainly they telegraphed, they had a need when they tried to go after that restricted free agent from the Lions, Brock Wright. They really don't have a backup tight end. I mean, maybe somebody will emerge, and that's certainly what they were expecting when they drafted Latu in the 3rd round a year ago. So, the door is wide open for somebody to step up. And if somebody doesn't step up, then at the time that I'm no longer wearing my camp hat and cuts are made, 49ers might be in the market for a veteran to be a backup. So Cameron Latu is somebody that I'm going to watch and see if you can tell if he's made any strides from a year ago when he got off to a really rough start in training camp and ended up spending the entire season on IR with a knee condition. So those are 2 guys, certainly Pearsall, Latu, of course, Tariq Owens, undrafted rookie, Terrell Owens' son. Can be interesting to see if he can make a bid for, it's going to be really difficult to earn a roster spot as an undrafted rookie, but, there will be opportunities, of course, with 16 open spots for the practice squad. So those are 3 guys off the top of my head that I think warrant close attention.
Brock Purdy will not be at this, right?
That is correct.
Yeah.
So there will probably be the quarterback that we know will be there will be Tanner Mordecai. He finished up his career at Wisconsin, undrafted rookie, and then usually they bring in some guys for tryouts as well, just so that they have enough arms and enough bodies to go out there and put 11 on 11 and have a couple of depth charts, a couple of first string, second string kinds of things. So they have 8 true rookies or 8 rookies, 8 drafted, 8 undrafted that they've signed. And then I'm sure there'll be, perhaps a spot available, a spot or 2 for somebody who's coming in to try out and see if he can get the signing accomplished if he impresses. I don't believe last year anybody was signed who tried out at the rookie mini camp. So that'll be the goal of anybody who comes in on a tryout basis.
Talking to Matt Maiocco, our 49ers KNBR insider. He's got his podcast up with Dre Greenlaw on Niners Talk, and go check that out. And, you talk about the receivers and Ricky Pearsall and Tariq Owens and all that. And one of the things that's going to be a story going into this summer is that's a crowded room now. I mean, I know it's not the sexiest thing in the world, but like Danny Gray, Ronnie Bell. Yeah.
Chris Conley.
Chris Conley. Are these guys being told there's no room for them, or how do you see this whole thing fighting out?
Yeah, well, there is room for some, but certainly not all. And I think we have a good idea who their top 4 guys are going to be. Obviously Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, and then, what I'm kind of curious to see, the very first time the 49ers go to 3 wides in a regular season game, who's going to be out there? Is it going to be Juwan Jennings or is it going to be Ricky Pearsall? So there's 4 right there. They probably keep, the 5th guy would be somebody with return skills. So is it Trent Taylor or is it Jacob Cowling? Both of those guys won't make it, and I would suspect the guy who doesn't make it will end up being on the practice squad unless he's claimed by another team. And then is there one more spot? So who's going to be that sixth guy? My money would be on Ronnie Bell. Danny Gray has really not done a whole lot or anything at all in his 2 seasons. So I would think that unless he really steps it up, and I guess the onus would be on him to step it up. So that, to me, that'd be the 6 guys who go into training camp with probably the clearest lanes to roster spots. But then, as you know, injuries always happen, and so that would open up something if at whatever position. No team ever makes it through training camp 100% healthy. There are always guys who aren't ready to go when the season begins. So. What they've tried to do is build as much depth and add to every room as much as they could. I think generally they've done that except for at tight end.
And Matt, we know that there was not a roster spot in the wide receiver room this season for the 49ers for Willie Snead, who was going viral earlier last week about his comments, how he felt that he was not given the opportunity to compete for a roster spot with the 49ers. Just wondering if you had any reaction to his social media post.
Yeah, I guess he's saying that he believes that he was better than Chris Conley and or Ronnie Bell. That's the way I read it. And, I did hear some good things about him on the practice field that, as a veteran guy, he took that responsibility of being on the practice squad very seriously, and he practiced hard. And I talked to him throughout the season. And, he yearned for an opportunity. He's a guy who put up some pretty good numbers with Drew Brees when they were together with the Saints. So, I don't honestly remember the 49ers ever being criticized for that part of it, kind of how did he say, just like players being entitled. So, clearly he had a couple of guys in mind that he felt like he was better than and deserved a uniform over. But I just think of, when it comes to the entitlement, Nate Sudfeld, when he came in as a veteran with a decent signing bonus, he certainly wasn't entitled over Brock Purdy, and Trey Lance as the number 3 overall pick certainly wasn't entitled over Purdy. And then you think about, the running backs, Elijah Mitchell beating out Trey Sermon, who was a 3rd-round draft pick. And then the following season, how Jordan Mason beat out Ty Davis-Price, another 3rd-round draft pick. So I don't think that has been necessarily an issue with the 49ers, but obviously Willie Snead thought it was when it pertained to his particular case.
The curse of Willie Snead. That's why they won a Super Bowl. That's what it is. Hey, Matty, a few more minutes here. This whole Debo, the NFL, 49ers UK Ireland account says big news coming. So everybody thinks the 49ers are going to London. Is there any secrets you can spill?
I don't think they are.
Oh,
so
okay.
I've been wrong before, but I haven't heard that, and I don't know what he's teasing there. I get the sense that was done some time ago, as far as that taping of that. So I don't know what that's referring to, other than maybe just like, the broad tease of the NFL schedule coming. But as of right now, I haven't heard that. Okay. And the only game it possibly would be the Vikings at Wembley Stadium, because that's the only home team in the UK or who's scheduled for a UK game where the 49ers also have a game against that team. But I don't think that's happening.
We'll call him BS.
But I guess I don't know, BS. He's just... Come
on, we got to have a hot take here. We're calling BS.
Okay, call him BS. But I guess we'll find out on the 15th, I believe it is, right?
Wednesday. God, Maddie, what do you mean you believe? You haven't freaking blocked out like 48 hours to prep and all that?
I believed it was coming out on the 9th. Is today the 9th? Yeah, today. Yeah. I thought it was coming out today until about 2 or 3 days ago, and then something happened, and they kind of changed course. So, it's I believe it's tentatively scheduled, or maybe even just just rubber, just stamped approval, chiseled in granite that it's the schedule release will be the 15th, so next Wednesday, the day before the Dwight Clark Legacy Series event at California Theater in San Jose, where Dre Greenlaw will be there, and Brock Purdy and many others.
Everybody should go to DwightClarkAward.com next week. It's a great event. And also, by the way, Alex Smith, who will be there, will join us tomorrow at 8:30.
Nice.
On the Murph and Marcus show.
Perfect. And we'll preview the schedule release with Alex Smith. And Matt, I've just always been curious, whether it's from a front office perspective or a player perspective or even your own perspective, how much of a benefit or how much of a hindrance is it for these teams to travel internationally and play in these foreign locations? Like, we've seen the 49ers go out to London. We've seen them go out to Mexico. Like, is the juice worth the squeeze for these teams to grow the global brand overall? Or is it too much of a headache traveling and dealing with everything you have to deal with?
Well, big picture, I think it is worth it. I mean, it really does generate a buzz. 2 years ago when the 49ers were in Mexico City, I mean, that was wild. And the 2 times I've been to London with the team, those are just great experiences. Now, the team doesn't have that kind of experience. I mean, they come in, they do the thing, and then they leave. Well, the UK game is different. They try to schedule an East Coast game on the previous week. So they'll play on a Sunday and then basically fly straight to London and spend the week there in practice. What was interesting, the last time they did that, I think it was against, I don't know if it was the last time, but maybe the first time they did it was against Denver. And the 49ers spent the entire week in London, and they, stayed out in the countryside and practiced out there. And the Broncos just flew in like it was, like they were going to play the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I mean, they just flew in for the game, and they were absolutely exhausted. And it showed in the second half of that game. And the 49ers, with not a very good team, ended up just, beating up on the Broncos. So I think, the players don't get a lot out of it other than, and this is kind of the trickle down of, the revenue that I guess eventually they see from the salary cap. But I think for the game, it seems like it's a good thing. And I know the fans who've gone out there, and, the fans in Europe, in the UK who have enjoyed that experience, but also people from here who've gone out there. I know they enjoy it, and I certainly have enjoyed I guess I've done 4 international games, 2 in Mexico City. The very first one was with Alex Smith at quarterback, where he made his 49ers debut, and then 2 in London, and then back to Mexico City a couple of years ago.
Didn't affect the Chiefs. They played in Germany. They wound up winning the Super Bowl. So
yeah,
there you go. Ouch. Too soon?
Did not impact them.
Too soon? All right, Maddie. Well, listen, we'll go listen to you and Dre Greenlaw chop it up. We'll look forward to next Thursday at the California Theater in San Jose for the Dwight Clark Award event. Hey, man, you get Steve Young, Brock Purdy, Alex Smith, and Jeff Garcia talking quarterback, and that's awesome. And it's all raising money for the Golden Heart Fund, too. And by the way, we had a great Niner experience on Monday night, man. JT, 82, went into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, and 16 showed up for him, man. And
that's awesome.
It was awesome. And when John Taylor was up telling some stories, Joe had a big, giant grin on his face. It was like a really cool, Joe was really happy to be there for him. It looked like he had a good bond.
And you know what? The world missed out on JT through a lot of his career because he did not talk to the media. And I remember my first year on the beat, I got a one-on-one with him where, they took us into, one of those rooms, a wide receiver meeting room or whatever, just me and him with a tape recorder rolling. And he was in his final season. And I remember thinking man, this guy has quite a personality. And I had no idea. I remember being kind of intimidated, well, this guy never speaks to the media. He must be really difficult guy to talk to, but not at all. So, when I've seen him, and he was on stage last year at the Dwight Clark Legacy event, and he is fun. He is a lot of fun to talk to.
He's going in, man. It was awesome. And you remember him, of course, Maddie, just for me and you, bud. Forget the rest of the audience. You and I knew that a year from now he'd be driving chickens and Shout out the late great Bill Soliday, my friend.
Yes, here we go.
Late great Bill Soliday. I always like to make Maddie laugh with an inside joke. All right, so hey,
that is as inside as it gets. Right there.
It is, buddy. All right, man. Always good. Always good. You'll chuckle about that later today, too. By the way,
man.
I know. All right.
I'll be clucking it up.
Oh boy.
There you go, man.
All right. Take care, Matt. Be good.
Thanks, man.
Thanks, guys.
Matt Maiocco. Yeah. So he says no to London. How about that?
Sources are saying.
Now, he could be wrong. I don't know, but I try to trust Matt. Matty would get a whisper, hey, start planning your trip.
Well, then what's the big announcement?
Well,
that
that was
Tebow's
just some
teasing?
rando Twitter account, and we all went with it. That's kind of life now. A rando Twitter account says something, you're like, oh, did you see this?
Yeah, but it had an actual video of Debo saying,
I know, but I
big
think
announcement coming soon.
I think it was like a Debo cut, like they cut and pasted. You know
Are
what
you
I mean?
saying that's AI Debo?
Oh,
that's
hey
not
now.
even the real Debo.
Nothing will beat the AI of the march through San Francisco with the sign, rehire Gabe Kaplan.
By the way, dude, I've been seeing some crazy AI videos pop up in my Twitter feed.
You showed me a Steph Curry one that was insane.
Yes.
Where he just like crushes the whole team after the Kings loss.
I showed Young Tony one this morning of a Draymond Green podcast where it's fake Draymond Green talking about how he would give up his marriage for LeBron James to win another ring.
It's just, I mean, it's so, I'm glad I'm on the back nine, guys.
Yeah.
I'm going to leave this to you guys.
Can I join you?
I'm going to, well, in the bucket hat you can.
I was going to say.
Because that's what we wear when we play golf. All right, hey, we got to go. Andy Bagley at 9:30. Let's return to the Giants. We raised some questions about patience and running thin. We raised some questions about Bob Melvin and your faith in him. All coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Campbell, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Campbell's Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
You just heard the promo, but if you want to hear the full Kyle Harrison podcast from his interview yesterday with Tom Tolbert and Carrie Crowley, check out that podcast and all of our podcasts, like our interview with Bob Melvin yesterday on the Murph and Marcus Show, available now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
I would say patience, but limited patience. Month in, you do start to take some stock. It's not early anymore. We're here in May. And I think that there are some things. The catching situation is certainly something that they've got to keep an eye on. Patrick Bailey having 2 concussions in fairly short order has got to be a major concern. Tom Murphy obviously is out for at least a month, probably more. To me, I think it's probably a good idea to go out and look and maybe try to get somebody from out of the organization. He didn't rule that out, but he said, we think Bailey's back pretty soon. So there are a lot of different situations, and I think the Slater thing is one of them where, they're going to be patient but prepared. And it certainly wouldn't surprise me if some things happen, within the next few weeks, just maybe not imminently.
There it is, Susan Slusser and Axl Rose, the duo you didn't know you needed. There you go, a little patience.
Patience.
We used to have that song for Eddie Sutton on USF basketball, Patience. Young Tony, you down with the Guns N' Roses?
Yes, but I actually have not heard this song.
Really?
Patience, yeah.
The famous whistle intro, right? Anyway, thank you for dialing it up, my friend. Susan Slusser talking patience, and we've been patient enough to wear our Hello Kitty bucket hats all day.
All day long.
If you missed it, around 8 o'clock, right in the middle, we're about to launch a big hit with withering Giants takes that we're going to bring you to your knees. And then Marcus said, we were talking about you missing the game this weekend.
That's right. And for the 919 crowd that missed the news, I'm sorry to announce the streak is going to come to an end. I'll be out there Friday night, so I'll make it 17 straight games. But this weekend, I got to go see the mama for Mother's Day, driving up Saturday. So I will not have the opportunity to go to the ballpark and get these Hello Kitty bucket hats that we've been modeling all morning long.
And by the way, the sexiness factor of the show is just rocketed up. Just absolutely rocketed up.
My DMs are blowing up like Gabe Kapler right now.
Yeah, and you've kind of moved it around your head, up, down, back and forth.
Yeah,
I like it.
I'm stylish, I'm trying out different looks.
You even broke dance at once, too.
I feel like Greg Papa. I'm trying different looks for different segments.
By the way, it's 4:15 Saturday when you get your Hello Kitty bucket hat.
By the way, I hope somebody gets Greg Papa a Hello Kitty bucket hat. Add it to the hat collection.
Yeah, for sure. So anyway, the patience is, we're talking about, we asked her about Austin Slater and Elliot Ramos, and there he was last night, Elliot Ramos in the building.
Vamos, Ramos, vamos.
And immediately dinged a little single to right, brought in the run, and we had to bring up the devastating stat. Now ties him with Austin Slater on the team lead Austin Slater for RBI total.
Yeah.
He has 1 RBI.
1 whole RBI.
You also brought up with Blake Sable getting 3 hits yesterday. He now has more hits than Tom Murphy.
And less at-bats.
My gosh.
By a big margin.
The question we were going to ask on the big hit that we get asked now is, are you feeling better now, or is it just the Rockies? Is it just the Rockies?
I'd say, can I go D, all the above? I do feel
you going with the nuanced take here?
Yeah, I'm going with the nuance. If you want me to drop a couple of nuances on you.
Nuances.
I know that's an old favorite of yours.
Are you allowed to play that?
I don't know. It was on my board. It's been on my board for a while.
So
you actually requested that I put it on my board.
Did I?
Yeah.
Oh boy, look at me.
Uh-oh.
I better check myself.
Nuances.
Before I wreck myself.
Murph, I will say I'm feeling better. I'm always happy when the Giants win back-to-back games. And yes, it is the Colorado Rockies, but they're in your division. You've got to win these ball games, and you've got to start building some momentum. You got to start hitting. Yes, it's the easiest ballpark in the country to hit in. yes, you have the most success. But they needed something to just wake these bats up. And whether it's Jung-Hoo Lee, who's on a 6-game hit streak, whether it's Michael Conforto, who went deep yesterday, whether it's Mike Yastrzemski, if we're talking about patience, check out these numbers over the last 17 games for Mikey Yaz. When everybody was talking about him being DFA'd in the first couple weeks of the season, in the last 17 games since April 18th, he's batting .313.
Ooh.
3 home runs, 10 RBIs with a .903 OPS.
Okay. Those are legit.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I know he had a couple rough games in Philadelphia where he got punched out. The whole team had some rough games in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
So, I mean, yeah, I appreciate that. Now, there's the thing about Slater, though. It just looks different, doesn't it? Small sample size, I know, 34 at-bats. And Ramos just has that promise of youth, man. So we look at, hopefully, listen, we'll get the lineup card pretty soon. It's a 12-10 first pitch, 11-10.
Mm-hmm.
I got to imagine he's back out. It's a righty on the mound tonight, or today, I should say, Quantrill, the Stanford kid. So I would imagine you're going Yaz and right and Ramos and by the way, go ahead and bat Ramos against a righty. We don't have to do this whole
No, we don't have to
flip-flop
sit here
craziness,
and
huh?
talk about the platoon system. Of course, he's filling in right now at DH for Jorge Soler. So to me, that's the bigger question. Whether or not he's going to get an opportunity to maybe earn a spot, whether it's in the platoon system, whether it's as a starting right fielder. You mentioned it. Bob Melvin right now, after seeing the numbers that he had down in Sacramento, he was hitting righties and lefties. So yesterday, they put him in the game in a righty-on-righty matchup. But it was interesting earlier this morning to hear Susan Slusser say that they don't view him as a potential platoon piece. They'd rather give him the everyday opportunities. But wouldn't you have the at-bats at the major league level in a platoon system over everyday opportunities in Sacramento?
Well, I don't know. That's an interesting call. That whole, you don't face as many lefties. They're just not facing as many lefties.
No.
And then Ramos would come here and he wouldn't hit, he wouldn't play.
Which is kind of the argument for someone like Luis Matos and sending him down to start the season in Sacramento instead of putting him in a platoon system, because we would be sitting here every day calling for Luis Matos only having 36 at-bats through 30 games of the season.
Yeah, it's just sometimes you just kind of, I hate to even say it, but you sort of just stand by and wait for maybe an injury to happen. You don't want that to happen. You got Conforto locking down left. He went 3 for 4 last night with a bomb. He's hitting .267. His OPS is, I think, the best on the team, right? It's up over 780. I'm sorry, Lamont Wade Jr.'s is the best, which is damn near 900. And he continues to be the guy. So again, the question: are you feeling better, or is it just the Rockies? My unfortunately, 209 might sum it up. He says, I'm feeling better now, and it's the Rockies.
Yeah.
it's
not
D,
all the above, yeah.
I will confess, if I'm going to be slightly negative, take you down a negative road, it's more Rockies than not, is my feeling. It's more Rockies than not.
But how bad would you be feeling if they would have lost back-to-back games in Colorado?
I'd set this Hello Kitty bucket hat on fire.
I would not be rocking the Hello Kitty bucket hat.
I mean, they're
this morning.
saving our sanity. And by the way, I ain't going to settle for anything less than a sweep. All right? You lose today, bro. You get a salty Murph tomorrow, and I'll be wearing that bucket hat with some salt.
I mean, we broke out the bucket hats. They need to break out the brooms.
Yeah, they need to today. It's a 12-10 first pitch. Now, somebody texted in and said, Murph, what's your prediction by Flag Day? The famous Flag Day.
Flag Day.
And so I'd like to say 500 because that was our goal back in the lousy days of the 17, 18, 19 teams. But guys, look ahead, man. Yeah, there's a couple of soft spots in the schedule. The Reds are coming to town. They lost 7 in a row. The Rockies are here next week. They're terrible away from Coors Field. Heck, they're terrible at Coors Field. But, dude, I got news for you. The Dodgers are coming for 3. How about Susan Slusser calling out for a sweep of the Dodgers?
She's like, no, the Giants are thinking about sweeping the Dodgers.
Brother, look at after that. They got to go to Pittsburgh. And we know the Pirates are kind of athletic and frisky, right?
Yeah, and they're getting the biggest pitching prospect since maybe Steven Strasburg making his debut this weekend, Paul Skeens.
They might have to face him.
They might have to face Paul Skeens and Jared Jones back-to-back days.
And then, bro, they go to the Mets. And we know the Mets are, they're always dangerous. And then how about this homestand at the end of May? Phillies-Yankees. Now, I know it's an Oracle, and maybe those rockets that the Phillies hit in their little freaking bandbox, the little matchbox they play in, will die in right center field. But, I mean, I don't have to tell you about this Yankee lineup, brother. It's a little stacked.
By the way, you think Aaron Judge is going to get booed because he chose the Yankees over the Giants?
I think at this point, that ship has sailed.
Has it?
Yeah. So I do. Soto, Judge, the whole deal, they're all coming in. And so can you get to 500 when you're playing the Phillies and the Yankees in 1 week? I mean, the Phillies and Yankees have designs on the World Series.
Yeah, good luck.
I know. So, can you get to 500 by Flag Day, knowing that you have the Dodgers, Phillies, and Yankees all ahead? That said, all those games are at home. And Susan said when we talked to her about the horrific, I asked her the question, I said, when they played the Phillies and the Dodgers, was it just brutal, the stark difference? And she said, well, they were all on the road. Let's factor that in. So maybe Soto hits a ball that dives at the wall. Judge hits one into Triple's alley, and Jung-Hoo Lee in his Hello Kitty bucket hat runs it down.
Yeah, that's the perfect scenario.
Yeah.
Or Aaron Judge could be bouncing balls off the Coca-Cola bottle. I mean, that can very well happen.
That's supposed to be Jorge Soler's job, dude. Come on.
Yeah, well, Jorge Soler be back in the lineup by the time the Yankees come to town.
Yeah, I would think. It's funny. He said his shoulder was feeling better, but they went ahead and retroactively put him on the IL.
After having him hang out on the roster for like an extra 3 days.
Maybe because they wanted to get an RBI from that spot. You know what I mean? And they got one from Ramos yesterday.
A curious case of Jorge Soler. 5 home runs, but only 8 RBIs.
36 bombs last year and just not working right now. Again, Chapman and he well underperforming. All that said, we'll talk about that with Andy Bagley, who wrote a great deep dive on Jung-Hoo Lee, showing that he's not being affected by the velocity of Major League pitching and that the Giants gave him an attaboy slap on the rump saying, you're good, kid. Don't worry about the batting average and the OPS. We like what you're doing. Whether that's the right move or not, we'll talk about that with Andy Bagley next. From Denver as the Giants get ready for their 12-10 first pitch. And before we go, hey, shout out Tony in San Francisco.
Tony.
Like a good Tony. We got a few around here in the building. He won the tickets to see the San Jose Earthquakes play Austin FC on Saturday, May 25th.
Hell yeah, Tony.
We'll do it again tomorrow. Alex Smith joins us tomorrow. And the lineup is... Oh, you got the mic then, buddy. You got it?
Ooh.
Go ahead, Young Tone. You tell me, buddy. I can't see it.
All right, here we go. Lineup today is out. Wade Jr. is batting leadoff.
No Lee!
Ooh.
No Lee, yes.
After all that.
Lee is not in the lineup, looking across the lineup.
Wow.
Right now.
He'd be batting leadoff.
Wade
anyway.
Jr. playing first, hitting a first leadoff. Estrada at second.
Yeah,
Conforto in left.
There he is, Mikey.
Flores is your cleanup hitter.
Yeah.
Playing third base. Yaz in right.
Okay.
Slater in center. Sable is your DH.
Slater in center.
No Ramos?
Ahmed is your shortstop, and Jackson Reitz is your catcher.
Bro, I do not like this lineup today. I do not like it.
Interesting.
I'm just
No Lee, no Ramos.
Oh,
Flores in the 4-hole.
Slater, Sable, Ahmed, Reitz.
Dude, you have Reitz and Sable. You're not supposed to play them both at the same time.
You still confident about that sweep today?
Nope, I'm not. I'm less confident now. We'll talk about it with Andy Bagley on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Gucci bucket hat, Gucci bucket hat, yeah.
From the diamond to the dugout to the clubhouse to the front office, The Athletic's Andrew Baggerly brings his Giants coverage to KNBR. It's Murph, Marcus, and Extra Bags on the Sports Leader.
All right, well, at least, when Charlie Blackmon comes up, they sing this one in Denver. What are they going to sing for this Giants lineup? My gosh. It looks like
I don't want to use this lineup tonight.
Looks like a split squad Scottsdale lineup is what it looks like. My God. Anyway, maybe Andy Baggerly has a more measured take because he's a more measured man, the mature, thoughtful, outstanding writer, Andy Baggerly, who wrote a nice deep dive on Jung-Hoo Lee today, who is not playing, we just found out from the lineup. So, Andy, it's always great to have you. I know we moved you a day, so we appreciate you adjusting from Coors Field. How are you, man?
Hey, morning, Bags.
Yeah, good to be on with you guys. I flew home after Philadelphia, so I haven't been in Coors, but
my bad.
been monitoring and hey, the Giants got a couple of wins which they badly needed against a team that, all due respect to the Rockies, that they should probably beat. So, but you know what? It's a 162 game season. This is their first long road trip of the year. It's the first long road trip of Jung-Hoo Lee's life. I mean, this is a guy, as I wrote in the story, who he's not used to these, playing in different time zones and all this stuff. Coors Field beats up your body. They don't have a day off for when they come home. They don't have a travel day. They go right into the next series tomorrow. So, some days are maintenance days. Some days are load management days. And, that means Matt Chapman gets a day, Jung-Hoo Lee gets a day. Today game after a night game in Coors. Tough stretch. So not too surprising to see, the Bob Melvin use the bench a lot today.
So that's the classic beat writer answer because he knows he's there. And if you're around the team, they talk about it. They talk about the 10-day grind. They talk about the 16 straight days. They talk about it. And so, but the fans, they just see the lineup. They're like, what? Jackson Reitz and Blake Sable are in the same lineup with Nick Ahmed? It's like, whoa, dude, what is going on? So I guess my easy low-hanging question is they call up Elliot Ramos to try to get him some run, and then they don't put him in a lineup in a day like today. Would you? I mean, I know Sable's a lefty versus a righty starter, but still, were you surprised not to see Ramos get a chance, given that he's only here for a brief time?
Not so much. I think that when you are using your bench and having a lineup where you don't have your regulars in there, you do want to sort of lean into the matchups a little bit, which is partly why they made the decisions that they did. I mean, they try to get some of their lefty bats in there. So, but it is one of those things where Ramos is here because Soler needs a timeout, and he's the guy who is hitting the best among the right-handed hitters at AAA. Obviously, I don't know if they called him up to really give him a big long runway. I don't think that's what this is about. But if Soler misses extended time, then maybe Ramos will get a little bit of a longer look. But, I think he's basically here because he fits what the team needs right now.
So are you viewing this as a short stop for Elliot Ramos, just kind of a Band-Aid until Jorge Soler is back from the IL? Or do you think there's an actual opportunity for Elliot Ramos to earn a spot on this roster, maybe taking the spot of Austin Slater in that right-handed platoon role in right field?
I don't think so. I mean, we're talking about 30 at-bats for Austin Slater. This is a guy that has a real good track record of hitting left-handed pitching. He got off to a little bit of a rough start. I don't think that they're going to toss him out of the plane just yet. Also don't forget that his role is a tough role. I mean, when you're on the sort of the lean side of a platoon, you don't play that much. And maybe you play once in 8 days, and when you play, you face Ranger Suarez, who leads the National League in ERA. So it's not an easy role for a veteran, and it certainly is not an easy role for someone like Ramos to step into. So I think they want him to play every day and continue to press the issue. And, there was a really good piece that Ken Rosenthal wrote in The Athletic today, looking at how the difference between AAA pitching and big league pitching has almost never been bigger. And so you can get fooled, and a lot of teams have gotten fooled calling up some young players this year that just weren't able to hack it in the big leagues quite yet. And so, you don't overreact to, what Elliot Ramos is doing in a month in AAA or what anyone's doing in AAA, because it's just a different league there. So, I do think that it's a tough spot for him to be in because he's not going to get many opportunities, and when he gets them, he's going to have to take advantage of them. But it's not an easy game. You got the best players in the world you're trying to beat out for spots, and you got really good players coming behind you in the system. So, it's going to be up to Ramos whenever he does get that chance to just show that he deserves another one.
We're talking to Andy Baggerly, The Athletic, who so many different wide-ranging questions we can squeeze in here. I'm going to go to the not very sexy backup catcher situation. Assuming Pat Bailey comes back on Saturday, kind of a two-pronged question then. I mean, do you know if there's any concern about Bailey and the organization in terms of early concussions? And then also, like, are they comfortable with Blake Sabol as the number 2 guy for, a month plus?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, I would assume that Sabol is the guy who stays over Reitz just because Sabol was the first guy they called up. He's the guy who's got, more big league time. But there's also a lot of pitchers who've been comfortable throwing to Reitz. I think that probably I shouldn't overthink this, and it's Sabol who stays. You could probably have a good thought exercise and say, you know what, who's really the better defender here? And if it's Reitz, is there a case for him to be the guy to stay? Because we know that it's been, Sabol has his deficiencies back there. And in a lot of ways, catching is still a project for him. So, it is, I think, an interesting question to pose. I don't know if they're going to think too deeply on it just because Sabol's the guy who's got more experience in the big leagues. But yeah, you're right. I mean, Patrick Bailey is so important to this team. We saw what happened when they tried to get through a season in 2020 after Buster retired, with the catchers who didn't have a lot of big league experience. And it was kind of a mess. And some of those games on this road trip have trended that way a little bit in Philadelphia. So it's really important to get Bailey back. They keep him healthy. We know that that's part of the position sometimes. They're working with different masks for him. He's using a sort of a neck roll thing, I think, that helps to stabilize him. It's always a concern. There's no such thing as a mild concussion. There's just some that are worse than others. And so he did have a stint on the concussion list last year as well. So this is why you take time out. This is why you give him, a week or whatever he needs until he passes the tests and can show that, he's okay again, because we've seen it, man. I mean, you only have to go back to Mike Matheny. I remember vividly, we were in Miami and he takes a foul tip off the mask and, we're writing our stories. We got our heads down. We're not looking at every pitch. And I didn't even frankly notice that he'd taken like 4 vicious foul tips to the mask over, the previous couple days. And it's that sort of Richter scale effect of exponential damage when you have them in quick succession. And that's what happened to him. And he came out of the game and we thought, oh gosh, maybe he'll be in there tomorrow. And he never played another game in the big leagues. He was done. So it's something you have to take very, very seriously. And I'm sure they're going to monitor him and make sure that he's 100% ready when they activate him.
Yeah, and we know how important Patrick Bailey is to this starting rotation from a pitch calling perspective. And I know I read a story last week about how Logan Webb, without Patrick Bailey behind home plate, decided to break out the pitch comm and call his own pitches. Is this the same thing that the entire rotation and bullpen is doing right now without Patrick Bailey?
I don't think so. I think it sort of, goes person to person. I mean, if you're Logan Webb, you kind of have an idea of what you need to do to get hitters out. Alex Cobb, I think in the past has used the pitch comm to call his games as well. And they've sort of gone back and forth on it. And maybe, I know in Cobb's case, he thought, I actually do better when I don't do that. And, there were a lot of concerns early on about just how the pitch clock was going to affect just shaking to the right pitch. And I think that a lot of pitchers were trying to eliminate that sort of fear that they wouldn't be able to shake to the right pitch in time by calling their own game. And then they came to realize, no, we can work this out. We can get this dialed in pretty quick. So I think those guys got away from that. But, when you're Webb and you have a quick change at catcher and it's unexpected and you have a game plan ready to go and your catcher's just flying in on a red eye and it has to be, fed with a fire hose of information about what you got to do to win that day. I think it was just the easiest thing to do for Webb to just call his own game. But I don't think that's going to become a staff-wide thing, no.
I'd love to just keep peppering all the controversial questions and dicey decisions and all that stuff. But this is just a straight-up positive question. Like, is Lamont Wade Jr. turning into an all-star right before our eyes? Like, what? He's age 30. It's like, I don't want to say he's on the decline. You should be on the decline at age 30, but he's, like, peaking. What's going on?
I mean, he's a good hitter. He really is. And he makes great swing decisions. And you're right. I mean, he's sitting there with, what OPS plus is league average is 100, right? He's like 160 right now. I mean, he's 60% better than the league average hitter. He really has become one of the most underrated offensive players in baseball. And I think that, if the Giants RBI guys, Soler and Chapman, were having better seasons, I think that, you'd be looking at how many runs Wade was scoring and you'd be thinking he'd be making a little bit more of an impact than it might appear. And then that's really where the Giants have to improve is they're getting opportunities. I think I looked this up last week, and I'm not sure where they rank right now, if it's changed, but as of like 5 or 6 days ago, the Giants had the best on-base percentage of leadoff batters in an inning the second best in the majors. Only the Dodgers were better. So they're getting opportunities. They're getting traffic on the bases. They're just not getting the hits, the timely hits, the damaging extra base hits, the doubles, triples, homers with runners on that can really, flip games. And they've had so many opportunities to do that, whether it's Soler, Chapman, and Wilmer Flores. Those guys are just really scuffling, and they're going to need some of those guys to step up and come through and start, getting those big hits in big spots. But, the fact that they are getting those opportunities in the first place, I think, is encouraging because we've, seen lots of Giants teams in the past where the offense was struggling and it was just like 1-2-3 inning after 1-2-3 innings. So, that does sort of portend good things, and Wade obviously is a big part of that.
Yeah, and just to wrap everything up, Bags, I wanted to circle back to your article you put out this morning on Jung-Hoo Lee and ask you about his numbers, which don't look the greatest on paper, but I thought you had some really good quotes from the Giants coaching staff about how he's been unlucky this year if you look at the advanced analytics. I also loved your breakdown on his swing rate versus fastballs, which was a big concern going from the KBO over to Major League Baseball. Break down some of the numbers you looked at for Jung-Hoo Lee and what you've seen so far from him in these first 30, 35 games of the season.
Yeah, I think I appreciate that. I think the way I described it is his impact really has been kind of negligible as an offensive player thus far. I mean, he hasn't been. You can't say he's been a huge catalyst as a leadoff guy. He doesn't walk enough. He's got the same number of walks as strikeouts, but he doesn't do much of either. And so, he really does have to hit to have his on base component be compelling. And he's sitting there batting like 265 or something. And so, and the coaching staff wanted him to see, look, your expected stats show that you should be hitting a lot better than you are. He's made some adjustments along the way. He was trying to maybe avoid those pole side grounders, let the ball travel a little bit deeper. And in doing so, I think he's popped up a little bit more, and that's, brought down his exit velocity. And obviously those pop-ups you're not going to get lucky on pop-ups ever. Pretty much in the big leagues, those are outs. Those are almost as sure outs as strikeouts. So he's working with it. He's trying to make adjustments. And in the story, I pointed out just how many things he's adjusting to. And one of the things that I don't think really we talk about enough is not only is he facing different pitchers, but we're dealing with a balanced schedule where you're facing all 29 teams. And you're only going to see, you don't face the Dodgers 19 times, you face them 12 times. And so you're always seeing different pitchers. And he's used to facing 9 other teams in the KBO, that have like 10 pitchers each on their staff. So you get to know the league pretty well. Well, now he's got 29 staffs of 13 pitchers each, and you may see those guys just maybe once or twice, And so he's really trying to make a huge adjustment here. It's as unfamiliar as it could possibly be. And, when you look at how he's performing against fastballs, he doesn't look overmatched. He doesn't look, caught in between. He's ready to hit premium velocity, maybe not do damage on it quite yet, but, all the things that you'd worry about, he's been fine at. And plus, he's come in on balls. He's gone back on balls. He's played a good center field. He's been a good teammate, good energy. Obviously, the base running is something that is a work in progress. With just a couple of steals and a couple caught stealings, but I think that they see the raw ingredients. They see all the good raw ingredients, and they see a guy who's got a lot of aptitude, and you don't expect him to be fully formed in the big leagues in a month. But he's 25 years old. He's got a lot to learn. There's 5 years and 5 months left on this contract, and I think for where he is right now, the Giants are very, very happy.
All right, we'll see how they do without him today. And as always, we'll keep reading you, Andy, and thanks for hopping on.
Yeah, thanks, Bags.
Okay, thanks, guys. Have a good day.
All right, we'll hand it over to the other side. Johnny Lund is back. We got a health report. We got what did Young Tone learn today? And, yeah.
And we still got the bucket hats on.
The bucket hats. It's Bucket Hat Day on KNBR 104.5. Hello, Kitty, the sports leader.
Gucci bucket hat, Gucci bucket hat. Yeah.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, okay, I did. I put my bucket hat on. It's my Hello Kitty bucket hat.
Gucci bucket hat. Gucci bucket hat.
Give me a year on this.
Gucci bucket hat. Gucci bucket hat.
What do we got? Give me a year.
Maybe a year ago?
Oh, that
Maybe
fresh.
2 years ago?
That fresh. Well, sounds good. The Hello Kitty bucket hat delivered by Maria Lopez and the San Francisco Giants has become the hit of the day. If you're watching YouTube and Twitch, there we are. There we are. Bucket hat. And I told you guys.
2020.
Oh, during the pandemic, huh? I told you guys I'll wear a bucket hat on the golf course. You were shocked, young Tony. Now maybe you will.
Do you own a Gucci bucket hat?
I do not. I own 4 bucket hats.
Oh, Murph.
4. I have
You know what that is?
That's not Gucci, bro. It's not.
That's not a Gucci bucket hat.
Poor little gal from 8th grade.
My bucket hat?
That's Gucci, bro.
It is Gucci, bro.
Gucci bucket hat.
That sounds good. So speaking of these bucket hats, I told you guys I wear them when I play golf, and Tone was surprised, and I said, "Hey, man, take it up. Honor the great tradition." And speaking of golf, shout out our Saturday morning golf show, the Clubhouse Corner. Ben and Eddie are the dudes. And by the way, they've recently been talking about their friendship with Steve Mariucci. Mooch has been working with these guys. The Clubhouse Corner, Saturday mornings at 7 a.m. only on KNBR. How about that?
You think they wear Gucci bucket hats?
I hope so.
They better be.
So these are Saturday. Is there a limit on these, by the way? Only like whatever the first number. Only 15,000. Ooh. Expect to hear Marty talking about the line.
You got to get there early.
There's a line. Presented by EVA Air. sfgiants.com/promotions.
Perfect.
We've been dead sexy all day.
I mean, Murph, I'm suited and booted right now. I got the Hello Kitty Day bucket hat on that they're giving away on Saturday. And I also have the Mother's Day cross-body bag that I'm wearing right now that I'm sure you would probably describe as more of a fanny pack.
Yeah, and I would say crossbody bag sounds like something you and Dana White have in the octagon.
like a crossbody, like triangle lock or something.
Like I put him in a crossbody bag.
Well, that's why I was surprised that it's even described as a crossbody bag because it is just a fanny pack. But I told you all the kids wear them across their body now like they're wearing a satchel.
I have tremendous regret. My very first trip to Ireland with my great buddy Tim Coughlin, my brother gave me a fanny pack, and he was a little behind the curve. He's like, you got to wear this. You got to hold your, ready for this? Your passport and your American Express checks.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah, buddy, American Express.
Traveling the country.
When you traveled, you used to go, that was like your little oasis. You'd go there and you'd have your money, and the American Express take care of you. So you'd find the American Express office.
Well, that's if they take American Express.
Well, no, it wasn't the credit card. It was like you'd go there to, you had American Express checks and you would get the Irish money and all that. Anyway, point is that I look back on now, and those pictures are so regrettable. Me with this freaking dorky fanny pack on.
Oh, you were not pro fanny pack.
Well, dude, I thought it was like the sound savvy tourist move. It was the absolute loser geek move. My buddy Tim always has sharper sense. He's like, no, I'm not wearing that thing. And he knew. And the pictures look bad now. I look bad. He looks fine.
Now, what else are you wearing in these photos? Are we going like the candlestick short shorts with the fanny pack?
Yes.
Dude.
Back then, your boy would rock back then, your boy was rocking Vans. How about that? Like the white Vans.
Look
back
at
it
you.
again with the white Vans. Yeah.
Brian, back again with the all white Vans.
And short shorts.
Damn.
Again, sexy.
I would love to see you in those short shorts or fanny packs and some rollerblades.
That's the only thing missing, but the other 3 I can give you.
And a bucket hat.
One great text here from Platzy, John Platz. He says, you guys are all upset about Slater playing today against a righty. He says, perhaps there's a connection here. He's going to be facing his old college teammate, Cal Quantrill. 10 years ago this spring, these two beat Vanderbilt in a super regional game. He sends the box score. The box score is rich because Vanderbilt's leadoff hitter is Dansby Swanson, and their 2 hitters, Brian Reynolds, and their DH is Tyler Beatty. How about that? And then Slater and Quantrill are on the Cal team, along with Tommy Edman. So all sorts of big leaguers. Like when you go down to Sunken, you're seeing future big leaguers.
Yeah, but they're on the same team, so it's not like Slater has a recent history of success.
Maybe there's like
if you would have told me Slater was batting leadoff for Vandy and took him deep, then I would have bought into those stats.
Just some sort of connection.
He's got some inside information.
Some sort of connection. Give me some health, baby.
Time now for your Giants Health Report, sponsored by Sutter Health.
Well, Murph, we've been asking about the return of Blake Snell, and news came out yesterday that he will be throwing a rehab start this Sunday on Mother's Day down in San Jose. But if you want the legitimate update from the manager himself, Bob Melvin stopped by the Murph and Marcus show yesterday morning and gave us the injury update on Blake Snell and when he could see him potentially returning to the rotation.
Yeah, so Blake threw 2 ups yesterday, kind of simulated situation, threw to some hitters. We'll see how he's feeling today and what we think the next step is. But there's no way Blake's going to make that next turn. He's going to have to throw a little bit more in a game situation, at least one game situation, rehab before he comes back. So, yeah, Mason Black absolutely is penciled in for that one.
Mason Black's penciled in for the next start, and Blake Snell starting this Sunday in San Jose. And that is your Giants Sutter Health injury report from the doctors who never stop answering your questions, the cardiac specialty centers that never stop helping hearts. Sutter is more than 220 hospitals and clinics that never stop caring for Californians. SutterHealth.org.
Okay, last Young Tone. We got 1 minute here. Here you go. What did he learn? He was good today.
Ruth and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now. Okay.
So can you cue the theme song here, buddy? I know I Need to Know is the Tom Petty song, but this one came about because we were talking bucket hats, and somebody pointed out Colonel Blake.
Gucci bucket hat. Gucci bucket
hat.
hat.
Oh, this is it. Dude. Bro. Wow. Give me all the feels.
We're going MASH?
Good knowledge. He did not know the TV show MASH. It was the bucket hat was worn by Colonel Blake. So is this new to you?
It vaguely sounds familiar, that opening.
Dude, it's an incredibly, because it was a really, really, really funny show, one of the most iconic sitcoms in American TV history, but it had a very odd sort of opening theme. These were helicopters coming in, and the name of the song is Suicide is Painless, but it worked. It was the #1 hit for years and years and years. And shout out to the early MASH days when they were raucous and funny. It got very preachy later on with Alan Alda. But the early days when Trapper was walking around in the kimono with the cocktails and hitting on Hot Lips Houlihan the whole time, a little racy. So anyway, Young Tone, if you're swinging by, check out a little MASH. All right, buddy? Shout out Radar O'Reilly. You're kind of the Radar O'Reilly of this show. And that's a compliment, buddy. All right, guys.
He has no idea what that means.
Let's tag it out. Lund and Papa back together. And when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. I ain't going to lie, this double-sided thing is screwed with me. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station.
Don't love the backward hat for J.J. Redick. Hey, you guys want to hit some golf balls?
I think it was awesome.
Gucci bucket hat, Gucci bucket hat.
Hey, where are the Marlins hats?
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves for Greg Papa
San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Michael Conforto, first pitch swinging here in the second, launches one high and deep, right field. It is gone. Ramos swings. It's a little flare over first. It's falling. It'll drop in, a base hit. Rounding third, though, Chapman. He's going to score. One pitch. There's a swing and a shot. It's way back. It's off the wall. This is going to score Ramos. And Jung-Hoo Lee is standing at second. As Wade swings, lines it into center field, a base hit. Ahmed comes across, Lee right behind him, and it's a 6-run second inning for the Giants. She swings and lines it out to the gap in left center field. The run is scored. Sable hustling into second. 8-6 the final. The Giants make it back-to-back wins here in Denver to open up the series.
Yes. Welcome back. Well, welcome back to me. As the Giants get the offense going, they win 8-6 after scoring 5. It's that key 5 now for the Giants. We'll get into that conversation. We have a short show, so we have to talk fast because the Giants go for the sweep in Colorado later this morning, early afternoon. How are you, my friend? Missed you.
Juan.
Oh, yes, I got a lot of that.
We missed John Miller. John's been gone too long on this road trip, but he greeted you, Ola Juan.
Yes, he did.
From Mexico City last year.
Yes.
How was it? We missed you terribly, by the way, but I assume Lainey had a good birthday and you had fun.
And
Not
she
too much
continues
fun,
to
though,
celebrate. Yeah, she will. She'll be going to Napa this weekend for I think this is the 4th or 5th celebration. But I got to tell you, man, we flew into Puerto Vallarta, but we went to Nuevo Vallarta, which I learned is a different state. But bottom line is, it's just a real chill area, kick back, not a lot of, it's not touristy or anything like that. We just had a great time just relaxing, you know what I mean? It's one of those all-inclusive things, which is very dangerous for me. So, yeah, thank you for asking. Good time had by all.
You just need a cocktail and a flotation device.
That's it.
And you're good.
And they're so nice there. And you go up to the bar, and, you got swim trunks on. You don't have any money with you. And they're like, no. And, I got to be good friends with all the bartenders on a first-name basis by the end.
Hola, Juan.
Exactly. I would
double.
Swim up.
It's the daily double.
Like dolphins or whatever, they'll swim up and you'll throw a fish in them or something. That's exactly what it was. I would swim up to the swim up bar, and by the time I got there, they'd have some frosty concoction that I didn't even know the name of, but they're like, we know guys like you. This is what we're gonna have ready for you. And
he's
man,
American.
It was
Give
good.
him a tidy bowl, man.
It was really good. What's funny is at the end, when you're in all inclusive, they show what you have, but they don't have to show the prices. So it's like,
oh boy,
I owed quite a big, I owed quite a big exit tip to the bartenders. They're like, if you would like to, tip on top of your, unlimited whatever. And I'm like, yeah, geez, look at that bar bill that I didn't pay. Yeah, here you go. But yeah, good time had by all. I got a good plane story and everything, but I'm glad to be back. It's really fun. You'll get to relax, but you kind of get itchy, because I was watching the Giants and I'm watching sports, and you're making notes and you're coming back on the plane and you're wanting to talk about, because gosh, I was gone for almost a week and a lot of stuff happened, man.
Well, that's the problem. When we go on
Giants
vacation, sports world does not stop.
No. NBA playoffs.
You really have to keep working. But we missed you. JD did a great job. Yesterday we had revolving hosts. Cope showed up. I thought it was going to be Carrie Crowley. We were without anybody for an hour. The thing I missed most about you was the show notes. You come back, and now I have a plan of what the hell we're going to talk about. So it's great to have you back. If you had to give it a one-loss record on your trip, what would you? Well, were you undefeated on the road trip, or? Because the Giants' trip is weird.
Yeah,
it's
very
been
weird,
so
right?
awful. And losing Patrick Bailey on Friday night, are you kidding me? And then Tom Murphy, he is rough behind the plate, and then he gets hurt. And, Blake Sable had 3 hits last night. He's not even in the lineup today, Reed says. So we'll get into it. But I if they win today, and thank God for Buddy Black,
right,
and the current compilation concoction, as you might say,
they are not
of the
good.
Colorado Rockies, because they're just so awful. But really, 20th and Blake used to be a house of horrors for the Giants. The Ryan Spielberg's Grand Slam, and just so many weird games, Nafi Perez, and just a lot of weirdness in that ballpark over the years. But since 2021, Giants are just rolling against Colorado and rolling specifically at Lodo. So I just, it's hard to evaluate where they are after these two. Colorado's just so bad. They're 20 games under 500. I don't normally do that because they're all major leaguers, but damn. But if they win today, this is a critical game today. You win today, and I know we take this season in segments, and what does it all matter? You add it up at the end, and you have your one-loss record over 162. But if you win today, somehow, some way, this horrific road trip where you look just overmatched at times, you wind up 4-6 after a 6-4 homestand where you took 2 out of 3 from the Mets and 2 out of 3 from Pittsburgh and split with Arizona. So over 20 games, you're right at 500, which is pretty much what you're hoping to be right now. So today is kind of a big game to get the sweep in Denver and go 4-6 on the road trip. But really, John, I don't know if the overall evaluation of this baseball team for me has changed a whole lot.
No, and look, I'd agree with you. I'd take 4-6 in a second because they looked overmatched, let's be honest. Philadelphia's just rolling. They looked overmatched. But you do have to take advantage of teams, and that number that you just pointed out since 2021, 20-8 versus the Rockies at Coors with a plus 58 run differential, which is in the game notes today. They've absolutely dominated. And I'm not making excuses for the Giants, but at one point on my vacation, I looked down, and the only teams in the National League they were ahead of are the Marlins and the Rockies. So, it is bunched up, and that can change very fast. So they've moved up a little bit in this whole thing. But I think if, I kind of hate this term, but I'm going to use it anyway. If you had told Bob Melvin, they're getting nothing out of Blake Snell. They've gotten basically nothing out of Soler. Offensively, they've gotten little to nothing out of Chapman. They've had some issues, and again, we got to assume for a minute that Snell's going to pitch more like he did last year. That's at least what I'm doing. Ryan Walker's starting to pitch really well. They're starting to figure some things out. They've got a ways to go, but by hovering around 500, at least they're in it. Because to be honest, especially because of this offense, they could be a lot worse than they are. Because offensively, other than the last 2 nights, they just haven't gotten it done. I mean, that's pretty much a season-long thing.
Well, I'm hoping Blake Snell turns into Blake Snell. Who knows? I mean, he's got to come back, and he's preparing to take a rehab assignment on Sunday. It is Mother's Day, but it wouldn't be bad to drive down to San Jose and watch him take the rehab assignment on Sunday when the Giants are playing the Reds, and they typically play night games down there. And then you reinsert him against Colorado, possibly the following weekend. But you got the Reds, and they're playing a day game right now. They've lost 7 in a row. And then the Dodgers come in. So I think normally you evaluate after 40 games, and so today would be that spot where you would do that, or right around this point. But I'm going to wait until after the Dodgers series and the off day on Thursday and give it a good evaluation, right as you and I are pulling out the red and gold markers, because we are going to get to the NFL schedule the day before
back on us, man.
And on May 15th. So we'll do that. So on the 16th, I think we'll evaluate what the Niners are going to do as far as won losses, and then where are the Giants, a quarter of the way through the year, 40-plus games after we see the Dodgers. But I don't know. Jorge Soler, last at-bat, last swing Saturday in that monsoon game in Philadelphia. Bad shoulder injury. I don't know what's wrong with him. And then he's lingered. They put him on the IL. They bring up Ramos yesterday. Copes and I were talking about it at length, that I said, if you're going to bring him up, but he's got to play. I didn't know they're going to put Soler on the IL. It was that bad. And he had a good at-bat last night, was able to fight off an inside pitch. He's not in the lineup today, which is odd to me. Matt Chapman's going to get a day off. A lot of times at altitude in Denver, guys can't sleep well. So you got a day game after a night game. So, Chapman's not in the lineup. I wonder about Ramos not being in. It's just a little odd to me. And then they are going to put Austin Slater in the lineup, but he's not going to be at the top of the order. He's not going to be in right. He's going to be in center. Jung-Hoo Lee, he has to acclimate. We'll talk to Bags tomorrow. He wrote a great story on just everything that Jung-Hoo Lee is acclimating to. And one of it is time zone and traveling and playing outdoors. I mean, it's cold in Denver. It's a day game today, but it was 42 degrees on Tuesday night. It was 40-something last night. It's just really cold. And then sleeping. He's not used to all these different time zones. Boston wore him out, Philadelphia, the rain. So I don't know why Jung-Hoo's not in there, day game after a night game, you would think. But it's, he's facing a right-handed pitcher. But he needs a day off. I'm not saying that. But Lamont's leading off. The lineup is interesting, John. I think Lamont should go back into the leadoff spot permanently and have Jung-Hoo Lee bat, maybe third in the lineup, and go Wade, Estrada, and then Jung-Hoo Lee. Conforto had a big game last night, but maybe drop him down a little bit. But Chapman not in the lineup today. These are all somewhat expected. But I think the interesting was the one to me, if you're going to bring up Elliot Ramos and get him a start last night, you wouldn't run him out there again today, day game after a night game. He got to Denver at noon yesterday, so he had time to acclimate. I mean, that's the whole thing when you brought him up here, is you didn't want him to sit. When guys get healthy and back, he may not even have a spot in the lineup. I just thought we'd see Ramos in the lineup today.
I would agree. I don't think you want to bring him up and sit him. I think you really want to see, because, Ramos is that guy that we've been talking about for years, and it's, he's off to this hot start in AAA. Let's see once and for all, because, look, you have opportunity, especially on a day like today where you're sitting Lee out, you're sitting Chapman out. I mean, this is kind of a rest day. You got Reitz in there at catcher instead of Saba, who's DHing today. I mean, you kind of got a ragtag lineup today, man. Throw the guy in there and get him some rhythm and see if once and for all if this guy can play. So anyway, give us your thoughts. 808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Love to get your thoughts on the Giants as they go for the sweep today in Colorado. So we'll have a short day. Tons of NBA playoffs, a little bit on the 49ers. They did delay that schedule release because we thought we might be doing that on Friday. We'll be doing that next week, so we got a ton to catch up on. We'll do it all coming up next. Love to get your thoughts as well. Pop and Lund back together on your Thursday, only here on the Sports Leader.
from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Hola, Juan.
Kyle Harrison, he joined the Tolbert Cope Show yesterday and discussed the team's success in his past few starts. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
Greg Papa here, and if you're looking for a local fiduciary who is licensed when it comes to loans, investments, insurance, basically all things money related, then please call my good friend Greg O'Donnell at the O'Donnell Financial Group. For the past 3 decades, Greg has been helping people like you get peace of mind by planning for retirement. So call Greg today, 866-496-2300, or visit him online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300, or online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. You owe it to yourself to know if you are going to be able to live that retirement lifestyle that you always dreamed of. So call Greg now. Again, 866-496-2300, or online. You could also go to odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial, because planning is a process, not a product.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
2-1 pitch. There's a swing and a shot. Hit out to deep right on a line. It's way back. It's off the wall. This is going to score Ramos to third, and a holding there is Ahmed. And Jung-Hoo Lee is standing at second, has himself an RBI double.
Listen up. We won a game yesterday. And if we win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
Just not this year.
Little Lou Brown. I like it.
They haven't won 3 in a row all year.
Oh, man. Yeah.
Today's the day, John. Think lucky.
Somebody on the text line's angry with the lineup, says they don't think today's a big game.
Let me just give you a thought on why. Trying to figure out why Austin Slater is in today
against the right-hander.
No, well, I think the point is, and you heard Farhan talk to Susan at Bischoff the other night, and they are going to see a lefty tomorrow. Andrew Abbott's going to pitch for the Reds tomorrow. Has Austin Slater had 2 consecutive starts all year? So maybe they're just thinking day game after night game. Some of the guys, again, it's tough to sleep at altitude, and he is going to be in the lineup tomorrow night against the lefty, and we haven't given him enough of a sample size. They keep saying 34 at-bats or plate appearances at-bats, and I agree with that. He needs more and consistent playing time. So maybe the theory, and I think Bomel's talking to the media coming up in a little bit on the dugout bench at Coors, John, is just let him start today against the righty, the left, and then actually the Reds are pitching back-to-back lefties. Andrew Abbott's going to go tomorrow. Lodolo? How do you say this guy's? Nick Lodolo?
Nick, yeah.
Will go Saturday, so that now you're giving Austin Slater 3 consecutive starts. So they haven't had a 3-game winning streak all year. Get that, and then give Austin Slater possibly the start against the right today, which he has, and then the back-to-back starts against the left-handed pitching in the Reds.
All right, let's give him these 3 games, and if he's not any good, he's out. He's DFA'd. Right. Get him out of here.
Well, I thought a week in Mexico would bring you back to the center a little bit, but yours.
I don't want him to be the target, but I hope he.
I've lost you.
I hope he does well. I'm hoping for good things. I'm not.
He's
angry
a good guy. We need Austin Powers back. But the other one is Ramos. I just think what we talked about with Copes. All right, bring him up. That's fine. But he needs to play every day. He hasn't gotten the so-called runway to play consistently. So your outfield today, Conforto only had 3 hits last night. I'm cool with that. And then possibly, John, with all these lefties coming up with the Reds, maybe Conforto's not in the lineup, tomorrow night and Saturday. And then you put, you can put Elliot Ramos in as a right-handed batter. I don't know what they're thinking there with Conforto. He has been hitting lefties well, but he was in a bit of a funk before his performance last night. Anyway, Conforto's in left, Slater's in center, and Yastrzemski is in right. And maybe the theory is Conforto, will get some time off coming up because they are going to face back-to-back lefties.
Yeah, so hopefully they'll get Ramos in there a little bit. And I understand the Slater thing. He's just struggled so much. I think that maybe they might be giving him something to say, look, this is your chance, see what you can do with it. So anyway, there's that situation. Last night, and again, Hicks solid. That was probably his least solid performance. But the thing I like about Bob Melvin and Brian Price and who's ever making decisions, I think a lot of times there were opportunities there where you're thinking, okay, they're going to pull Hicks out of the game, and at least they let him go through. And again, it's only 5 innings, and I know that, and it's 5 and fly with him, and then it comes down to the bullpens for a lot of his starts, and he's off to a really solid start. And I was pretty shaky on him moving into the rotation, but I like the fact that they let him work through some stuff. There were opportunities there where, look, in that ballpark, Colorado hits a home run, they're right back in that game, bases loaded, couple of guys on, whatever the case may be, and I like that they let him at least work through that to get through 5 innings, and he did get the win.
I think they had to. Their bullpen has gotten beaten up on this road trip. They just have not pitched well. Logan Webb has had some short outings. Keaton Wynn, who was really sick, Dave Fleming was saying how peaked and jaundice, love a good jaundice, he was Saturday. And then I don't know why that game started the time that it did. It was ridiculous to start that game. It should have been started either bang the game, although you had ESPN the next night. Did have a wraparound on Monday, but at least start the game like an hour and a half after the 1 hour and 10-minute rain delay. It was just ridiculous to play in those conditions. And Keaton Wynn was sick. He couldn't grip it and rip it. He couldn't throw his splitter. But he needs to be strong today. The starters are starting to be, they're going short. And the other thing about today is, going into yesterday, Camilo Duvall's not going to be available today because he pitched in both games so far this series. Now, he has thrown, did he throw 3 in a row one time earlier this year? I think he did. But they're pretty much admitting that the back end of the bullpen is going to be different today. They're not going to have Camilo Duvall. I don't know what they're going to do with the Rogers brothers. I think Eric Miller, may be in line to close the game. Randy Rodriguez looks nasty with his long stride and his fastball. That guy has got stuff. So I don't know how they're going to do it. If it's right-handers that come up for Buddy, it could be Randy Rodriguez or it could be Eric Miller. But I think part of the issue with why I thought they had to leave Jordan Hicks in the game last night is they know the bullpen's getting thin. This has been a hard road trip to go to Fenway and Philly and then on to Coors, and Colorado did come back last night and made it 8-6. It was a wild game, and they knew some of theirs, as Bob calls them, his plus relievers, which is an interesting way to phrase it. I think plus means we're ahead. These guys pitch when we're plus. These guys pitch when we're minus, and then when we're even or plus, these guys pitch. So they're plus guys with the lead guys, the way you set it up to win the game. I don't think a handful of those guys, including Camilo Duvall, John, are available today.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's going to be a lot of changes. The lineup is a little bit different. The way that they're going to handle this whole thing is going to be a little different as well. And hopefully Keaton Wynn can bounce back because, like I said, he had been great in the 3 previous starts, and then he was sick. The weather was bad. I'm not making excuses for the guy, but I got to imagine he's going to bounce back today. So anyway, more of that in award-winning Diamond Notes, by the way. We'll hit a little bit of football, and then we'll get it back to the Giants. We've got some NBA playoffs to hit as well. There's a few things. The schedule, which we thought we were going to go through and play that fun win-loss game tomorrow, was delayed a week, but there's a couple of 49ers notes, but also I don't know if you saw Peter Schrager's Week 1 mock schedule, because if it does come out, if it does come out like this, I think it's going to be really cool. And he does have a prediction for Tom Brady's first game that he's going to do. So we'll get into that conversation, hit a little bit of football. Still got some Giants on the agenda as well, and some NBA playoffs to get you ready for day baseball between the Rockies and the Giants. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa. Great to have John Lund back. Well, we got a short show. We're done at 11:10. Giants pregame at 11:10. And right after the show, you know where I'm going. We'll listen to a little Giants baseball and eat a little Tony's Pizza in the North Beach. Yes, my favorite pizzeria of all time is Tony's in the North Beach. It has been ranked #1 of the world. And it's my go-to spot for Neapolitan, New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizzas. I love a good pizza pie, there's no doubt. But they also make fresh pastas. And today's going to be a long day there listening to Giants baseball, so I may go slice and then go spicy bucatini. Is that delectable for a lunch at Tony's? And may stroll around the North Beach and check out Capo's, where Tony also makes delicious tavern-style cracker thin and deep dish-style pizzas. One of his specialties there. I got to make a lot of choices today. Chicago Italian beef sandwiches, you want to go there? They are large, so it's tough to do Chicago Italian beef and a bucatini in a slice, but you never know, it's Coors. Game could go for a while. Got to save room for dessert, right? Got to get cannoli or tiramisu. And then when the Giants come home tomorrow, wake up and stroll through the North Beach and talk about the roadie by having a little Tony's soul-made sourdough bread, pastries, New York bagels at his bakery, Toscano Brothers. And when the Giants are back home, that means at Oracle Park, you can get over to Tony's Slice House, where they have them around the Bay Area. They have them at Chase Center. They have them at Levi Stadium as well. The fast casual restaurant serving up delicious slices. So I love when the Giants are playing during the day, midweek. We get a short show, and we get to eat Tony's Pizza.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys. Sound right, boys.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Papa and Lund, it's great to be back. After a few days in Mexico, they let me back in the country. It was very nice. Although I will say, the Puerto Vallarta at the airport is amazing. It's just shop after shop. We got some very nice bottles of tequila. It was very nice. Couldn't resist. Yeah, it's very nice.
Don't check my bag.
Exactly. The duty-free stuff. You think you're getting a deal, and I'm like, how much? I'm telling you, man, I had my calculator out so much because some places it's like 16 pesos to the dollar, some 17, some 20. I'm like, oh my gosh, the dollar is weak. Anyway. Good time had by all. All right, Peter Schrager's mock schedule for week 1. And if this comes to fruition, this is a pretty good week 1. And he seems to be on the in on a lot of things and a pretty good predictor at that.
Especially when things emanate from Florham Park.
Exactly.
He does have a connection in New York.
He does.
Who's he tight with? Salah? Who's he tight with there?
So, yeah, a few people there.
A-Rod?
Yeah, A-Rod.
All right, what's he got week 1?
All right,
week 1.
So this would be a pretty good week 1. So the kickoff game. And I don't know if they're going to waste this on week 1. This might be the one I have.
It's got to be at Arrowhead because the Chiefs,
yeah.
I think I remember them winning the Super Bowl, didn't they?
Yeah, I don't know. That's a big blur to me, Vegas and all.
Yeah,
I don't know if they would waste this one, but they might. So he's got Ravens at Chiefs on the Thursday night. What do you think? Are they wasting one there? Because usually, like last year, they did Lions at Chiefs.
Last year was Lions.
Which was a great game. The Lions won.
Who was the year before? Buffalo beat the Rams.
That's right.
The Chiefs played. They won back-to-back Super Bowls, so we're skipping a year. Who'd the Chiefs open with the year before that?
I have to remember. But I guess my point is that like Ravens Chiefs is going to get big numbers, whatever. That's the opener of the season, and usually they don't go that big because they know you're going to watch anyway, and so they usually save that. But I mean, Ravens Chiefs is a huge game, so maybe they do.
Plus that's a conference game.
Yeah,
I mean normally they like to go. Like Buffalo played the Rams one year when the Rams won and pummeled them, and you could see that Stafford wasn't right. Those are two Final Four teams.
Yeah,
Baltimore got handled. But that. That is a rematch. We have, 9 rematches, I think, and that is a rematch, obviously, of the AFC championship game. The 49ers, as far as playoff rematches, have 3 on the schedule this year. Green Bay, Detroit, and the Chiefs. So the 49ers are going to have some primetime games.
Time.
They can't get that first Thursday game, obviously, because the Chiefs scored at the end of overtime.
Exactly. So Ravens and Chiefs is what he said. The CBS #1 game with Nance and Romo. He's got his Dolphins at Jets, which, of course, is another Aaron Rodgers
leaking
special.
The leakers. Normally they have a big – so when they announce this next week on Wednesday, they bring all their top crews on the morning show, and why is Schrager – somebody's got to put him back on Good Morning Football.
Well, he's mocking.
Killing the league.
He's saying he's mocking, so I don't know if this is going to be real, but these will be great games. Now, this one's the one that everybody's going to be watching because it's Brady's debut. So Burkhardt, not Olsen.
So who does he have on the first game? I interrupted you.
He's got Ravens at Chiefs in the kickoff.
Ravens at Chiefs. What's the other one?
CBS as #1 is Dolphins at Jets. This is what he's mocking. He's not saying this is true. He's just mocking this. And then Fox, the Fox game, which everybody's going to be watching because this is Brady's debut with Burkhardt. He's got Lions at Cowboys. How about that for a game? for week.
Now, where do the
Lions,
49ers play the
Cowboys.
first weekend of the year?
That's coming up next. It's a good
Are
one.
we going east? We're probably starting on the East Coast again, right?
So anyway, Brady's first game, Lions and Cowboys. What are your expectations for Brady as an announcer?
Did you see the Tom Brady roast when you were in Mexico?
Yeah. Well, I watched it last night because I knew I had to catch up with it.
I was like, what? Did he get $25 million to sit there?
That sounds like you were in Mexico with me.
Talk about his wife like that or his former wife?
Well, I don't know.
Roaster's supposed to be they go for the jugular. But my God.
Well, it wasn't really his jugular. It was everybody else's jugular.
No, they went after his wife and everything.
Well, that's what I mean.
Right away.
I mean, yeah.
They went at No, he responded fine. Anyway, it was, wow, this is strong.
Yeah.
I mean, you kind of knew when they lined up the comedians they did, and every once in a while, Kevin Hart would just drop a "F you, Tom."
Yeah, right.
And it was
Something
funny.
like that.
I mean, I thought it was, whoa, he's sitting there and taking this.
I didn't think. I don't know how much you guys talked about it, but I didn't think Brady would sit for something like that. Now I've heard
he got $25 million to do that.
Yeah. So I mean, I guess that's obviously a good reason why to do something like that.
I'm not
but
sure.
I did read too that because the one joke that's making the rounds is obviously the Kraft one. I guess before the show they did say that he was off limits, or that particular joke was off limits, but you could do anything else, and so that's why he was mad at Jeff Ross. But Nikki Glazer taking shots at like the Aaron Hernandez stuff. It was like, oh man. I mean,
how about the line? The only thing you have to do as a Patriot tight end is catch, block, and not murder. I'm like, whoa. Who said that? Brady? Man. I think Brady said that.
Yeah.
Anyway, and Gronk had a nice record. That's the best broadcasting Gronk's ever done. I love Belichick's line about, my line is always do your job, do your job. When I'm watching Gronk on NFL Fox Sunday, I'm thinking, don't do your job.
Don't do your job.
You're so bad at it.
Quit doing your job.
But anyway, to answer your question about Brady, his response was strong.
Yeah.
He was unflappable in his delivery. He got every line out. And he had some. It was, uncomfortable material. He delivered it all. Peyton Manning got up there at the end, and I thought maybe it should have been Eli, but they had Peyton up there anyway.
Right.
Peyton gets a little tight. For a guy who's such a good pitch man, and I think that's part of why he's never gone into a real booth, and he's in his basement, which is a nice basement, drinking the red Solo cups with his brother. It's a little different when you're actually in a game. And I remember him dropping by Al Michaelson broadcast, and I thought, I'm not sure Peyton can do this. And Peyton was a little squeaky, a little tighter and nervous in front of that, which is surprising.
I don't think he was comfortable.
Tom Brady's got some swag in him. He's got an ego out there. I think after watching that, and it's nothing like broadcasting a game, but I came away thinking, damn, Tom's going to be a good broadcaster.
Yeah, so he's got, again, these are predictions. This is the Church Schrager's mock schedule for week 1.
Jets-Dolphins is the best CBS can roll out.
Against the Lions-Cowboys, if that's the case. And then the next one.
Well, who's got somebody's got to be the afternoon game. So Lions-Cowboys is probably the afternoon game.
I would think so,
Jets-Dolphins would be the 1 o'clock game. They'll alternate it back and forth.
And then this would be interesting for Tirico and Collinsworth. Again, this is just his mock. This is not saying it's going to happen.
Football? Yeah.
Sunday Night Football. How about Bears at 49ers is what he's predicting.
Is that
Bears
what he's saying?
At 40, he's predicting it. He's mocking it. But so Caleb Williams, Rome Odunze, that defense, which was much improved when Montez Sweat got there. I don't know. That's going to be a much tougher division. I don't know if the Bears are going to be able to hang with the Lions quite yet, but you're getting the number 1 pick in the draft and Caleb Williams for his first regular season game at the 49ers. That would be pretty cool.
Well, if Detroit's already off the board, the Jets are already off the board, and Dallas and Kansas City are already off the board. Obviously, you can't play Kansas City week 1 because they got to do the home opener on Thursday. That, to me, is by far the next attractive. I mean, New England, as far as, non-division game, you could go Rams, you could go Seahawks, but that would probably be 49ers have a great home schedule this year. You got Bears, Lions, Jets, Cowboys, Chiefs, and the Patriots as well. So that would be, the odd thing there, John, would be the Niners are pretty used to playing not only the season opener on the road, but playing the first 2 of the season on the road. And then the way it's kind of gone down, I can't even recall since I've been with the Niners, like the pandemic year of 2020 that was weird.
Was it Arizona?
We played Arizona, and Kyler came in and beat the Niners, and Jimmy did not have a great game. If we had a home opener, Detroit, Pittsburgh this past year. I mean, just about every season opener since I've been with the Niners the last 5 years and going back many years before that, they traditionally play their first game on the road. So that would be a bit of an upset that it's a home game. But they do have the extra home game this year, 9 at home, 8 on the road. And they do have a very attractive road schedule. And some of the better games like the Lions and the Cowboys, and obviously Fox is going to try to squat on some of those. So maybe the Bears is a good one early in the year for NBC to steal.
Yeah, I think that'd be pretty cool. So, again, it wasn't one that I was thinking of. But, again, these things aren't set in stone. It's just Schrager saying that those are his predictions. But, I mean, over the last few years, whether it be a prediction who's going to win the Super Bowl, whatever, I mean, he's been pretty accurate. I think his mock draft
and this is
was
different.
number one,
I mean, when you're mocking a draft, you're told by people what's going to happen, but you really don't know who's going to get chosen ahead of you, so it's speculative. These games, they're already done. They've already got a schedule, and the networks are fighting over it. And he obviously works for Fox, and he works for the NFL Network, and he's tight with a lot of owners around the league. So, if he is right, they're not going to be happy. What does the league think about him leaking their leaks? That's what they do next week when they bring.
Right, you get one or two here and there.
Joe and Troy, Joe Buck and Troy Aikman go on Good Morning America, right? I mean, what's the whole point of that? Is to promote the Monday Night Football schedule.
Well, and what they tend to do, like you said, next week is they kind of get closer to it. One will get leaked here, one will get leaked there. All those kind of things.
They do it every day.
Yeah.
Fox leaks theirs, CBS leaks theirs, ABC leaks theirs.
And you can kind of piece a little bit of it together. Like there'll be a beat guy who'll say, hey, they're going to play this week, or you'll find out what weeks the international games are, or whatever, and then you can start piecing a little bit of it together. Then they release the whole thing. But yeah, you're right. If he does come through and like all of these are true or damn close, they're like, bro, you can't do that. Remember what was it like Woj or something during the NBA draft, and he would, instead of the wording was something like, they're said to be leaning towards, or they started using these words so that they wouldn't get in trouble. Then after a while, they just said, look, you can't leak them at all. Because the league
if it is if it's the Bears, it's the Bears. We're going to play them at some point. It's just the news would be that the Niners season opener is going to be at home, which last year was obviously in Pittsburgh. The year before was in Chicago. We went to the Bears and had that rain game.
That's right,
and lost that game. And then Detroit the year before, and then the pandemic year. The schedule was weird. Then Arizona. And then the first game in 2019 was in Tampa Bay. So 4 of the last 5 years, the Niners have started on the road.
Yeah. So there you go. So anyway, that would be an amazing week, first week of the season. And if the Niners played the Bears, I think that'd be pretty cool on Sunday Night Football. So we'll see. Next week we'll do it. We'll do the fun win-loss game. Everybody will have a great time with that kind of stuff. So we'll do that as well. NBA playoffs wise, as we give you a quick short show today because we got Giants baseball coming up. Top of the hour, we'll get into everything. But the Knicks last night again, and how about Rick Carlisle and the Pacers? 78 missed calls. There were a few.
In
Reggie
2 games
Miller,
combined,
the chance.
29 in game 1.
Yeah.
The balance 48 or whatever it was in last night's game.
I'd like to tell them that maybe they need to play better defense. I mean, that's probably the major problem. But I get what they're doing. I mean, this is an age-old issue that coaches do. But did you get that sense that this game was decided by officials, or this series has been decided by officials?
Well, there were some big calls late in game 1, to be sure. And I did the Indiana Pacer games for 2 years, and it was before Reggie and Dr. Jack arrived in Indianapolis. But there's a little bit of that. He's got to get fined, big time. The league is not going to like him saying that the New York market is being favored by officials over Indianapolis. There are times you felt that way, but you've got a lot of small market teams that are flourishing. It's just when you go into the Garden and you feel that heat of Midtown Manhattan and Spike Lee and the whole Reggie Miller thing. And how about Josh Hart coming over and dropping an F-bomb with BA and Coach Van Gundy and Reggie right in the middle during the
Somebody
game?
Probably needs to talk to him. Dude.
Well, he said, Reggie, he's coming over to talk to you, and then he turns the mic. It's like, whoa, brother, you can't be saying that on national TV. I think the one that got Carlisle, and he's the angry Jim Carrey.
Right.
And, Mark Davis has been in the middle of this. He's just not a very good. He's not a very good official. He obviously, Jamal Murray, not the owner of the Raiders, but the Jamal Murray situation when Kathmandu just ran him over, no call, and That's why Murray threw the towel on the heating pad, and then he's working the garden. There was a call late in the game that was a blatant Hartenstein double dribble.
Yeah,
he called it right in the middle of it, and then for some reason Tibbs, Tommy Comeover, whatever he's doing with his hair, he needs to let that go, Tibbs. I don't know what's going on.
At what point do you just go, hey, man?
He's way past that point. I love Tibbs. And New Yorkers love him. He is Robbie Iannuzzo, my buddy from New York. Jets, that's Tibbs. Anyway, why was that call changed? And that was a big call late in the game. The Pacers had to have possession there. Obviously, the call at the end on Miles Turner in Game 1 was interesting, and Dante flopping the way he did. How about DiVincenzo? The three he made earlier in Game 1, and I love pods, but the Warriors do miss, Dante DiVincenzo's fire, Dante's inferno on both ends of the floor. But anyway, I think that call got Carlisle going, but the one that got him really going, because he walked on the floor, why did they overturn and it was a discontinued dribble. I mean, they went back, it's not a dribble, not a double dribble, yes it is. He picked up the ball. Steve Kerr would have gone nuts on that. Why did Tibbs allow them to change their call on that when it was already made? I mean, that's the one that got Carlisle going, and then, a few minutes later when the game was over, he got run. But you could see angry Jim Carey starting to come out in Carlisle. That's calculated. That game's over. But what he's saying is, when we go back to our place, the Fieldhouse, over the weekend, we want those calls to be even. But in the meantime, John, to call out the league and saying you're favoring the New York team, how much is angry Jim Carey going to have to write a check for?
Plus, it's just, look, the Knicks have been bad for a long time, the Bulls, all these kind of teams. If they were favoring, you could make that argument with the Lakers and with all the calls that they get, but, I don't know that the league has been favoring it, but like you said, that's what coaches do between games and series, and to say that 78 calls were missed, I wouldn't say that, but I think they're grasping at straws and trying to figure something out. Boston up in the East, we should see a Boston-New York East final. Can the Nuggets bounce back, man? How surprised? I know you guys will probably discuss this.
Yeah, I just love.
Back?
Yeah, Michael Malone's a great coach, and he charged the floor after Jamal Murray when Kathmandu ran him over, and I thought he's going to get kicked out here. But Mark Davis, I think, admitted he missed a call, so he didn't run him. But Michael Malone called out his team. They got taken apart. And it was a simple full court press. They knew Jamal Murray's calf is bothering him, and they're picking him up full court. And if the Joker brings it up the floor, they're picking him up full court. And they didn't have Rudy Gobert, but they got the Kathmandu playing like a dog on defense. I never seen him play like this. And then Naz Reid, the guy of anybody playing on another team's roster that I want to poach right now, that I wonder if there's some way Tim Connolly can't pay them all. Naz Reid is that guy. And they're just flying around. But I think Denver will respond at some point. You just got to figure out a way to deal with the pressure. And then they're doubling Joker right away. Most teams are afraid to double Jokic because he's such a great passer. You've got to wait to double him until he gets into a threat position when he's looking to score, when he's crab dribbling you down, and now you got to go get him. The Warriors double him, but late in the shot clock, late in games. Hell, John, they're just coming to get him right away. They're trapping full court up, turning them over. And they got the wing defenders to do it. And then even if the Joker brings it across midcourt, they're all over him. So maybe it'll work. They are hungry wolves, man. That defense, I'm not going to go where Barkley's gone, that it's the best ever. But it's really good right now. They got great perimeter defenders. They're going to get Rudy Gobert back. They got guys that can block shots. But I think Denver will respond with a game plan adjustment. They've been working on how do we deal with full court pressure. And when Joker gets doubled, we got to make him. If they're going to double Joker, Aaron Gordon's got to do chin-ups on the rim all night, or Michael Porter Jr., KCP. You cannot double that guy so early once they cross midcourt.
All right, just a little quick update on the playoffs as well. We got one quote I got to give you from Draymond Green. He's a veteran in the NBA, but he's a young man when it comes to the game of love. We've got to explain something to Draymond. He said yesterday that's going to get him in a lot of trouble. We'll get you ready for the Giants as well, and I got a quick airplane story before we give you that. Before we get out of here, Giants and Rockies day baseball as the Giants go for the sweep. We'll get for the pregame show. We'll jump on the pregame show at about 11:10. It's Pop and Lund on your Thursday. Thanks for joining us on the Sports Leader. Oh, that's right. It's back. John Lund here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area? That's why there was dramatic music. Actually, there's another reason. But some aren't even based here in the entire state. Now, that is not Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm. You know that. They're based right here in the Bay Area. They've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. Now, unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now, remember, the weather is getting beautiful. So motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, you can see them. They're all around us. So please be careful. Let's work together in making sure that the Bay Area is a safer place. And feel confident that you're in great hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. Do you know that they've secured more than $1 billion? I had to put a few extra B's in there because I've been gone for a minute. That's $1 billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. But you pay what? Nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Exciting and new.
Are you doing those commercials again?
Yeah, I don't know what happened to those. I was singing so well. I don't understand.
Singing is what happened to them.
Yeah, maybe. I did go out, by the way.
Why are we listening to this?
I'll tell you why. And it's not because I went on
at 8 o'clock?
And it's not because I went on a beautiful, we went on a sailboat cruise with my wife and I. She was very impressed that I had booked that. It was actually the concierge.
Did you drop your dinghy?
Yes, of course. It was very nice. We met a nice group. There were some people from North. Yeah, it was nice. We had a group from Northern California. Again, an all-inclusive kind of a thing. They kept bringing drinks. People are way too nice. It was like, don't you see that I'm about ready to fall overboard? Maybe that was what they were going for. But
you
that's
went to Mexico and dealt with people from Northern California?
Yeah,
Where were they from?
They were on our our sailboat with us. It was very nice to talk to them. We had a good time. But that's not the reason that we played the music. We played the music for this. Now, Draymond Green is a very smart basketball player, a very seasoned veteran in the NBA, but he might be a little lacking in the love game because this is going to get him on the couch for a while. In his latest podcast, he said the following, quote, "If I had to choose between my wife and watching LeBron play for another 7 to 10 years, you can catch me at my lawyer's prepping for divorce," unquote. Do you think his wife's going to think that's funny?
Maybe he's already at his lawyers prepping for divorce, and Hazel is going to be put on waivers very shortly.
Could be.
They just got married a couple of years. Right after the Warriors won the championship, Draymond got married. Wasn't LeBron at the wedding?
Yeah.
I think LeBron was. Did LeBron go on the honeymoon too?
He probably
did. He go with Draymond and Hazel on the honeymoon?
Oh, Draymond. That's going to cost you, man.
Yeah, he'll be fine. He'll be fine.
I'm sure he'll be fine.
He'll be
man,
fine.
You can think that.
He may be moving on a little bit. No,
could be.
He is smart. He is calculated. Maybe it's time to move on.
Could be.
His 7-year itch arrived in year 2. And Hazel's, I don't know. Good luck to her.
I mean, they have
Mother's
the NBA
Day
wives and all that. Sunday. You got to get ready.
But I think the bigger issue there is Draymond's love for all things clutch sports and Rich Paul and LeBron James. I mean, one day, and Draymond's not playing on Team USA this year in the Paris Olympics, one day will Draymond Green be a teammate of LeBron James somewhere, somehow.
I would think so. I mean, they have a deep love for each other. And I actually read a piece over my break where they were saying that LeBron James will be the best buddy you've ever had when he's on your team, and then when he's not on, or you're not a teammate with him anymore, he kind of forgets about you. But not, Draymond. They've never been teammates, other than USA and stuff like that. But they do have a lot of love for each other. I mean, so to put your relationship, at least there's going to be a small bump in the road for saying something like that, or maybe not. But anyway,
maybe there already is.
Yeah, maybe it's very possible. We cannot go a May 9th without acknowledging them. We'll hit up some Giants before we get to pregame show in about 13 minutes. On this day in 2010, our friend Dallas Braden, the 19th perfect game in Major League Baseball history, was, of course, on Mother's Day at the Coliseum. Of course, his grandmother was there after his mother passed away, who raised him, and that was on May 9th, 2010. So we always have to acknowledge that on this day.
Without a doubt.
Yeah.
Without a doubt. And tomorrow will be another great Mother's Day reunion. Sleepy Floyd as Superman comes up tomorrow. But I remember having Dallas's grandma on Chronicle Live the very next day. We got her in studio, and she was just an absolute hoot. She is so much fun, and you know exactly why Dallas Braden is who he is. But he did open up years later. I think it was to Susan. Wasn't it?
We talked to her about it.
He was not in a good headspace the day that he pitched
putting it mildly.
Mother's Day. He was working off a severe hangover.
Yeah.
It was serious. It wasn't like he was out just partying and A's win on a Saturday, and all of a sudden it's Mother's Day, and I take the ball against Gabe Kapler. Jeez, in Tampa Bay. But he had issues, growing up, and it was a hard life for him. His grandma really was the one that brought the whole family together. So I think to him, Mother's Day represented it. That's why these holidays are hard. Christmas is hard for people, big events like this, Mother's Day, and depending on how you were raised and your own relationships, and Father's Day, they're hard. We'd like to celebrate them, but they're not always so, perfect for everybody out there. And for Dallas, and that was a story he told John years after he threw that perfect game. that he did it with a raging hangover, and it was a tough Saturday night before because he knew that what Mother's Day represented to him, but turned out great because his grandma was there to watch him, and he became one of the all-time greats that day.
Yeah, it was just I remember Susan told us a story, and I think we had him on maybe a day or two later, and he explained it like you said. It wasn't a fun hangover. Hey, no hangover is a fun hangover, but from the night before where you're having fun and everything, it was the pain of losing his mom and everything, and he goes out and he throws that perfect game, and it's just an amazing story, and he's just a great guy. So anyway, we always like to acknowledge that. And then,
he has turned into an absolute fabulous broadcaster.
He is,
by the way, just extraordinary.
Yeah, I think he's amazing. I love the guy. And then one other quick one, and then we'll get to some Giants. So this is hilarious, and this is along the lines of Draymond. I don't know if you've ever been. You probably have. You've flown so much. So I'm sitting there, and my wife and I have gotten smart because we don't want one of us to have the middle seat. So what we do is we take the two outside seats across from each other, and it's very nice. And so that's what we do. So I have a couple next to me, and the guy comes on the plane, and he's by himself, and he says to me, you don't want to buckle in. My wife is behind me. So I'm kind of waiting for her, and I'm looking, and I'm like, where's the wife? And so, as the plane is pretty much shutting the doors, here comes the wife, and she is steamed. I guess he, left her behind or did something, and so she starts in on him. And I'm thinking this is going to be one of those plane moments that you and I always talk about, and she is screaming at the guy, yelling at the guy.
Sitting in the seats next to you?
Yeah.
You got a husband and wife going at it? It's the War of the Roses?
Yeah. So she doesn't sit down. It was so uncomfortable. She goes, I am so done with you. I can't believe you left me back there. Wow. She is going at it. And
so you didn't offer to take the middle seat just to shut him up?
No.
That's enough.
It gets worse.
Buy him a round of drinks. Did they cocktail? That would have made it worse.
So he puts in earphones, right? Because he doesn't want to hear this thing. And she's still going at it with him. And then I'm sitting there uncomfortably looking at my wife. Like, are you kidding me? And about, I don't know, we just get off the ground, right? And we're about 10 minutes into the air. And because she doesn't, she's angry with him, I don't know if this was just, her body language, whatever. She falls asleep and leans on me. Okay, and
so she's in the middle seat.
Yeah, she's in the middle seat, and I have a quarter.
Here's your opening to hit on her, John.
So I've got a quarter of a seat, and she's leaning on me, pushing on me, and I'm gonna be nice here.
She's doing that. She's breaking all the flying etiquette rules.
And I'm gonna be nice here. Yeah, she wasn't small.
She didn't put the head on the shoulder, did she?
No, but she was getting there, and I'm looking at.
She was doing the head bob.
Yeah, so I'm looking at Lainey as she's taking my seat, and she's snoring and leaning on me with her head, and I look at Lainey, and she gives me this look like, get her off you and tell the guy, and I'm a nice guy, and I let it go for a minute or two. Finally, I tap the guy on the shoulder who's completely ignoring his wife, and he's acting like he's
so
asleep.
You're in the aisle,
yeah.
The wife's in the middle, he's in the window.
They're fighting, yeah, and she's leaning on me, and I'm tapping the guy with the headphones on but he thinks it's the wife, so he's getting mad that she's tapping him, and he's kind of squirming, and so finally I hit the guy in the head and say, hey, can you move your wife off of me? I have literally no room anywhere. And so finally he taps her, she gets mad at him again, then she leans on him. But anyway, that's what happened. After that was fine.
Didn't you? It's not safe to move throughout the cabin. Safe to get a new seat. You didn't call the flight attendant to break it up?
No,
wow.
I mean, it didn't get to that point. It wasn't so bad that they,
I've never experienced that. I've never had the War of the Roses.
She did. She said, "I'm so done with you. I can't wait. I can't believe you left me behind." Then they go at it for a minute. Then he just puts on earphones and leans kind of towards the window. Then she falls asleep and leans on me, and I'm like, "Are you kidding me? You got it! I'm in the middle of this thing."
I've had the octogenarian with a flaming case of halitosis and the baby with the diarrhea.
Oh, that's
you know what? I had Don Nelson and Chris Webber got into a little fight.
They did.
You know what? I think I've told this to you years. Whitney Houston and Bobby Brown, my prerogative.
Oh, yeah.
Got into a raging fight because he was sitting on the flight attendants right next to me. And they made up by going into the bathroom, fighting for the first 5 minutes, and then joining the Mile High Club for the next 5. And I came out and I'm like, whoa, what did I just witness? But that wasn't That was only uncomfortable for about 10 minutes. You had the whole War of the Roses right there in your row. I don't know how I would have. I would have put the headphones on and then you do the reverse where you're sleeping and you do the head bob into her lap to shut her up.
Well, that's what had happened. I had an iPad, of course, and I was, wanting to. I'm like you. I like to watch, games and stuff I missed, and so I had downloaded a bunch of stuff. So I was leaned up, and I think that's when she fell asleep and kind of leaned towards my seat. Then I leaned back, and I leaned on her head, and then I was like, "What am I supposed to do? I can't even sit back in my own seat." Oh man!
So there's the lesson for you: don't leave the row for a couple to sit next to you. You and Laney, somebody's got to take that middle seat, or you and Laney take. You know what you do is you try to take the window in the aisle. And stick somebody in the middle of you two guys.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is. Yeah, that's not.
But there were no
idea.
Open seats the whole way. There's never an open seat anymore.
No, they keep saying the airline industry is struggling. Maybe it is, but not ever on a flight that I get on. It's always hello, folks. I think
was this on the outbound
full.
Or was this on the home?
This was coming home. Yeah.
Oh, it just happened.
And that's worse because when you're going. You're just, it's like bring on the tequila and you're just whatever. Nothing really matters. On the way back, you're like, come on, I got to get my head on here. I got some work to do.
Well, the timing of your return this is a veteran move on your part. You come back for a 70-minute show.
This is not my first rodeo.
I'm like, John's taking the day off too. I'll just do that. I want to do award-winning diamond notes.
Oh, yeah, they're great.
So you're coming back for an hour 10. You know what I'm going to do tomorrow?
What are you going to do?
Take the last. If you'll let me, I'm going to take the last hour of the show off tomorrow.
Yeah, go for it.
You know where I'm going?
No, it's beautiful.
Well, no, the weather is nice today.
Yeah.
But I'm going to go to Santa Clara. You know what? Tomorrow is rookie minicamp.
Oh, yes, of course.
You should come down. Well, the problem is that they're on the field at about 1:10.
We got to go.
And they'll be done around 2:15. So somebody's got to do the show.
Well,
tomorrow we move into full-blown 49er off season.
We got to have some talk tomorrow. Then we got to talk some Niners tomorrow. But geez, all we got to do. We used to do this back in the day, and people didn't know. We used to tape some of the show back in another lifetime. We tape some stuff
out.
We
want to do that and
hit
then
the road.
Shh, don't say that. Coming up live, Andrew Baggerly with the Giants returning home.
Yeah, that's what we would do. We'd pre-tape some interviews.
We do that.
We'd pre-tape. Because you were when you were doing all the Giant, they'd play an East Coast game. You and I have to get in there early, and we'd tape interviews and stuff. And then I'd just tape. Tape in and out. Hey, welcome back to the Pop and Lunch Show, and nobody knew the difference.
And now we'll just do it live. We'll do it live.
Exactly. Wow,
so
tomorrow.
Good to have you back. Glad you're having a happy flight. Giants gonna have now today. This one is just.
I'm a little nervous.
This is the Gordon Gecko. This is the Get Greedy.
Yeah.
If they win today and somehow finagle a 4-6 road trip out of Fenway and Philly, thank God for Lodo and Buddy Black and 20th and Blake. They sweep this series, John, and 4-6 road trip where they went, that would not be hideous.
No, especially given what they were playing like in Philly. I mean, they were non-competitive in Philadelphia, and it was like, oh my gosh, this is not good. Now, look, a lot of times, as you and I talk about all the time, it's when you play somebody, and Philly's playing great baseball right now. So, that wasn't great,
good.
but they are good. I mean, they're just flat good. They might win that division. I mean, I was giving it to Atlanta.
They may have the best record. Too, I mean, they're not going to have the same record as the Dodgers. But.
Right.
And it's a good time to play the Reds. They're losing at home today, 1-0 to Arizona, batting in the bottom of the fourth. Hunter Green is going today, so you're not going to see that electric arm over the weekend. But the Reds got off to a good start, but how many have they lost in a row? Like 7 coming into the game?
7 in a row. Yep.
Jeez.
Yeah, so like you said.
Right now.
Yeah, good time to have them. So we'll give you some award-winning diamond notes. And again, kind of a hodgepodge lineup. So Lamont's at the top, Tyro playing second, Conforto, Wilmer, Yaz back in right. Slater against a right-hander is in center. They give Jung-Hoo Lee the day off. And as you said, we highly recommend, and we'll talk to Bags tomorrow, but the piece he did on Jung-Hoo, I don't think people understand that 10 of the 12 teams in the KBO are right there in Seoul, South Korea. So he didn't have to travel. Like, he hardly had to travel. I didn't even realize that. I mean, I did. I knew that, but
now are all the stadiums in the KBO? They're not all dome because Bags was saying how the where they're facing as far as the sun being behind you. So they do have a lot of domes, but they're not all domes. He has played outdoor baseball.
He has, yeah. But it's like you said, you don't even think about those kind of things. I mean, the major adjustment, yeah, I mean, we get it. But then when you're talking about 10 teams that are right within a certain area, now you're going to Boston and Philly and weather and home. And, it's just a different deal. So that was a cool piece. Slater in center. Sable's going to DH today. Ahmed and Reitz is catching today with Keaton Wynn. So that's what we're looking at.
So you got your
Hodgepodge.
other catcher is a DH today. Interesting lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. So there it is. I think that's it. I think that's about it. All right. Great to be back with you, and we will be back for the full show.
Great to have you back, bro.
Yeah, great to be back. And we'll be back, and we'll talk some Niners tomorrow, so we get you ready for camp as well. Should
a lot
be
of
time.
Niners tomorrow.
Yeah, very good. All right, Pop, great to have you, and we'll talk to you tomorrow.
It's a win day. Let's
Very
go,
nice.
Keaton Wynn.
Let's do it. All right, that is it. We'll get you some Diamond Notes, award-winning Diamond Notes, and everything else pregame as you get you ready for day baseball in Colorado, Giants and Rockies, and we'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hola, Juan.